It's a fabulous Friday as we get ready for today's race card. Belmont at the Big A in South Ozone Park. And the feature for the New York bred fillies and mares on the turf in the John Hettinger Marvelous Maud is coming out of the Grade 2 Flower Bowl and will be back in amongst her New York bred friends. She's the morning line favorite, but this filly, very intriguing, make mischief. They tried to get her on the turf last time in the Yaddo up at Saratoga. It was rained off, and she has pedigree to take to the grass, which she'll get to try today. Live racing for you as well beneath the Twin Spires at Churchill Downs in the featured allowance race. Alejandro, regally bred out of Rachel's Valentina, will go back to the dirt after a turf experiment last time out. All that and more coming up on America's Day at the Races, brought to you by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Just a stone's throw away from beautiful New York City. Here we are in South Ozone Park at Aqueduct Racetrack as we continue on with week 3 of the Belmont at the Big A meet. And the racing has been strong and has been a lot of fun so far, and that's no exception today. I'm your host, Acacia Clement, pleased to be joined by champion jockey Richard Migliori, who's won many a race over this surface here at the Big A, as we have the New York breds in the spotlight today.
Yeah, I love the New York breds. They've been very good to me, being a New York bred myself. And it's just a great, beautiful day here at Aqueduct, Belmont at the Big A. Excuse
That's right.
me.
As we take a look at our field for the feature today with the John Hettinger, it will go as race number 7, again for the fillies and mares, going 1 1/8 miles on the turf, the New York bred fillies and mares. And I think that this race, just on its own, Richie, is a great example of how New York breds can be successful against open company. Many of them coming out of open company, including your morning line favorite, Marvelous Maud, who did try the Flower Bowl last time out. She won an open first level allowance race 2 starts back at Saratoga.
Well, Marvelous Maud embodies what I like in horses and people. She's honest and hardworking. She shows up, 9 starts, 4 wins, 2 seconds, 2/3. Only off the board finish was in that Flower Bowl against the likes of Virginia Joy and Warlike Goddess. This is a much more appropriate spot for her, and she just has a knack for winning. She kind of seems to know where the wire is.
As we see her over Finest Work that day, those two will rematch this afternoon. Finest Work, who put back-to-back wins together and has been remarkably consistent for George Weaver, also going back to New York bred foes. But that's not all we have to look forward to on today's card. We have a carryover in the Pick 6, just a little bit more than $44,000. Hope that you'll take part of that. It starts in race number 4 today, so it's some big prices in the sequence yesterday. But we'll get ready to kick off our live racing action at Churchill Downs. And with us live is Paul LaDuca. As Paulie mentioned, Alejandro coming up in that allowance a little bit later on. Some really good races to look forward to at Churchill today.
Yeah, very good card here at Churchill, and another beautiful day, Acacia, in the mid-60s. And so I would be a tiny bit worried up. I know Mig likes to see a little sweat on some of his horses, but a tiny bit worried if my horses got worked up. But the feature race is a very good feature race because Alejandro is probably the horse to beat. And you get it. Here's a horse that had second-itis a tiny bit, right? And seemed like he was just getting over that hump. He seemed like he left himself too much to do. And then all of a sudden he started to learn how to get closer and closer to the pace and started putting up a couple W's. Then they sent him over to Kentucky Downs. Why not take a shot at a giant purse? It didn't work out. He sort of fell out of the gate and he was dead last most way around the racetrack. But that is his kind of running style when you truly look at his PPs. Now, Rich and myself, Mig and myself were on air last night, obviously for the Downs After Dark, or Thursday night racing, what they call it here. And let's be honest, you had to be on the front end or on the inside portion of the racetrack. So now if Alejandro is going to be effective today, he's not going to be able to go to the front end. He's going to have to sit on the rail and at least make a closing trip up the rail. We saw one horse win. It was a great ride by Adam Beschizza last night, who came up the rail. I'm just a little bit worried the way the racetrack played. So I'm not saying it's going to play that way today, Acacia and Mig. I just think that let's watch a couple races, because the trend last night was you had to be 3 to 4 lengths the best to be the outside horses, even in the sprint races. The rail from about 1 to 2 to 3 pats last night was the place to be.
All right, Paul, some great points. Certainly we'll keep our eyes on that. Thank you so much. And Paulie and Richie and Craig doing all the dirty work last night into late in the night with that card at Churchill. So we hope everybody's got their coffee ready to roll for today as we take a look at what's on tap. Today's race is presented by Claiborne Farm. Races 1 through 9, fast and firm. Belmont at the Big A with that pick 6 carryover kicking off in the 4th. The John Hettinger Stakes goes as race number 7. Fast main track at Churchill Downs for races 1 through 9 on the card. You can join Naira Bets today and play all of the action on our program, plus a whole lot more, while earning up to a $200 deposit match bonus. Sign up with promo code MATCH200, and you could earn up to a $200 deposit match right after your first deposit. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime, and don't forget to join now at nairabets.com for your $200 deposit match. As Paul was talking about some of the trends that we saw last night in particular at Churchill Downs, what were some of the takeaways you had from what you saw throughout that card?
Yeah, I definitely think it was an inside slanted racetrack. Think you're at the airport and they've got those moving sidewalks. Somebody might be walking along on the regular ground. You hit that moving sidewalk and it just kind of carries you along. And we were seeing that effect, particularly down on the inside. Horses that looked like they were going to be passed either fought back or didn't give ground. I mean, maybe they just weren't good enough, but the inside certainly aided them.
Something to keep an eye on as we'll get ready for the opener at Churchill Downs. It will be our first order of business on today's show. It'll be a dirt sprint race, a maiden claiming to kick off the program. The opener from Churchill Downs, we'll see how that track is playing and a whole lot more after this on America's Day at the Races.
A Grade 1 winner of nearly $2 million, Silver State hails from the sire line of legendary Claiborne stallion Danzig. And his second dam is full sister to Kentucky Derby winner Monarchos. After winning the Oaklawn Handicap, Silver State defeated Knicks Go in the Grade 1 Metropolitan Handicap. On the board in 12 of 14 starts from ages 2 to 4, his career included a 6-race winning streak. Grade 1 winner Silver State, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races, brought to you by Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual unusually well. As we get ready for the opener at Churchill Downs, 6 furlongs on the main track for the fillies and mares. This is a maiden claiming race, a lot of turf to dirt, a lot of guesswork in this first race here, Richie. Candy Kick on the drop-in class is currently your favorite. We'll start the post parade though with one half of the entry. Open Says Me.
By Magician. It's kind of been all over the map. Did run as low as maiden 16, ran a good second there, tried turf last time, gets back to the dirt.
Here's the other part of the entry, Tanai Road.
Takes a drop in class, also did veer in at the break. Really didn't show any run to me in the context of the race.
Will break from the outside post. Here's the horse on the rail, the number 2, Backstreet Affair.
Yeah, most recently running at Del Mar. Chased a very fast pace last time for maiden 50 drops.
Here's Candy Kick, back to the dirt.
One dirt race was very good. That was for maiden 75. Also drops. Makes a lot of sense. Be interesting to see how this track's playing.
Here's the number 5 up next as the 4 is out, Our Lady Nelson.
Well, this horse certainly has speed. Shows speed on dirt, shows speed on turf. You'd expect to be a part of the pace.
And the number 6, Junelia.
This is the horse that I kind of like a little bit. I like her getting back to the dirt. I think she's tactical. I think she makes some sense to me.
Well, that's the field for the opener. 6-5 right now on Candy Kick as she goes back to the dirt. Polly, did you get your Candy Kick today for the 12:30 start?
I'm always getting my candy, I don't know, kick. I get my candy fix late at night, and then I'll disclose my favorite candy bar of all time, the 100 Grand. It's the most underrated bar of all time. Okay, so we'll get to race number 1. When you get to Candy Kick, yeah, she is the horse to beat in here by far for Cherie DeVoe. Now, Cherie had this horse in her barn before, and the horse ran an okay race under her care for the $75,000 level on the turf. Maiden special weight on the turf. Now she went to maiden $75,000 level for Robert Medina. Now she's back with Cherie. Cherie put her back on turf. So now 3 times under the care under Cherie, and the 3 turf efforts have not been much. Besides the first one at Kentucky Downs, which can be a funky racetrack. So the 2 traditional turf tracks, she's not run well. So I think Cherie's thinking, okay, we're dropping for 30 for here. 6 furlongs, a Candy Ride at a Dynaforma mare, which you would see in some jumper pedigrees, is going to go 6 furlongs here. So I would think Cherie would have this horse cranked up. But my worry is how far back will Candy Kick be in the way this racetrack was playing. So that's why I thought the 2 Backstreet Affair was a horse that you could look at in here too as well, along with the 6 on your screen there. Janelia for Chris Hartman. Tough read here because the 2 races for Brad Cox, this horse was 70 cents on the dollar. When Brad Cox is 70 cents on the dollar at Indiana Downs, they don't run third by 8 1/4 lengths. So then this horse runs next time out, gets dead left in the gate, then enters the Chris Hartman barn. Chris, very good trainer. They put the horse on turf. Now they're dropping for 30 back on the dirt when the horse has done no running. So it's a very difficult read, this race. And then you get the entry in here where you do have the Brian Williamson runner, the straight 1, which I think is the better half of the entry. That race 2 back, got dead left in the gate. I understand it was on a muddy racetrack, but at least it was on some kind of dirt. That horse ran a giant second-place finish. The first start got dead left in the gate, and that was just an experience. If the straight 1 can break, I think that's a surprise horse at 9-2. But I think the public does have it right. Candy Kick probably is the best filly in here. It's just how far back is she can be, and can she circle this field?
That's the question, Paul. Candy Kick, especially as we'll see how this racetrack is playing in comparison to what we saw from it last night. Maybe up against it for the tactics of your favorite. But coming up this weekend, we look forward to seeing a horse that absolutely loves Churchill Downs, and we know will be running from off of it. That's the Kentucky Derby winner, Rich Strike, as we take a look at the field for the Lucas Classic, which will be Saturday at Churchill Downs, and a strong field assembled, including that Kentucky Derby winner, Richie, who proved that his Kentucky Derby wasn't entirely a fluke with the strong effort we saw from him in the Run Happy Travers last out.
It really did prove that the Derby wasn't a pure fluke. I mean, he ran extremely well in the Travers, got the best buyer speed figure of his career. He was only beaten 5 1/4 lengths, or 5.5 lengths, excuse me, to Epicenter, who has a stranglehold on this 3-year-old division. One thing that stands out about this horse, Rich Strike, to me, Acacia, and I'm curious to get your take on it. He always carries good weight. He's a horse that seemingly thrives on work, thrives on his racing. He looks even bigger to me. I mean, it is on TV, so maybe my reference point isn't strong there, but he looks like he's carrying a lot of weight.
Yeah, he does carry really good condition from race to race. And you brought up something that was interesting as well, that he wasn't as rambunctious as he typically is. He schooled in the paddock yesterday between races 1 and 2 at Churchill Downs in preparation for the Lucas Classic. And usually he's a really high energy horse.
Yeah, I mean, you could see there was energy there, but he was very contained. Now, maybe that's just part of his maturation. But at Saratoga, from the moment he got off the van shipping in, he was constantly in an animated state.
Yeah. And he was sharp before the Travers, but he wasn't as over the top as he was before the Belmont Stakes. So maybe he is a horse that just is improving. He's 2 for 2 at Churchill Downs, having broken his maiden beneath the Twin Spires for $30,000 and winning the Kentucky Derby. We'll see what happens with that Lucas Classic. Looking forward to that one as we get back to the opener from Churchill Downs. Candy Kick, currently your favorite. Paul brought up some reasons to have some reservations. We'll see how the track is playing. In the first at Churchill, Travis Stone standing by with the call.
They're in the gate. And they're off. Junella, Candy Kick, Our Lady Nelson from mid-pack, and Backstreet Affair down inside. Open Sesame in that firing line as well. But Our Lady Nelson steps out to lead. Open Sesame comes on to grab second. Junella's on the outside racing in third. Backstreet Affair toward the rail fourth. Candy Kick shuffled back into fifth. T&I Road is at the back in sixth. And up top, it's Our Lady Nelson with 4 furlongs to go. Clicked off a quarter in 22 and 2. Company now. Open Sesame putting in a run. And on the far outside is Backstreet Affair. So the 3 of them round the far turn together. 2.5 furlongs to go. Open Sesame, short lead. Junella's right there. Candy Kick outside. Backstreet Affair is the one in behind, while fourth. 3 lengths back to T&I Road. Our Lady Nelson gives it up. They're off the turn. Open Sesame off the turn in front. Candy Kick comes on. Here's Candy Kick grabbing the lead, top of the lane. Open Sesame fights on. Backstreet Affairs down inside third. Junella's back into fourth. It's Candy Kick opening up to lead by 2. Open Sesame, Backstreet Affair, everybody chasing Candy Kick, who does not disappoint at 4-5. Oh, tossing the rider there. Backstreet Affair tossed Mitchell Merle just before the wire. So it was Candy Kick first. Open Sesame was second. And then it was either T&I Road or Junella. But hold all tickets with that tossed rider.
And we'll keep you posted on Mitchell Merle, who was unseated aboard the number 2 Backstreet Affair. I'm not entirely sure what happened, as the gray down to the rail is going to lose her rider right before the wire, really, in the late stages of the race. Richie, the winner, Candy Kick, really just the best in here, as didn't appear that anything happened. Maybe she ducked a shadow a little bit in the stretch as far as Backstreet Affair, but of course we'll keep you posted on that. The winner, Candy Kick, able to get the trip and just be best in there.
Yeah, she was best. Got a nice trip. It seems like it might be a more fair track than it was last night. Obviously something we got to keep an eye on to her to make that assessment. That was very strange with the 2 Backstreet Affair. It didn't appear to be anything dramatic, and he just kind of almost looked like his left foot slipped out of the stirrup and he came off. Obviously, Backstreet Affair was okay as she finished the race under her own power.
Good to see Mitchell Merle walking off the track as well, as Travis Stone mentioned. Hold all tickets with that rider drop. But the number 3, Candy Kick, the best in the opener at Churchill Downs. Good to see everybody okay. We'll bring you official results, prices, and more after we take this quick time out on America's Day at the Races. We'll also get ready for the opener at the Big A. There's a look at North Pole, just missed in his last couple of starts. Will make his second race for trainer David Jacobson after being claimed. And Arad Ortiz stays aboard as he'll try to get to the winner's circle for the first time.
The sun shines bright on Caraconte. His first crops of racing age are showing brilliance on the racetrack with a high percentage of stakes winners. His versatility is evidenced by winners on all surfaces across the globe. And his offspring are lighting up the sales ring. With his biggest and best quality of books in the pipeline, the sun shines bright on this value sire. Caraconte, standing at Gainesway.
Who you betting on? How about an app created specifically for horse racing? Naira Bets. We specialize in thundering hooves, fist pumping, and boosting your bankroll with robust weekly promotions. And offer betting tips from actual horse racing experts. Bet all day and night, nationwide. Get the action and thrill of horse racing with Naira Bets.
The momentum continues for War Dancer as Dancing Buck scores a decisive victory on the Saratoga turf.
And it is the New York-bred Dancing Buck who wins it.
And Elegant Dancer scores at Monmouth.
It's War Dancer's Elegant Dancer, winning by 6 lengths.
Interesting note on War Dancer I just got. He is the leading third crop sire for winners and earnings on turf. So he is certainly off to a blazing start at stud.
Now with 34 wins in 2022 and over $4 million in progeny earnings, War Dancer is a sire on fire.
Adelphi Racing Club, offering a truly personal racing experience.
I would just say that it's a smaller, tighter-knit group. Everybody has a common interest. We spend a lot more time together than some of the bigger operations, and I very much enjoy that.
We're not just a syndicate, and our members aren't just investors. We are partners. Contact us to get a taste of the Adelphi Racing experience, and let's win races together.
The head of the stretch, it's the Slew by 2. Then Exceller in second by 3.5. It's Phrasing, Wise, Phillip, and Great Contractor. In the stretch, Seattle Slew trying to hold on to a 3-length lead. Exceller drives to the inside, holding second by 6. Great Contractor is picking up some ground, but they've still got the Slew in front. He has 3 as they come to the wire.
This day in history, September 30th, 1978, Seattle Slew won the Woodward. And looking back in history, that was at Belmont Park, one of the true greats to ever look through a bridle.
Tremendous. He'd come off defeating fellow Triple Crown winner Affirmed in the start previous to this in the Marlboro Cup. Comes back, beats Exceller here in the Woodward. Exceller would come back and turn the tables, beating Slew and Nose in the Jockey Club Gold Cup in the next start when Seattle Slew was involved in a cutthroat speed duel. But what a talent. And you can make the case, Acacia, that Seattle Slew is the greatest horse of all time. As far as being a racehorse, he's probably on a lot of people's top 10 lists. As being a sire, he's probably on a lot of people's top 5 lists. Yeah. If you combine what Seattle Slew did on the racetrack racing and as a sire in the breeding shed, I think you can make a compelling argument he is the best horse of all time.
Inducted into the Hall of Fame in 1981, of course, 1977, Triple Crown winner. Back here today, we saw in the opener at Churchill Downs, it was the favorite a winner, but keep your eyes on the gray down to the inside. Number 2, Backstreet Affair, as she does lose her rider, Mitchell Murrell. She crossed the wire fine, and she did duck out there, Richie, and good to see Mitchell standing up and walking off after that, saying to Paul that she might have spooked from something in the infield.
Yeah, and she did make a more of a step out than I realized watching the pan shop. That's why it's so important to watch head-ons. Still feels like, you know, Mitchell, you got to get your heels down into them and sit the middle a bit more. I mean, she did duck out, but you got to stick that a little bit better. And then he almost made a serious mistake, hung on that rein a little bit too long, and what that'll do in essence is kind of pull you underneath him. If you know you're coming off, almost push yourself clear a little bit.
What was the favorite? Good to see everybody was okay in that incident in the opener, but the favorite, Candy Kick, the winner in the first race at Churchill Downs. So get ready for the first race here in New York at Belmont at the Big A. This is a maiden claiming for $40,000. We'll meet the field as they step on the track, starting with the 1 Disengage, Richie.
He has had a lot of chances to break her maiden, has been on turf, been on dirt, kind of tried a lot of different things. Would be a bit of a surprise.
Here's the 2, Sharpoon.
Yeah, another one that just feels like she'd have to improve to compete. He would have to improve to compete here.
New Gelding for the number 3, Super Quality.
Yeah, and this horse has run very well for 40, tried maiden allowance, but gets back to dirt, which one start on dirt left a lot to be desired.
Here is Blinkers back on for the number 4, Fazaro.
Yeah, another one that's had a lot of chances, but does have races good enough to make a contender.
Has been close, but has not found the winner's circle yet. Here's North Pole.
I thought North Pole's race last time was really good. Kind of hard on the chase the entire way. kind of one-turn mile should suit here.
Kind of had his head turned at the start as well. There's order of magnitude. More on that one soon. Here's the number 7, Abundant Honor.
Yeah, Abundant Honor making the first start for Maiden 40. Racing the slot at Gulfstream, two-back was really good. Saratoga last time, Saratoga was such a tough, demanding track. I just wonder if it didn't get to him and he got tired. I mean, he did face the likes of Gasoline.
It was a demanding track, and he was off of a 7-month layoff as well. You can play against your friends and fellow fans with the Showdown, a free-to-enter handicapping contest following the New York racing on our program. Place your picks now and watch your name climb the leaderboard to earn real prizes. Get started at NYRA.com/showdown. That's the field for the opener, Belmont at the Big A. As we welcome in Maggie Wolfendale here with us, getting a good look at these maidens. Maggie, it was graduation day for somebody. Who do you like?
Well, Acacia, I'm liking more horses than I suspected I would. So I'm having a lot of trouble kind of narrowing down and coming up with a pick in here. But let's talk about the horse who the public has made the pick. And that's number 5, North Pole, as he is second off the claim for David Jacobson, who is back training and back here on the East Coast. And North Pole, the last time I saw him was 3 back at Belmont when he was a hot mess. He did not want to let his previous connections, put the tack on. He was washed out. He was just incredibly wound up for the entire preliminaries. And two, in talking to David Jacobson, he said that when I claimed him early on in Saratoga, he was the same way. Well, today, he was forward in the paddock, but just so much more settled. Did not turn a hair when they put the tack on him, which they were easily able to do back in the stall. And he's just making a great impression. I liked his effort last time. Yeah, he had that little bit of a stutter step coming out of the gate, but he dueled the whole way and ran on with the winner, who was able to sit just off that early pace stool. Next, we'll check in with the horse that I was skeptical about. But after watching him and seeing how he appeared in the paddock, number 3, Super Quality, has pushed me in a more positive direction as he comes back as a gelding, second off the claim here for Rob Atras, in which he has lightened up a great deal. We'll see that with the younger horses. When you geld them, it will change their physicality, often quite a bit, whereas if you do it with an older horse that's kind of already met their physical maturation, then it won't really change him. But it has changed him, and I think that's for the better. Now, as far as switching to the dirt for only the second time, I will say that Gulfstream Park race, obviously against better horses, and 2, he flat out ran off that day, and whether it was kind of nerves or what have you, 21 and 44, that's pretty quick even for Gulfstream Park standards, going the 7 furlongs at first asking. Now, he has a bit more length to him, and the fact that he's lightened up too doesn't look as though he has that proverbial turf hoof. He is by competitive edge, and there's dirt pedigree on the bottom. So he's a generous price right now, and I think he could be the one. We'll see what Fazaro does, but he could be the one that's showing the way. As number 6 is Order of Magnitude in here. He, too, comes out of the same race as Abundant Honor, and both of them kind of having the same makeup in that they're second off of a layoff and dropping. Now, Order of Magnitude, he just looked pretty heavy for that comeback race. Far more tucked up and defined, and I like the cutback to the flat mile. And he got very headstrong in the warm-up at Saratoga, and today he's just so much more settled and so much more malleable for trainer Fabian Pratt, and I think that's a good sign, as he was 3 to 4 wide throughout and really had nothing left in the tank approaching the far turn. Number 7, Abundant Honor, his second race was good, but that was over a sloppy track at Gulfstream as well. Now, he looked as though he was one that looked lean, but that he needed to strengthen coming out of that race back on August 28th, and he has, which is a good sign. He looks great warming up yet again, and one that I don't mind either, Acacia, turning back a little bit, but probably between the two, I almost liked Order of Magnitude because I think he's taken a bigger step forward having that one race under his belt.
All right, Maggie, thank you. As the number 7, Abundant Honor, an interesting point with both him and Order of Magnitude, that coming back off of their respective layoffs, and very similar layoffs almost to the day for the 2 horses, as we take a look at Abundant Honor and this Gulfstream race that he did finish second behind Scalding, who would come back and be a decent horse down in South Florida as well. Abundant Honor was a horse that had started on the turf, but just seems like he's much more well meant on the main track.
Yeah, and he ran extremely well this day. Now, was it because he just relished the off going, or he was just good on the dirt? Order of Magnitude and Abundant Honor are the two horses making their first start for a maiden claiming tag. And that's a significant drop in class, going from maiden allowance, maiden special, if you will, to maiden claiming. They're both well drawn towards the outside. They come out of the same race, both chasing gasoline. If you're looking to beat the 5 North Pole, I think these are the two that you've got to land on.
Speaking of North Pole, some good comments from Maggie on how he's changed mentally and just the way that he's been acting throughout the preliminaries, as he is currently your 6-5 favorite. And I was in the paddock actually for his last race. I noticed they took the shadow roll off today. He had a shadow roll on last time, at least first off the claim for David Jacobson. And sometimes when you have a horse in your barn after a start or two, you kind of fool around with the equipment, figure out what's going to be the right thing for him, and you kind of get them to settle into maybe their best stride, so to speak.
Well, yeah, and sometimes just changing a little something changes a horse's mind. And horses change and evolve. You'll have one idea of a horse when they start their career, and the horse changes, and maybe your idea of that horse hasn't changed. And that's why sometimes horses respond well to a barn change. Not that it's an indictment of the barn they're leaving. It's that something a little bit different that actually agrees with the horse. Listen, if you like North Pole, I totally understand. I have a hard time personally taking 6-5 on any horse that has had as many chances as he's had. I'd rather go. So he's run 11 times.
He's been in some top barns, too.
Yeah, and he's right. He's always been in good barns, where the 6 Order of Magnitude and the 7 Abundant Honor have 7 starts combined. So I just feel like there's more upside with two horses making an appropriate drop in classes, as far as I'm concerned, that have had less opportunities.
And both coming out of a mile and an 1/8 try up at Saratoga, taxing distance over a taxing track as well. Race number 1 from Belmont at the Big A. We have a fast main track to deal with here. Somebody going to get the first win of their career. We send it up to the voice of New York racing, John and Brielle, for the rest of the load and call.
Waiting now for North Pole, Order of Magnitude, and Abundant Honor. Field of 7 going a flat mile in the Friday opener. And they're all in the gate. And they're off. North Pole away well. Now moving up on the inside is Super Quality. Right behind is Fazaro, and the outside Order of Magnitude and Abundant Honor. Then a break of 4, back to the 2 trailers, Sharpoon and Disengage, as they cross over from the chute to the main track. And it is Super Quality who leads here by a neck. On the outside is the favorite North Pole racing in second. Now 4 lengths, back to Fazaro in third, and Order of Magnitude, the quarter win in 23-1. Abundant Honor sits in 5th, 5 lengths from the front. And it's another 7 lengths back to Disengage and Sharpoon. The leader is still Super Quality, in front now by 2 lengths. North Pole is in second as the field passes the half-mile pole. And the opening half went in 47-4. Super Quality, the lead is down to 3/4 of a length. North Pole next in second. Abundant Honor up on the outside and in third. Fazaro is down at the rail, and alongside is Order of Magnitude. They are coming for the top of the stretch with Super Quality, still the leader by 2. North Pole being asked for more now. Abundant Honor's on the outside. They come off the turn now and come into the stretch with Super Quality trying to go wire to wire here. Abundant Honor has moved up on the outside, and Abundant Honor has quickly taken over the lead. Abundant Honor is in front. Super Quality and North Pole giving chase second and third, and then it is Order of Magnitude. Abundant Honor pouring it on here at the end. It's Abundant Honor and Jose Ortiz. Order of Magnitude was second. North Pole finished third.
Number 7, Abundant Honor on the drop in class. Much the best amongst this field here. And Richie, the horses that you had mentioned had some upside in the 7 and 6 end up running 1-2, as looks like gelding might not have helped Super Quality to relax out on the racetrack.
I think Super Quality ran well and maybe better than it even appears. And I would follow Super Quality back if they turn him back in distance. I don't think he wants any part of a mile. I think if he runs back 6 furlongs, he's a horse you got to give a long, hard look to. But getting to the winners, Abundant Honor, I turned to you halfway through the race, and I said the way Abundant Honor's traveling, I don't think they're going to beat him.
Yeah.
John Kimmel had him prepared, well-placed, and he just galloped. Order of Magnitude seems like a big galloping kind of horse. I'd like to see him kind of come back going a little further. He just seems a bit one-paced.
Good looking Son of Liam's Map, the winner. But here is Super Quality on the front end. What's this feeling like as a rider when your horse is trying to run off with their mouth open like that?
Yeah, you know, it's just not a good feeling because they're using their energy, but they're using it in a counterproductive way. Dylan Davis trying to get him to settle, but you saw that first beginning of that shot, his mouth open, fighting for the bit. I never had much luck with that, Acacia. I would basically put my hands down. If they went a little faster, sometimes I think it's better going a little faster and using themselves in a more efficient manner than fighting them to slow down. It's not how fast you're going, it's how you're going fast.
An impressive winner, though, on the drop-in class. There is the number 7, Abundant Honor. It was 7-6-5-3. North Pole with yet another in the money finish. Bring you prices and more after this on America's Day at the Races.
And Lost Ark, big, powerful strides, puts him away in the sapling.
And Forte, and the two of them are right together. It is Forte to grab the lead now from Belfort. It is Forte in front. Forte on to victory here in the Grade 1 Hopeful.
You're watching America's Day at the Races, brought to you by Naira Bets. You can bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Get started at nairabets.com today, as my co-host was on his Naira Bets account and making money doing so. Good call, liking the number 7, Abundant Honor, and the 6, Order of Magnitude, the kind of lighter raced horses who were taking that significant drop in class, Richie.
I think it's just a good policy in general, Acacia, to, you know, in a race, if you're leaning towards a horse with more races or a horse with less races, to take the horse with less races in these maiden claiming type events. But Abundant Honor, just much the best, set the perfect trip under Jose Ortiz, kicked well clear through the stretch. Kind of a relentless galloping run from Order of Magnitude to persevere and get second. But nice looking win here for trainer John Kimmel, who I hung out with most of the morning today.
You were the good luck charm, obviously. $8.20 winner, Abundant Honor, kicked away from this field impressively. Back over at Churchill Downs, we get ready for race number 2 today. 7 furlongs on the main track in this claiming race for $50,000. This is for the 3-year-olds, just one scratch of the number 3, Zippin' Gigi. Currently even money as they step onto the track and get ready for the post parade for the second race, starting with a Tom Amoss runner, Malibu SS.
Yeah, comes out of a pretty tough race in Saratoga where he chased the pace, well drawn inside, puts his main man, Edgar Morales, aboard.
That was behind a wire-to-wire winner at Saratoga last time out off of a bit of a layoff. Here's Dr. Nash cutting back.
Yeah, turning back in distance. I like horses going from those 2-turn mile and 16th races to 7 furlongs. They have a lot of foundation.
He's 7-1 right now on the board. Here's Wait a Minute Hayes.
Yeah, a kind of middle move last time at Evangeline Downs. Don't really know exactly what he was running with there and how that'll stack up here. That's one of the difficulties of handicapping Churchill Downs for me. Horses from different venues.
Yeah, how does it stack up versus this competition? Back to the dirt for Blue Kentucky.
Yeah, Blue Kentucky does sport a win at Churchill Downs, has a second and a third at the distance, and takes a bit of a drop in class back to 50 where he was third at the same level.
Here's the 6, Zippin' Gigi, currently your favorite.
Another one that turns back in distance on the dirt, ran 7 furlongs on the turf last time at Kentucky Downs. I think they get a lot out of the races at Kentucky Downs because of the undulation in the ground.
And biggest price on the board, here's the 7, Ready Pursuit.
Yeah, a horse who comes off a win in a second-level allowance race at Belterra, but this looks significantly tougher.
And do note, it is Rafael Bejarano on the number 7, Ready Pursuit, as Zippin' Gigi and Blue Kentucky are both taking a drop in class back down to the $50,000 level. And we'll take a look at that race from April at Keeneland, which is won by Zippin' Gigi, where Blue Kentucky finished second. And sometimes it is just a matter of, Richie, going back to basics, going back to the level that they do belong.
Yeah, make it easy on your horses. The old adage, keep yourself in the best of company and your horses in the worst of company. Just it seems like this is their level. They, earn their right to try a bit tougher, experiment with a few things, but I think you said it correctly, getting back to basics. I'm not seeing, at least in the first race, the same track we had last night. Now, maybe it's the difference just as much as that it was night racing. They're not getting the same sun, so the track doesn't dry out maybe as much. So a little bit of maintaining a little bit of that moisture in the track kind of keeps it a little tighter and speed's good. It seemed like a very fair track in the opener, something to keep an eye on. But Zippin' Gigi, maybe just a little bit quicker, so tactically maybe has a bit of an advantage.
Zippin' Gigi, who does have early speed. There is Blue Kentucky, as these two will rematch for that race they both ran in back in April. Blue Kentucky with a nice warm-up under Jimmy Graham, and another one that is just going back to basics too. And it seems like with this gelding, Richie, as he's been facing tougher recently, he's lost some of that early speed. He hasn't been a leader type, but he had tactical speed before, and lately against tougher company, he's been very far back.
Yeah, really much further back now. There could be a number of reasons for that. Horses push off. They don't pull themselves. They propel themselves using their hind end. And when you see horses start to not break quite as sharp, not show as much speed, sometimes it speaks to the fact that they're just not as strong behind as they've been in the past, or they just need to get stronger behind.
There's a look at the number 1 Malibu S, as Tom Amoss and Edgar Morales throughout this meet at Churchill Downs have just been pretty much unstoppable together. It's really been amazing to watch. And Edgar Morales with his first graded stakes win for Tom a couple weeks ago, as well as they'll team up once again. And Edgar rode this horse 2 back at Indiana to break his maiden.
Yeah, Edgar Morales is really kind of, shown up on the map. You got to pay attention. This guy can ride. Tom Amoss, a trainer that recognizes talent, started using him, showing a lot of confidence in him. Edgar's contending for the leading rider title at this Churchill Downs fall stand with your perennial leader in Tyler Gaffleone. So, he's making some noise. He's getting opportunities, but he's making the most of them. I think this horse is very interesting. I love the race 2 back at Indiana. He's quick enough to get some forward position, coming out of a much tougher spot, I believe, in Saratoga. I like Malibu SS quite a bit.
And there are those jockey standings. Edgar Morales and Florent Giroux tied with 9, just 1 behind Tyler Gaffleone right now for these Churchill stands.
Yeah, I mean, it's a very tight race, and short meet, a lot of it is how the tone you set early. If you jump off winning, you kind of, create some buzz around yourself, and people always want the hot rider. They want the person that's in stride, that's got confidence. Julian having a very nice meeting there. Florent Giroux announced he's changing agents after Breeders' Cup, which is always a shock, when people see a relationship that's been successful. They've had a lot of success together. But there's usually 2 or 3 sides to every story. And, you know, I never blame a rider for feeling like they think they can do better. I would get criticized sometimes for making an agent change, but I never asked an agent to do something I wouldn't do. Meaning, if I was there at 5 a.m., I didn't think it was unfair for me to want you there at 5 a.m.
Is it normal to see, because it was announced now that it would be a relationship that would continue through the Breeders' Cup, is it normal that it would be announced so early?
No, I mean, I think usually it would be like through the end of a condition book. But I think maybe, it's fair. It's just good business trying to do the right thing. Doug Brader did a fantastic job for Florent Giroux, and I'm sure he's very grateful for that effort.
They've been a terrific team, but as is the case, always moving on to some new chapters throughout the sport of horse racing and striving for more. Race number 2, Churchill Downs. Here's Travis Stone.
And what appears to be an even start. Zip and Gigi showing some speed now. Dr. Nash is down toward the inside. Blue Kentucky's not far behind either. And toward the rail, Malibu SS. So they cross over, and Zip and Gigi is up to grab the lead, and Dr. Nash moves with him. Dr. Nash short lead, Zip and Gigi right there second. Wait a minute, Hayes in behind while third. Malibu SS in tight toward the rail fourth. Ready Pursuit on the far outside in the clear while fifth, and Blue Kentucky nudged along at the back. 4 furlongs from the wire. The opening quarter was 23 and 1/5 seconds. Zip and Gigi is back in front, but with that, Dr. Nash comes right back at it at the inside. These two locked in battle. They've opened up by 3 now. Malibu SS under a ride back in third. Wait a minute, Hayes is fourth. The rest with work to do. Quarter pole, Zip and Gigi off the turn in front. Dr. Nash continues to fight on from second. 1-2 heading for the 8th pole. Zip and Gigi short lead. Dr. Nash is pesky and is fighting on, and Malibu SS is late on the scene. 16th to go. Zip and Gigi, Dr. Nash, Malibu SS trying to pick him up late. Here's the wire photo. Zip and Gigi got a great bob. They were swarming in either Malibu SS or Dr. Nash right there too. Blue Kentucky fourth.
A tight photo finish indeed. Flying late was Malibu SS for our colleague Tom Amos on the outside, but looked like your favorite Zip and Gigi might have held on with that bob.
Yeah, it appears at first glance he did. We'll keep an eye on this as slow-mos are coming down. It looked like Malibu SS was kind of running a little bit with the emergency brake on. Wow, he got a lot of that bob there. I don't think he got
did.
there, but he got a lot of that bob, and we'll wait for them to post the photo. I'm not going to go out on this limb, but good effort though from both. I mean, all three, the top 3 finishes really put on a good show.
A big effort from Dr. Nash as well, the two, who was right there with Zip and Gigi throughout much of the race. And we did see the number 1 Malibu S closing outside. Whether he got the bob or not, Richie, that's the second race that we have seen a strong finish on the outside late in the stretch.
Yeah, and it appeared to me like Malibu SS was kind of running with the emergency brake on, maybe not relishing being in behind the kickback, being behind horses. When he finally got all the way out in the clear is when he found his best stride and finished with the courage he did. The cameraman's got the camera on the 1. I'm not saying that means he won. We'll wait on that, but he really did get all the best of that bob.
He did, and it's all about who gets their nose down first. And remember that the mirror is before the finish line post at Churchill Downs. So we'll let you know the outcome of that tight photo finish in a moment, but we have a good one coming up in New York at Belmont at the Big A, sprinting on the turf for this allowance for fillies and mares. Horses about to head out, so let's get a quick paddock report from Maggie Wolfendale.
This is an intriguing race, as we'll start, though, by talking in the paddock about 2 fillies coming back off their respective layoffs. And we'll begin with number 2, that is Leah Marina, whom I haven't seen since she was a 2-year-old, and that's when she was sprinting on the turf. She since stretched out and actually won a stake race, albeit going the 2-turn 7.5 at Gulfstream Park. But for me, she's built so much more like a sprinter. So I am, and just so everyone knows, the 6 horse down at Churchill Downs. Got the Bob back here at this race, here at the Big A. Leah Marina, she does get Lasix for this return. And while she looks incredibly fit, she hasn't changed that much physically. But again, that's always fine when you're dealing with turf sprinters. So I'm okay with that. And she looks very fit, strong, really well-developed hindquarters. But she's gotten a little hot. Sometimes when you're dealing with layoff runners, actually more often than not when you're dealing with layoff runners, when they get a bit hot, it's never the best sign. But I do think she comes back in the right spot and at least making a good impression from the overall perspective. Now, number 4 is Strong Odor. She's a mare. And last time out, we saw her in Abudancha at Gulfstream, but that was last day of last year. She was shuffled back early and really was the one running on best late, running home fastest than anyone, as Miss J. McKay is a formidable foe. And Strong Odor, I don't mind getting her to the 6 furlongs here at Aqueduct, and she's strong. She's so much of a turf sprinter, it's not even funny. She's your quintessential turf sprinting physical. If we had a dictionary of what we look for with physical types, she would be listed as the star for a turf sprinter. But Might Maker brings her back ready. She's sharp. She looks ready for this return to the races, and I think she could be fairly effective here. And she's not going to get outrun as early as much as she did in those 5/8 races. So, a really interesting group assembled here in the paddock, Acacia.
All right, Maggie, thank you. Currently 5-2 on the number 3, Mischievous Dream, as we'll get back to the second race at Belmont at the Big A in a moment. Back at Churchill Downs, it was the number 6, Zippin' Gigi, who did get the win on the drop-in class. Your favorite, holding off the late run from Malibu SS.
Yeah, and set a real nice trip just outside. I think we do have a very fair track at Churchill Downs, unlike last night when speed was definitely, or I should say inside position, was definitely an advantage.
$4.26 winner, your even money favorite, Zippin' Gigi, holding on in that tight photo finish in the second at Churchill Downs. Back over to Belmont at the Big A. We have this turf sprint coming up. It will kick off today as early pick 4. We'll take a quick timeout and see if Mischievous Dream, your favorite, can get back to the winner's circle.
Eclipse champion Run Happy, the #1 second crop dirt sire of last year, is back and showing a new dimension with winners on turf, dirt, and all weather.
Tabalina has really shouldered all the responsibility. What a deserved victory. Most impressive. Tabalina by 3 1/4.
Somebody's Problem is on her way to winning the Prairie Meadows debutante. Somebody's Problem by 2.5, 3.
Run Happy, price for value, and standing strong at Claiborne Farm.
We take pride in what we do.
I'm an assistant trainer.
Carpenter.
I'm a peace officer.
I'm a jockey.
I'm a gardener.
I'm a groom.
I love what I do.
We are New York Racing.
New York Racing helps support my small business.
It's extremely important to the New York economy.
This is like a big family.
We are New York Horse Racing.
Catalina Cruiser. He won 7 of 9 starts coast to coast, with 6 triple-digit buyers and 5 dominating graded stakes wins, including a record in the Grade 2 True North Stakes. A son of leading 5th crop sire, Union Rags. A $370,000 yearling with an imposing physical, and one of the best of his generation. There's only one Catalina Cruiser, now standing at Lane's End.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races, brought to you by Run Happy. A sire whose progeny can carry his speed from all distances on all surfaces. As we're getting ready for the second race, Belmont at the Big A, a fun turf sprint. Horses stepping onto the track will meet the field, starting with one cutting back in distance. Here's Mademoiselle Nova.
Yeah, big turn back in distance. Did start her career 5 furlongs at Gulfstream on the turf, where she ran credible.
Making her second start for trainer Kent Sweezy. Here is the layoff runner, Leah Marina.
Strong connections here. Christophe Clement with Joel Rosario, best turf sprint rider in the game.
Faced eventual Grade 1 winner Spenderella in her last start. Here's the other one from the barn, Mischievous Dream.
Yeah, big effort last time when she was second to Hit the Woe. Hit the Woe came back, ran pretty good here the other day on the turf.
Here's Strong Odor, first start since that third in the Abundancia.
Yeah, coming off of a layoff, coming in with good steady work tab, and has been successful sprinting on the turf.
Has speed, does stop war.
Certainly should be a part of the pace here, but I think we could see somewhat of a contested pace.
Here is the number 6, the important one, another one with speed.
Yeah, I think this is where the main speeds are, the 5 and the 6, the important one, and being drawn next to each other. That tends to make horses hook up a little bit.
A tough break last time out. Here's the number 7, Mail Order.
Yeah, Mail Order was very unlucky last time. Looked like she was going to have run of the race, got left, steadied, rushed up, took the lead. You know, a trip you just absolutely cannot win by. If she gets away clean, she should get a much better trip.
As we'll take a look at that race for Mail Order, she is the number 3. She kind of leapt up at the break. Mischievous Dream comes out of this same race, and then you'll see a horse that looked to be in that particular race like she was going to be one of the controlling speeds. She's last, and then she's keen. She rushes up in between horses, and that's when we see her move up to the pace, but she's headstrong and tough to handle at this point.
Yeah, very headstrong. No fault to Jose Lascanos. I mean, she got it in her mind she wanted to go. She weighs 1,000 pounds. He weighs 115 pounds. Who's going to win that tug of war? But in a race that looked like she'd be the clear and controlling speed, getting left changed the complexion. The fact that she rushed up and hung in there as long as she did, you know, you can't make up all that ground in that short a period of time. She gets away cleanly today. You anticipate a much different trip.
And there's Mischievous Dream on her left lead that day, and she is one that does tend and have the habit to kind of flip back to her left lead. It's something she's actually done in the last 2 races, as Mischievous Dream and Mail Order will rematch in here, and we'll see as she was second to Hit the Woe in that last start. Hit the Woe came back and ran 3rd yesterday against that next level of competition. But I thought it was interesting, Andy Sterling brought up a point about that particular race yesterday, because it is a strong buyer speed figure for Mischievous Dream, and that race won by Hit the Woe was the same time as a stake race later on in the day for the boys. So that's why you do see those high figures, and maybe just some questions moving forward as to how that race might stack up.
Yeah, I think that's a fair assessment. Mischievous Dream, too, I think has the proper style for this race because she's going to sit the pocket. There's plenty of speed outside, particularly the 5-stop war and the 6 important one. Mail Order is going to be probably laying 3rd, stalking from just off their flank.
Here's a look at Leah Marina, who did win the Wait a While as a stakes winner earlier on, or I should say the very end of her 2-year-old season. This is actually her maiden win when she was sprinting. This was her last time going the 6 furlongs. And while she did win going the 7.5, which is 2 turns down at Gulfstream, I agree with Maggie that it does seem like shorter is probably better for her. But she's one that did seem to kind of get on a good run after she came back in the fall and later in the year in 2021.
Yeah, and I always have a lot of confidence in Christophe Clement when he figures what distance a horse will excel at, will be best at, because you look at a lot of horses from Europe, Acacia, their connections over there are so good at identifying a horse's optimum distance, and I think that influence has been passed down to Christophe from his time in Europe.
Joel Rosario giving some pats to Leah Marina as she relaxes nicely for him there on the track. And I want to remind everybody, you can follow along and get all of the stats with the horses, trainers, and jockeys in today's races with free Equibase past performances. Go to NYRA.com/TV schedule to download your free past performances on all the races on today's show. As horses finishing up their warm-ups out on the track, let's check in again with Maggie.
Let's take a look at the important one. Now, I don't know if this is the right surface for her. For me, She's always looked more like a dirt horse. And while she had, towards the end of last year, she really started to develop mentally. You know, she finally started relaxing prior to her races, which was always her hang up, in that she used to just expend too much energy prior to going in the gate. Now, she comes off a bit of a freshening. We haven't seen her since the middle of June at Belmont. And to me, she's gotten a little bit warm, but she actually chilled out a bit more on the racetrack. I just don't think this is necessarily the right spot for her. Look, she's a generous price of 7-1, but I'm not sure about her, and she's going to have to deal with other speed. And furthermore, she's proven that she isn't, in the past at least, isn't fast enough to be on the engine on the turf sprinting. Number 7, mail order. She kind of frustrated me, I'm not going to lie, because back when she was coming back off that 1.5-year layoff, she really caught my eye that day. And I just thought she'd need a race. And then I wasn't working and she won it 11-1. So here we are. But she, last time, as we saw in that replay, she hit the gate, she started to run off. And it's always about trying to keep her quiet. Furthermore, today, she has that outside post position, so she doesn't have to, wait in the stalls for as long. And she's been so relaxed. Knock on wood, I don't want to jinx her, but she looks the picture for Belmont, and I like the way she's acting today. So she's always proven that she can be talented enough, especially getting back out to the 6 furlongs. I think that extra half a furlong is only going to help her. I know that sounds counterintuitive given the way she ran last time, but she just is being a bit more settled, and I like that. But ultimately, I did go with number 4 in here, Strong Odor. I just like what I'm seeing from this mare, coming back off the layoff. She just looks ready to go and has faced some tough company in the past, Acacia.
She has indeed, Maggie. Thank you. Strong Odor coming back off the layoff. As I want to remind everybody, on Sunday from 9:30 to 10:30 a.m. on FS2, we'll have coverage of the Prix de l'Arc de Triomphe on Fox Sports 2. And you can get free past performances over on Naira Bets as well. One of the most prestigious races in the world. You have the opportunity to watch the coverage on Fox Sports 2 from France on Sunday morning. So make sure you check that out. Certainly will be tuning in as we come back to this race here today. The Leah Marina, if I could say that clearly, is currently your favorite, Richie. She does have a touch of class being a stakes winner, but she does have the layoff to contend with.
Yeah, she does have the layoff to contend with, and her speed figures are going to have to improve. Mm-hmm. Now, she's older now. I mean, this is later in her 3-year-old season, so naturally, from a physical maturity standpoint, she should just be faster.
Filly by Uncle Mo, as we see her cut back in distance, currently 2-1 on the board. We'll see if it's a better start for mail order today. She's the number 7. Watch her to the outside at the beginning and see if she is as settled during the race as she has been in the preliminaries. Race 2, Belmont at the Big A. John and Brielle standing by with the call.
Waiting for Stop War, the important one, and mail order. Field of 7. Sprinting 6 furlongs on the outer turf for race number 2. Belmont at the Big A. Mail order, the last to go in. And they're all in line. And they're off. And there goes Stop War out for the early lead. Leah Marina came away, racing in second. Mademoiselle Nova is in third, but now being passed on the outside by mail order and the important one. Mademoiselle Nova is back running in fifth, followed by Mischievous Dream, and then Strong Odor. Stop War leads the field up the backstretch. It is Stop War in front, getting away to lead by a length and a half. Mail order is next in second. The opening quarter went in 22 seconds. The important one and Leah Marina right together, third and fourth. They begin the run around the far turn. Stop War by a length. Mail order in pursuit in second, 2.5 lengths. Leah Marina down at the rail, and the important one is on the outside. Farther back, Mademoiselle Nova, along with Mischievous Dream and Strong Odor. They're in the stretch now, and it is Stop War who leads with mail order driving up on the outside. Stop War in front. The lead is down to a half length. Mail order on the outside. It's between these two as they pass the 16th pole, and mail order kicks in late. And it is mail order to win it 3/4 of a length. Stop War was second. Mischievous Dream came on to get third.
Mail Order with a much better trip today, able to run down the pace setter Stop War, who ran very well after being aggressively handled by Kendra Carmouche, but Mail Order just too much in the stretch.
Yeah, Mail Order set that nice trip. The outside post gave it the luxury of being able to kind of run up into Jose Lezcano's hands quietly. He was able to edge into second down the backstretch. Complexion of the race changed a bit when the 60, important one, didn't break as sharply, didn't show her customary speed, and that allowed Stop War, who was aggressively handled by Kendrick Carmouche, to make the lead. And it took Mail Order an awful long part of the stretch to get by her, but nice effort by Mail Order, nice effort by Stop War.
7-5, 3-1 in the second race. Belmont at the Big A. The number 5 Stop War setting the pace. Looked like she was going to hold on for a little while. And then the strong strides of Mail Order, able to run her down. Mischievous Dream closing from next to last. Just couldn't catch the top two. We'll have to settle for third, but a nice effort from your winner.
And set that good trip. And it just shows you what a luxury it is when you have a horse that can be a bit headstrong like she can. To be outside, have room to work with. You don't have to kind of squeeze them leaving the gate at all. You can kind of let them sneak into the race.
Jose Lezcano and Mail Order, the winner, race 2 in New York. We will have more live racing from Churchill Downs coming up as we move on to a nice allowance in the third race. And we'll see what we'll get from the number 1 Dr. Perry over there in Kentucky as that call comes out of a very live race. There's a look at the gray son of Into Mischief for trainer Steve Asmussen. More on him and the rest of the race 3 field after this on America's Day at the Races.
Whether it's Division I or Grade 1, top athletes have certain traits in common. Speed, strength, class, versatility, and most of all, willpower. Claiborne Farm Stallion, War of Will, was a Grade 1 winner on both dirt and turf. Now, his first foals are taking the field.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races. Glad to have you with us here on Fox Sports 2. We're getting ready for the third race at Churchill Downs. It is an allowance race for 3-year-olds and upward, going 6 furlongs on the main track as a pretty wide open board right now. Air Combat cutting back in distance for John Ortiz, currently 9-5. And we'll see how this race does shake out, as it looks like there could be a little bit of speed, but there is a horse coming out of a live race, Dr. Perry, to the rail, Richie.
Yeah, coming out of a live race. Best race was last October at Churchill Downs, sprinting, going 6.5. A lot to like here.
For Steve Asmussen, a Silk Trade came back to win by a nose. Uber Kirk with another win as well. Here's the 2, Air Combat, your favorite.
Yeah, the turn back in distance seems appropriate. This horse is quick. Went gate to wire at Ellis, basically going 6, and just didn't quite say the mile last time.
Here's the 3, UVC.
Yeah, this horse's race 2 back was very good. Last race at Oakland was good. Comes off a bit of a layoff. Does that form translate to Churchill?
Next will be the number 4, Seal Beach, who cuts back in distance.
Yeah, turned back in distance, and races at Churchill were good. Broke maiden going 7 furlongs there last fall.
Next will be the number 5, a big price coming out of Indiana bred races, New Year's Fever.
I think a horse that could be a part of the pace here. I don't really like this horse as a win candidate, but could have a say in how this race is run.
And to the outside, Trash Talkin' Yankee.
Maybe being outside gives this horse, who seems like he needs time to get his legs unraveled, not a horse that you could stop and start. Maybe the post really helps this horse.
That's the field for the 3rd at Churchill Downs. As we go back to the rail, the number 1, Dr. Perry, again finished 3rd, and the top 2 finishers of that race both came back to win their subsequent starts. Not easy to miss this gray son of Into Mischief. As we take a look at his race back in October, this is when he broke his maiden. Got an 82 Beyer speed figure for this effort after facing the likes of Jack Christopher on debut.
Yeah, I mean, this was a real strong effort. Joel Rosario aboard this day. Now, I don't know, but I know a portion of the meet last year at Churchill Downs, horses with that inside position and speed were being carried along. Maybe it wasn't the case this particular day, but either way, this was an impressive win.
Very impressive victory. They tried a mile and then had the layoff for more on Dr. Perry. And the rest of the field, let's check in with Paula Duca.
Yeah, guys, when you look at this race, I actually thought it was a 2-horse race, to be honest with you, the 1 and the 2. The 1 obviously comes out of the live race that you're talking about, and Steve Asmussen always better second off the layoff, and now he employs Tyler Gaffleone, which I think he will be absolutely forwardly placed in here. But Richie made a lot of good points in here. When you look at the 5, New Year's Fever, UVC, they're horses that like to go to the lead. Air Combat the 2 is the interesting horse, at least for me, and I think a horse that's going to be very tough in here. Speed cutting back has been very, very good here at Churchill Downs. You know, his race going around a mile, he was in between horses fighting most of the way. Now, Spankster did run away with that race and came back and did not run a good race, but he's the type of horse that needs a lead. He got the lead that day, and Air Combat was on his back most of the way and just couldn't finish with him. I just think the cut back to 6 is going to help him out a ton. The 6 horse in here, I think the rest of the public is looking at the 1 through 5 and going, okay, not many of these horses want to pass horses. This horse does. But sometimes you can get tricked by horses like this. 3 for 33 lifetime, 1 for 15 the last 2 years, and 1 for 14 here at Churchill. Just the kind of horse where you think the race might set up for him, but it just doesn't. The sneaky horse is the 4, Seal Beach. And I think the white horse has taken the money because this horse does not figure on numbers, but his best 4 races are here at Churchill Downs. That's why that horse is 7-2, but I just think has to run a little bit faster. I like the 2 Air Combat here, but he's going to have to beat the 1, Dr. Perry. I thought this was a 2-horse race.
All right, Paul, thank you. As those 2 horses both boast an 82 Beyer speed figure, Air Combat and Dr. Perry, the ones down to the inside. So take a look at Seal Beach, Richie. This is a horse that we saw break his maiden at Churchill Downs with an 83 Beyer. This was back in July, where he won by 4 1/4 lengths.
Yeah, I mean, he was very impressive here. I mean, he just rolled home, got out in the clear. Took a little while to get over his right lead. Once he did, you know, you see he's a little bit of a tendency to want to lean in onto horses, lug in a bit, but he just powers away. It almost seems like, Casey, when he broke that plane, right, when he got away from that horse where he wasn't kind of latched onto him, he actually started to stride out more. He looks like a horse that kind of likes to hang with his competition a little bit.
And that was in those turquoise and yellow colors, Seal Beach, the winner of that last race we just showed on July 3rd. You see those prices over from Belmont at the Big A, mail order. A nice winner in race number 2. Back here today, 8-5 as well on the number 2, Air Combat in this race as he cuts back in distance.
Yeah, comes out of a tough race going a mile. The turn back could be the key.
We'll see if it is indeed a 2-horse race. Race 3 from Churchill Downs. We send it up to Travis Stone.
There in the gate, And they're off. Trash Talking Yankee, New Year's Fever is there. Dr. Perry and Air Combat is up close too. But it's New Year's Fever. The long shot in the field on the outside up for a short lead. Air Combat moves through toward the rail and comes on through. So it's Air Combat the leader with 5 furlongs to go. Pressed by New Year's Fever in second. Dr. Perry just off them racing third. UVC is now fourth. Seal Beach hustled along inside of Trash Talking Yankee. They're at the back together, 3 lengths off the lead. And that opening quarter knocked out in 22 seconds flat. Air Combat the leader. New Year's Fever hounding every step of the way. Dr. Perry working out a ground-saving trip is right in behind. UVC is fourth. Trash Talking Yankee comes up with a wide sweeping move. Seal Beach sticks to the rail. Top of the stretch, Air Combat short lead. New Year's Fever running hard, but is losing ground. Air Combat is opening up now. Dr. Perry set down Trash Talking Yankee, Seal Beach. Everybody chasing Air Combat, who kicks away. Air Combat, much the best. Streaks under the wire, the winner by 4. Dr. Perry was second, tight for third there. New Year's Fever, who ran well, or Seal Beach.
Logical Horses run 1-2. It was the number 2 Air Combat with Ricardo Santana Jr. in the saddle to kick away from this field. The son of Claiborne Stallion Blame with a nice effort.
Well, you knew when Air Combat was up on the pace coming out of that mile race, it didn't take any of his speed away. He was going to have more foundation to finish with on the turn back, and he was just very impressive. He took heat early, kicked on, ran away, and Dr. Perry did well to rally to be second after sitting inside in the pocket, taking kickback. But Air Combat, that was pretty impressive.
A nice effort from this colt, cutting back in distance for John Ortiz. Dr. Perry second off the layoff with that late run, but will be second in there. It was 2-1, as was bet by the public as well, but Ricardo Santana climbing aboard Air Combat for the first time, and he picks up his second career victory. Bringing prices and more live racing after this. We'll also preview what's to come this weekend here at Belmont at the Big A. Life is good for Todd Pletcher, especially when you have a horse like Life is Good in your barn. He'll look for another Grade 1 win in the Woodward on Saturday. Talk more about it after this.
Consistently versatile with 25 Grade 1 winners on every surface from 6 furlongs to 1 1/4 miles all over the world.
Switzerland in the Dubai Golden Shaheen. Switzerland wins.
Churchill fight running on. Mason in front. Churchill fight on the outside. At the wire. Photo for the win.
Olympiad gets the gold in the Jockey Club Gold Cup.
All purpose, all places, all power. Speightstown.
This season at Oaklawn, we've got more of everything. More of the top thoroughbreds in the world. More days of live racing. And the largest purses in our history. All at a completely reimagined Oaklawn. Come be a part of this historic season at Arkansas's only casino resort.
History remembers moments of extraordinary strength, skill, and determination. True greatness is forged by those who fulfill their destiny.
Together from every corner of the globe. In pursuit of the one reward that sets the special few apart. The title of World Champion. Don't miss racing's ultimate coronation.
The Breeders' Cup World Championships at Keeneland. Tickets on sale now.
You're watching America's Day at the Races, brought to you by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Richie, we have a big weekend coming up in New York for the Week 3 stakes schedule here at Belmont at the Big A. Of course, the New York Reds with the John Hettinger today. 4 graded stakes on Saturday and 3 graded stakes on Sunday. As we take a look at the field for the Grade 1 Woodward, it features a true talent in Life is Good, coming off of an impressive score in the Grade 1 Whitney.
Yeah, and Life is Good is fast, and he's able to continue. He has sprinter-type speed, but he's able to stay at least 9 furlongs, and he beats a good group here, ran 46 and change, shifting about through the stretch, and more his rider than him. But this is a generational kind of talent, a horse that just runs horses off their feet.
He had absolutely stunning gate speed, too. I mean, I watched the race and going the mile and an eighth, the starting gate right outside the winner's circle in Saratoga, and you could see just how fast he was out of the gate as well, and he almost kind of runs everybody off their feet in the first jump.
I think it's a great thing to point out because some horses are fast and they'll be in front according to the form at the first call, but their first few steps, their true gate speed isn't there. This horse basically discourages anybody from taking him on early because he shows that incredible turn of foot right out of the gate.
And he was like a fire-breathing dragon in the paddock prior to the race, as well as he's 1-9 on the morning line for the Grade 1 Woodward, and rightfully so. A multiple Grade 1 winner and 2 for 2 at the mile and an eighth as he'll look for another Grade 1 victory in the Woodward. NYRA Bet Saturday contests are here. You can show off your handicapping skills in the $300 online live money contest on Saturdays, which features racing from Belmont at the Big A. Win cash prizes and seats into next week's $300 contest. Registration ends at 5 p.m. today, so you have just a few more hours. Visit NYRA.com/contest to learn more. Back to today, we're getting ready for race 3 here at Belmont at the Big A. New York bred maiden special weight going a mile on the turf. Let's check in with Maggie in the paddock.
Photon, okay, short price on a horse, trying something new for the first time. Now, as far as pedigree goes, she is by Bayern, whom is actually surprisingly okay on turf, but more with sprinters, weirdly, for whatever reason, and there really isn't much turf pedigree to report on the bottom side. But I will say that I found some positives. She has a bit of a turf hoof, but I don't know about going longer. Maybe she gets out to a comfortable lead. I don't know if that's what they're thinking, and that she is a horse that kind of needs a lead, but she's run well in her dirt races, going a bit shorter. She's just not one for me at a short price because she's not that convincing on many levels. As we'll move on to number 4, Terra Dancer. She ran well in her debut, and that prompted them to take a poke at the Stallion Series Stakes, going a mile up at Saratoga. And she was one of those horses that in the middle of the meet, when the rails came down on the inner turf course, was 3 to 4 wide the entire way. You're not winning races at Saratoga with that kind of trip. So I'd be definitely willing to give her another shot here. She comes in here forward. She showed speed in that debut. Would not be surprised to see her forward here yet again for Horacio de Paz. And she just looks sensational. Really well-muscled, ready to go. I think she's a legitimate player. As we'll take a look at number 8, Bavarian Cream, whom the argument could be made that she does have the appearance of being more of a dirt horse, but she too was the product of having a wide trip on the inner turf course when the rails were down. So not a good thing. And 2, that day, she got really revved up. Again, Saratoga, the atmosphere is just so much more electric. It will set horses off a bit more than you're hoping to. And here at the Big A, it's not quite that way, and she is more settled. And 2, she's just a filly that continues to fill out, continues to put conditioning on. And while I am not totally sure that she is more of a turf horse, I just like her overall presence today more than last time, as she does apply a short cup cheater blinker. Acacia.
Maggie, thank you. Horses stepping on to the track, and we'll meet the rest of the field for this 3rd race, starting with the 1, My Cara Mia Mine.
Has had a lot of chances, moves back up to Maiden Allowance Company, stretching out.
Here's the 2, Let Me Drink.
Ran well last time going a mile and an eighth when she was loose on the lead, turns back an eighth of a mile.
Next will be a layoff runner, Hikaru, who we haven't seen since June.
Yeah, layoff, but gosh, she really didn't show much on debut. Does Laura Flavian Pratt.
Here's Terra Dancer. Got some good notes from Maggie.
Yeah, this is who I like here. I think that they just got a little bit ambitious getting back to earth here.
Latest addition steps up in class.
Stepping up in class, but in good form. Either one of her last 2 races certainly makes her a contender.
Here is Succulent, who actually crossed the wire first last time, only to be DQ'd.
Yeah, the only one in this field that actually knows how to get it done, but unfortunately was justifiably disqualified.
7 Photon, still taking a lot of money.
I'm just not seeing it. I just don't see much turf pedigree, and I don't know the stretch out does her any favors.
Here is Bavarian Cream at a nice price.
Yeah, well beaten. Last time, Succulent was second in that race. She's going to have to improve a lot on turf.
Another big price will be the number 9 coming up next. Can't Fool Me.
Yeah, Can't Fool Me. More of a closing type. Would like to see some pace on here. Really, to me, no excuses last time when Succulent won and was subsequently disqualified.
That's the second for Horacio de Paz in this race. That's a field for the 3rd race, Belmont at the Big A, about 7 minutes away, as we did see over at Churchill Downs. Air Combat with the win. Son of Claiborne Stallion Blame, $4.92, returning for the 3rd at Churchill Downs back here in New York. Take a look at the number 6, Succulent, who's now your favorite, co-favorite at 5-2. Crossed the wire first last time in that maiden special weight race, closing weekend up at the Spa, and as you mentioned, Richie, it was the right call that she was disqualified, as she did come in over on her foe.
Yeah, and you know, you just hope that these kind of incidents are adjudicated consistently. I think that's the issue that people have. If you know that this is a foul consistently, then it's a foul. And now at least she's going to come in here, and you're going to see the horse have to kind of take up a little bit, steady. There was contact. And right here, say it again, and it cost the 4-horse second. So it certainly cost her a placing. And that's one of those things where Succulent had so much momentum. Dylan Davis would have been better served to just stay away from her and keep the forward momentum going.
She's 5-2, still a lot of money on Photon. As talk a little bit about this warm-up that we're seeing from her. As soon as Irad Ortiz took her away from the pony, she started throwing her head up, and she's an energetic type, but I haven't seen her do this before.
No, she doesn't look like she's settling very much. Now, this is a horse that's coming out of 3 consecutive sprints, one going 7 furlongs, 2 going 6 furlongs. A steady string of short, sharp works. You see a lot of 3 furlongs, a lot of snappy half miles. To me, that's not a recipe for getting a horse to settle well, stretching out to a 2-turn try on the turf. And certainly her warm-up would kind of reinforce that idea.
When you have a filly that's acting like this, especially when she's getting on the turf for the first time, and sometimes when horses get on the grass, they can get a little bit keen being on it for the first time as well. What does Irad Ortiz have to do to keep her settled?
I think from this point on, he's just got to try to keep her as quiet as possible. Get back to your pony, maybe kick your feet out of the stirrups. Try to get her to take a breath, clear her eye a little bit. Loved when a horse, after you'd warm them up and get back with the pony and relaxing yourself, you'd hear them almost exhale. They'd let that air out. You know that they're coming back to earth, that they're starting to see everything clearer and calming down a little bit. She's still a little bit on her toes. For me, again, as a favorite, trying something she's never tried before, with a pedigree that doesn't give, instill a tremendous amount of confidence, you would just hope that she would settle a little bit.
We'll go back over to the number 4, Tara Dancer, who I know that you have some interest in. It seemed like, too, Maggie mentioned the wide trip that she had last time in the New York Stallion Series. It also seemed like she was really kind of pulling as well. She didn't seem completely settled in that race either, having her mouth open a little bit during the race, too. And coming in as a maiden into much tougher company, you can certainly understand taking a shot for that big purse in the New York Stallion Series.
Well, yeah, and for people that don't know, the Stallion Series, it's for horses that are by a stallion that stands in New York. Doesn't necessarily have to be a New York bred. Right. This has to be by a New York stallion. So there's not a lot of opportunities for that big money to give it a try against horses that have the same limitations by a New York stallion. So you understand why they would take a shot. And War Dancer has been a tremendously successful sire in the state of New York.
Seems to love those New York turf courses as horses finish up their warm-ups. Let's check in again with Maggie.
We'll take a look at a horse who's a big price in here, Acacia. That's number 3, Hikaru, for Jorge Abreu. Now, she is a half-sister to Guardian Moon, who is a precocious type who was very quick and won her first 2 starts of her career. She was built like a little bull of a horse, broad, just stocky, and Hikaru isn't. So the stretch out actually makes sense. I know she did little to no running in that debut, but the blinkers go on. I wasn't in the paddock for that debut, so I don't have any, relative terms to compare her to, but she makes a great impression second time around, as she's fit, she's well muscled, and really well mannered. And like I said, Acacia, I like the stretch out and distance.
She's intriguing. Maggie, thank you. At 20-1 with Flavian Pratt in the saddle. As Richie, you were in the paddock for her first race. Any memories from that debut?
I got to be honest with you, I don't remember. Been
Fair
hitting the head a lot, Acacia.
Fair enough. I put you on the spot there. As we'll see Hikaru getting short blinkers on. We'll take a quick pause to welcome in our regional networks. You're watching America's Day at the Races. If you're just tuning in on Valley Sports Southern California or San Diego, glad to have you with us. If you've been with us on FS2, thanks for staying as we get ready for race number 3, Belmont at the Big A. Keisha Clement alongside Richard Migliori, Paula Duca, and Maggie Wolfendale with us as well. And Richie, we're getting ready for this New York bred maiden special weight race on the turf. Some final thoughts here as they start to move towards the gate. I know you had some interest in Tara Dancer.
I do. She's lightly raced. She ran well on debut, stepped up in company, tried the Stallion Stakes, and you understand why they took that shot. I've been a big fan of War Dancer and his offspring. And I just think she makes a lot of sense here. Succulent certainly has reached good form. She's had a lot of tries, got it done last time, unfortunately was disqualified. The horse I don't get is the 7 Photon. Now, listen, horses make us look silly all the time, and our opinions are wrong, right? What do they say? People have opinions, horses have the answers. But just seeing her at a shorter price, first time trying turf, I don't see it.
You can join Nairo Bets today and play all the action on our program while earning up to a $200 deposit match bonus. If you're not signed up already, here's your opportunity. Use promo code MATCH200 and you could get up to a $200 deposit match right after your first deposit. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Get started at NairoBets.com. Maggie and Richie both going with the number 4, Tara Dancer, back into a maiden special weight race after trying tougher stakes company last time out. There is Succulent. Dylan Davis has another opportunity on her today after being disqualified last time.
Yeah, and I think that's smart on the connections part. You don't take a rider off when something goes wrong. If a rider makes a mistake, give them a second opportunity. They won't make the same mistake twice. You've got to instill confidence in them. Just because I know Maggie won't do it, the 5 latest edition is a horse I'm a little bit interested in too. Tom Morley's been having a good, solid year, and I think this filly has been consistent in her last 2 starts, and either one of those efforts, I think, put her in as a player at a decent price.
The favorite is still Photon. First time on the turf. Let's see how she takes to it. Race 3, Belmont at the Big A. Here's John and Brielle.
Can't Fool Me steps up, moves in. We are set for the 3rd. And they're off. Going for the lead is Tara Dancer with Photon on the outside. Racing in second, Let Me Drink down at the rail in third. There goes Bavarian Cream moving up a spot. Latest edition is next in 5th, followed by My Caramia Mine in 6th. And Hikaru is in 7th. Farther back is Can't Fool Me. And trailing the field is Succulent in 9th as they race around the clubhouse turn. And it is Tara Dancer challenged here by Photon. Tara Dancer, Photon, they are heads apart for the lead. It's a little more than a length to Let Me Drink, who's down at the rail, and Bavarian Cream is on the outside. Then comes My Caramia Mine and Latest Edition, followed by Can't Fool Me, Hikaru. Succulent remains the trailer. They continue along with Tara Dancer, who ran the half in 48 and 3/5 seconds. Tara Dancer by a length, and it is Photon second, as Let Me Drink is running in third, and right alongside Bavarian Cream. They go around the far turn. Tara Dancer Now challenged by Photon. Photon goes on with it, pokes ahead in front. Terra Dancer counters, comes right back again. Here is Bavarian Cream on the extreme outside. In behind, Lemmy Drink looking for a way through his latest edition as the field comes down for the 8th pole. Bavarian Cream, latest edition. Can't Fool Me is putting in a late run. It is Bavarian Cream who has the lead. Photon continues to battle on. Then latest edition and Can't Fool Me. The 4 of them come on for the finish. Oh, it's a blanket finish. 4 of them right together in race 3. That is a Friday photo finish.
A Friday photo finish indeed. 4 down to the wire. A lot going on in this race here, Richie. One thing to take note of, though. Photon, first time on the turf, ran quite well. It looked at this point like Bavarian Cream, the 8, had her head in front. Closing outside was the 9, Can't Fool Me, and in between horses in the green cap is the 5, latest edition. So you have the 4 of them coming down to the wire. I would say it's between the 5 and the 8.
This is some horse race.
Yeah.
I believe the 8, Bavarian Cream, got her nose down on the wire first. Very unlucky for the 5, latest edition, who just was lugging in. You could see here, Javier Castellano trying to get her straight, get her out from behind Bavarian Cream. She's on her inside lead, or incorrect lead. He finally is able to get the crop to the left hand. Here comes the 9 with a flying finish. Can't Fool Me. And this is what turf racing's about. 4 horses are going to hit the wire together. Wow, that's desperately close. I mean, really good horse race here.
A very tight photo finish. As in the green cap, you'll get a good look at it here with the 5 starting to lug in latest edition as she was hanging on that left inside lead with Javier Castellano trying to get her to switch over. And that's when you're really kind of in a desperate case as a rider because you're trying to get her to go straight and forward while she's moving sideways.
She was sideways, lugging in on top of Bavarian Cream, and Javier actually got his crop caught in Bavarian Cream's tail, and he couldn't extricate the stick from her tail. Right here, he's actually hung up on Bavarian Cream's tail, and Bavarian Cream did get her nose down in front. Latest edition, I believe, was best in here. Maybe he was just a little bit too difficult to handle, and certainly getting his riding crop caught up in her tail couldn't have helped her forward progress.
As this is a great shot to see this really tight photo finish. What a thriller, as it was the number 8 in the white blinkers, Bavarian Cream, who got her nose down first. But a really tight photo finish, a thrilling race. It was 8, 5, 7, 9, all 4 of them separated by inches, really. Bavarian Cream at 16-1, who got some good comments from Maggie in the paddock. Those blinkers going on. Kendrick Carmouche in the saddle for trainer Mark Hennig.
That's why it's so important to pay attention when Maggie talks about a horse's physicality. When you talk about a horse's physicality, because you can point out a horse at a big price that's making a good impression, and if you were on the fence about using this horse, maybe that sways you in the right direction. Bavarian Cream, Maggie, good call there. But latest edition to me was best. Photon, much better run than I thought. The 4, Terra Dancer, made the lead, really didn't have a lot of visible excuse, but she needs to learn to settle a little bit.
Bavarian Cream, I'm sure Maggie happy to hear a horse she liked, ran well, but I know would have preferred that photo switch. A very tough beat for the good effort from latest edition. 8, 5, 7, 9, all 4 of them down to the wires. We have an inquiry and objection on 3 of the 4. More after this. As we are back here on America's Day at the races, inquiry and objection here on the 8, 5, and 9, as we'll take a look at what happened in the stretch. Again, it was all 4 of them coming down to the wire here. Richie, is it in that point that we talked about with the number 5, latest edition, lugging into Bavarian Cream a little bit, as Bavarian Cream actually does come out on her a bit in those white blinkers?
Bavarian Cream floated out for sure, a stride or two there. At the same time, while latest edition was trying to lug in, and Javier had to follow her heels out. And when he had to follow her heels out, he basically floated out into the pen. There you can see he's hung up in her tail. But he floats out into the path of Can't Fool Me, who's finishing with good energy. And you're going to see it right here. Takes a step out, has to follow that out. That in turn towards Can't Fool Me's forward momentum a little bit. So now you've got to look at how the stewards are going to adjudicate this. Was Bavarian Cream just barely clear at that juncture of And you can see again where his riding crop got stuck. Was he just clear of latest edition when he floated out? Or did he actually take her path? Because to me, he might have been barely clear, because otherwise he might have clipped his heels or would have had a check. Instead, he was able to follow her out. All this is about how the stewards are going to interpret this. And you can see what I was talking about there with the crop hung up in his tail. Definitely floated out a stride. In my experience here, he didn't do a lot that would warrant the disqualification, but somebody told me many years ago, 2 rooms you want to stay out of: the courtroom and the operating room, because you never know which way it's going to go. You can add the steward's room there too.
The only one not involved in this inquiry is the number 7 Photon, who was down on the inside in that photo 4, but definitely you would guess, Richie, that the chain reaction was started by Bavarian Cream, Kendrick Carmouche coming out a little bit, floating out at that point. The crop of Javier Castellano, latest edition, being caught in her tail, and then all of that interfering with the 9 Can't Fool Me. So I guess the question is, given the fact that the 8 started that chain reaction, is that something to take into account?
You know, years ago, before there was all of the did it cost the horse a placing, and they threw in a lot of what-ifs into the factor, this might have been a disqualification. Nowadays, there's just so many other mitigating factors that you don't see them taking horses like this down very often. A lot going on, a lot to decipher. This is one where I wouldn't want to be in the steward's booth. But Bavarian Cream definitely floated out first. I would 100% agree with that assessment.
Then the other question would be is, if the stewards do deem that Bavarian Cream was guilty of a foul, the question would be, is she disqualified to second behind the number 5 latest edition, or is she disqualified to 4th behind the number 9 Can't Fool Me, because she was one that was also impeded as a result as well?
Well, if they make a change here and they disqualify Bavarian Cream, she should be placed behind the 9 Can't Fool Me, because Can't Fool Me was also affected, and in essence the stewards are saying that Bavarian Cream caused it. So she has to go be placed behind the horses she affected.
Let's go to Maggie.
Here with Javier Castellano, who was aboard number 5 latest edition. And Javi, first I want to talk about, she wasn't doing herself any favors, kind of wanting to lean in a bit, and you couldn't get your crop to your left hand because it got stuck in the 8's tail. Has that ever happened?
It never happened before. Unbelievable. I thought, I got the best horse in the race. My horse logging in a little bit, but the Kendrick Carmouche horse, it kept coming out a little bit right in front of my horse. I had to keep it straight. I almost clipped the hill. Absolutely cost me the race. I would have won. I got the best horse in the race. And on top of that, my horse, when I tried to correct to hit it left hand, that horse, my stick, it gets stuck in the tail. I couldn't get out of it. Absolutely. It was a mess. But thank God everybody's safe. Come back, we all safe. Hopefully they do the right decision for not penalizing the best horse in the race. I think if my horse is the best horse in the race, I think he should have won.
Well, Javi, thanks for your time and your opinion.
Thanks a lot.
I'm not going to give mine, Acacia.
Fair enough, Maggie, as that's a pretty wild situation in the stretch there. Seeing Javier Castellano get his crop caught in the tail of the number 8 Bavarian Cream. We'll keep you posted on what happens with the inquiry and objection at Belmont at the Big A, but we have to go over to Churchill Downs as they're moving towards the gate for the 4th race. This is 6 furlongs on the main track. It's a $10,000 claiming race for non-winners of 2 in life. That's a look at the field right now, and currently the 2-1 favorite is to the outside, Richie, in Forever Home, who does drop in class.
Yeah, and we've seen this move working, and this is a significant drop in class. Horse did break her maiden for 30. They tried her in allowance and turf. That was a failed experiment. Came back for open 30 against winners. 10's probably the right spot. I think this is aggressive, smart placing.
She's 2-1 right now. The number 2 is 9-2, Green Banana. She's still lightly raced. She won on debut at Hawthorne. We didn't see her back for 10 more months, and then she came back, didn't run a step against Tougher, off slowly, and she drops now second off the bench.
Well, again, I think just an appropriate level. You give horses a try. They win. Of course, you want to give them their opportunity to kind of become the best they can be. But when you realize this is what a horse's value is, honestly, it's the best thing for the horses to keep them in easier company. They don't have to go as deep into themselves to run as hard as they possibly can every time, and it keeps the game fun for them.
Still unofficial at Belmont at the Big A. Race 4 at Churchill up next. Here's Travis Stone with the call.
There in the gate. And the rough. And Llewellyn Street breaks out on top. Eclipsed is there. Sis Boom Bob fires up through toward the rail, and she's the leader down the backstretch run. And Sweet Ginger comes away in second, and these two hook up early. They've gone 3 clear. Eclipsed is back in third. Pappy Says Yes is on the move from fourth. Llewellyn Street is back into fifth. Forever Home is racing sixth. That is already 8 lengths off the lead. Sweet Annabella is second to last, and the trailer is Green Bananas. The opening quarter in 22-1. Sis Boom Bob shows the way. Sweet Ginger pressing for that lead. They're 1-2. 2.5 lengths back. Here's Forever Home. And Forever Home with a blitz on the far turn, passing horses quickly, and sidles up 3 wide. Llewellyn Street, meanwhile, is going to cut the corner and comes through a big opening toward the rail. Off the turn, Llewellyn Street coming after Forever Home, but Forever Home is now shaken up and is fending off that challenge. Forever Home wanders a bit to the outside. Llewellyn Street fights on. Sweet Annabella is third, and they're coming to the finish, and Forever Home, with that big move on the far turn, is under the wire. 2.5 lengths to the good. Llewellyn Street was second. Eclipsed was third. Then it was either Sweet Annabella or Green Bananas.
Forever Home on the drop-in class, drifting a little bit in the stretch, but she was best in here. Richie with a big run.
Yeah, big run. She was trying to do her best Razi impersonation. Razi, who won the Breeders' Cup Juvenile many years ago with a blitz around the far turn. A little more dramatic than Forever Home, but Forever Home must have read a story about it and tried to emulate it. She was just best. A nice ride from Edgar Morales on Llewellyn Street, who just came up second best after a good ground-saving trip. Fair to say, much different racetrack than we had yesterday at Churchill Downs.
Yes, absolutely. As we head back over to Belmont at the Big A, we'll take a look at the Run Happy photo finish. It was 4 of them across the wire. It was the number 8 in the white blinkers, Bavarian Cream, who crossed the wire first. However, it has now gone official, and there was a disqualification of the 8 Bavarian Cream to 4th because, yes, she impeded the 5 latest edition. That one impeded the 9 Can't Fool Me. So as a result, the 8 Bavarian Cream will be placed 4th. The new order of finish, 5, 7, 9, 8. And we saw something that I've never seen before with Javier Castellano's riding crop getting caught in the tail of his foe.
I love how candid and honest Javier was about it, because it never happened to me before, and I was hung up and it was a mess. And you could see he's still trying to extricate his crop from Bavarian Cream's tail. I really feel like the stewards got the call right here. Bavarian Cream floated out, and if you were going to make a change, her actions caused not only the 5 latest edition to have to move out and steady, but also the 9 Can't Fool Me. So I think the stewards absolutely got this call correct on every level.
New order of finish, 5, 7, 9, 8 in race number 3 at Belmont at the Big A. As we get ready for the 4th race, yes, it is a maiden claiming coming up. It's the start, though, of the Pick 6, and we have a nice carryover just shy of $45,000, which kicks off in race number 4. There were some big prices throughout the sequence yesterday, so we do have a $44,000 plus carryover in that $1 Pick 6, which does kick off in this race. Hope you've got your Naira Bets account open and you're ready to roll, as it's a fun sequence, of course, including that John Hettinger a little bit later on today. Here's the field right now for this 4th race. It's maiden claiming, sprinting on the dirt. We'll talk more about it and the Pick 6 sequence after this. Back at Churchill Downs, it was the number 8 Forever Home on the drop-in class to the winner's circle. Filly by Ironicus with the win under Adam Beschizza. Prices, more live racing, and the start of the Pick 6 in New York after this on America's Day at the Races.
Everything about him was what you'd want.
Tis the law, pops the cork in the champagne. Tis the law is going to win the first leg of the Triple Crown.
I've never seen him get tired.
Respect the law. Tis the law.
His structure is just perfect. His bone is perfect.
He's left the others behind. He's going to win the Run Happy Travers.
He's everything you would look for in a horse.
You're watching America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part by Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual, unusually well. At Churchill Downs in race number 4, it was the outside runner, your favorite on the drop-in class, Forever Home, who ran home under Adam Beskitzen and was best, the old 7:28 over Luella Street and Eclipse. Forever Home. A little bit of drifting, Richie, but she was best in this spot.
Yeah, she was best, and Adam Beskitzen is such a strong finisher. Tell you what, Acacia, the value at Churchill Down is Exactus. The Exactus paid very generous there, 5-2 over 3-1, and it came back that price. I think it was $28 for 2. Strong.
Nice exacta price there. Meanwhile, you have a big opportunity with the pick 6 and a carryover starting in race 4 at Belmont at the Big A with this maiden claiming race. More on the rest of this field. We'll take a quick timeout on America's Day at the Races. We'll also continue to preview some of the graded stakes action coming up this weekend. Some Breeders' Cup berths at stake as Be Your Best is undefeated as of yet. She's already in for the Breeders' Cup, but looks to add another stakes race to her resume with the Miss Grillo.
Who you betting on? How about an app created specifically for horse racing? Naira Bets. We specialize in thundering hooves, fist pumping, and boosting your bankroll with robust weekly promotions. And offer betting tips from actual horse racing experts. Bet all day and night, nationwide. Get the action and thrill of horse racing with Naira Bets.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races, brought to you by Naira Bets. You can bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Get started at nairabets.com. Download the app today. You're going to want it for this race 4 at Belmont at the Big A. Kicks off today's pick 6 with a carryover. Coming up on Saturday, though, here in New York, we will see the 2-year-old fillies in the spotlight in the Grade 2 Miss Grillo, winning you're in for the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies Turf. It's going a mile and a 16th on the grass, and 2 for 2 at this distance, 2 for 2 in her career is Be Your Best, Richie. She's been very impressive for Horacio de Paz.
She is impressive. She's got a massive stride on her second start. Here, she just laid closer to the pace, was up in the pocket, showed courage, didn't need to be outside like she was first time, and she kicks through. And I just love the way she covers ground. She's got a big, long stride on her, and put this much separation this quickly speaks to her turn of foot and how much ability she has. This is a real nice filly for Mike Ryan and Horacio de Paz.
And she was game, too, showing some tenacity for a young filly in just her second start, coming through the inside. She has that nice turn of foot, kicking off under Jose Ortiz. Looking forward to Be Your Best in the Miss Grillo, as that's not the only 2-year-old race that we do have to look forward to on Saturday. We also have the boys on the dirt in the Grade 1 Champagne going a mile. The mile will be the test for many of these in here, as it'll be their first time going this distance, as we'll take a look at the regally bred Verifying, who is going to stretch out. His pedigree would say that he should handle it, Richie, being by Justify and a brother to Midnight Bisou. Still a little green in this debut, though.
Yeah, he was a little bit green. I think, one thing about Joel Rosario, he's just so good, right, at getting horses to run up in his hands, keeping relaxed. And I think in one respect, he almost put him to sleep a little bit here. Like, the horse thought his job was over, and when the inside horse wasn't going away, then Joel had to kind of rouse him and, remind him, hey, we still got a job. But then he galloped out. I mean, and this horse has beautiful mechanics, beautiful stride. You feel like, obviously, from a pedigree standpoint, going further won't be an issue. But just the way he moves, you think he'll relish going further. You can see even his inside ear went up. He kind of shut down when he hit the front, and then Joe was like, "Hey, buddy, we got to finish our job here."
Absolutely, as he will stretch out, going right into the deep end to go the mile, and in Grade 1 company, right off the back of his debut, which was that maiden score up at Saratoga. And he'll face some horses with a little bit more foundation as well, but that is always an exciting race, the Grade 1 Champagne, as we take a look at what's coming up between this week and next as far as the Breeders' Cup Challenge Series is concerned. Lots of good races to look forward to.
Just a terrific weekend, and kind of, the Breeders' Cup taking shape right in front of our eyes. For most of these horses, it'll be their final prep before the big day. But, the landscape has changed so much from the years when it was the Belmont Fall Championship Series, where there was a 3 or 4 race series in every division to settle a championship. Now these have been relegated to preps, important races in their own right, but preps for the championship day.
Well, we look forward to following all of those big races coming up. We go back here to today, though. Race number 4 coming up next, this 6-furlong maiden claiming race. There is Actualize for Charlie Baker, and once again, this 4th race does kick off the pick 6 sequence. Over 91,000 in that pool already with the carryover. And Actualize is making his second start here at Belmont at the Big A. Actually, a relatively quick turnaround, just 15 days off of that 4th place finish last time out.
Yeah, but when Charlie Baker comes back on quick turnarounds, I don't really concern myself with it. He's a really good horseman, very in tune with his horses. Horse takes a drop in class from maiden allowance. And one thing I always say about, there's so many good horsemen that have come out of Finger Lakes over the years. And why is that? Consistently, because they had to learn to deal with lower level horses with different, maybe little physical, problems that they have to get them right. So they're very good judges of horse flesh and where their horses belong.
He's currently 2-1. For more on the rest of this field, let's get a paddock report from Maggie.
Going to take a look at some horses who maybe have some more unexposed form, as we'll start with a first-time starter. Down on the rail is number 1, Genesis 1, that we see David Jacobson picking up for just the $25,000 at the Fasig-Tipton Horses of Racing Age sale back in July, though he was a $330,000 yearling 2 years ago, as he is by Medaglia d'Oro out of an AP Indy mare. He's meant to be gorgeous. And he is. He's a lovely, lovely physical. The Dam only ran once, but he is a half to Carve, who's a graded stakes winner, plus multiple stakes winner, going long on the dirt. And he does show up here going the 6 furlongs. He may, with the pedigree, with the way he's put together, probably went a bit further than this, but also he's pretty heavy. He definitely looks as though a race or two may be needed, and I'm not sure totally focused either, as he is wearing a big cup of nearly full blinkers and just a little bit playful here. So I'll definitely take the wait and see approach with him. As number 3, Sainthood for Brian, switches from turf to dirt out of what is looking like to be a decent maiden special weight, going the 5.5 up at Saratoga in late August. We saw Outlaw Kid come back to win. We saw Java Buzz come back to win too. And this horse automatically switches surfaces. I've got to say, looking at him at least, he does have a bit more of a turf hoof and just a bit more of a turf frame, for the fact too that he also looks like he wants to go longer. So I'm not necessarily sure that sprinting on the dirt is going to be his gig. And furthermore, he just looks as though he still needs to strengthen that top line. He's fit by the looks of things from looking at him from a leanness kind of perspective, but just needs to strengthen and put some more conditioning on. His number 6 is Upper Level. Weirdly, this is his 4th start. I've never seen him before prior to a race, but he is a lovely physical, the son of Midnight Storm, as there is a lot more turf pedigree. So you get why they were on the turf for his last 2 starts, but he ran pretty well from a figure standpoint and from a company standpoint first time out, going the 6.5, and he doesn't have the proverbial turf hoof at all here for Jimmy Jerkins. And 2, Jimmy's horses often look as though they need a start, so I wouldn't be surprised if that first effort indicated that he was just going to move on from it. I like this switch back and drop for this horse. He looks sensational. He's nice and calm. You know, one that has shown that early speed, but he's not getting too revved up prior to this start here. And I think the surface and class relief makes a big difference, Acacia.
All right, Maggie, thank you. Good to hear that he's nice and calm today, because he has not been like that in his previous starts. Upper Level, an intriguing prospect on the drop in class. But as mentioned, this does kick off the pick 6 with that carryover. To help us, we bring in Jonathan Kinchin here with us at JK. First of all, why is it so much more appealing for players to participate in this pick 6 when there is a carryover?
Well, I kind of like to say it's kind of free money. You got to think that the last time we raced yesterday, there was no winners of the pick 6. And so all of that money that was left over comes to today, but you don't have to compete against those other tickets. Those tickets are all dead from the other day. And now it's fresh money, free money. It's kind of a way to reduce the takeout to a certain extent because of that free money in the pool. Pick 6 carryovers, in my opinion, are the greatest opportunity that we have here in racing for horse players and getting started here in this first leg. I'm a little concerned that the 6 Upper Level is so cold on the board. I love this horse in here. In fact, even considered singling in the pick 6 because of that first race that Maggie mentioned. Showed a ton of speed, was impressive that day, just got a little bit tired. And then you've got the 2 races on the turf to kind of help dirty up the form, as it were. And I think that Upper Level getting back on the dirt and getting a little bit of class relief could be tough. And drawn outside of the main competition, another thing I like to see with these types of horses at this level. I like the 6 Upper Level quite a bit, and like I said, my only real concern is the money's not really coming in like I thought it would.
All right, Jonathan, thank you. We'll see how it plays out closer to post. We'll kick off the post parade, Richie, with the number 1 Genesis 1.
Yeah, first-time starter out of a mare that produces 9 foals to race, 8 winners, a couple of stakes winners in there, and very well-bred son of Medaglia d'Oro.
Here is Necromancer, 4-1.
A lot of chances, moves up in company off a good effort last time.
Finished second that day behind Supersonic. Javier Castellano going to be in the saddle. Turf to dirt for the number 3, Sainthood for Brian.
Turf for dirt, dropping in class, taking money.
And I joked with my dad, whose name is Brian, that first time out, this horse should have been named for him with all he puts up with me and my mom and all our rescue horses. Sainthood for Brian for sure. Here's Actualize.
Yeah, horse that, ran well last time for maiden allowance, steady died of maiden allowance, drops in class. Joel Rosario stays put for Charlie Baker.
Here's Grand Again coming up next, a new gelding, new barn.
Yeah, off a layoff, ran well first time out for maiden 50, shows up here for 40.
He's 9-1 right now. As we go to upper level, 7-2. Got some good points from both Maggie and Jonathan.
Yeah, and I agree with their points. I think this horse is going to be double tough. Gets 5-pound break in the weights with Jose Gomez, a nice young rider. You're stealing getting 5 pounds with him.
And to the outside, we have Dorsoduro, who is off of a layoff.
Yeah, off of a layoff, has shown speed at times. Just feels like he's going to have to show a bit more off the layoff, but he's been working steadily and well in Saratoga.
That's the 4th race, Belmont at the Big A. At race 5 at Churchill Downs, meanwhile, is for the 2-year-olds. As we turn the page and head over there, we check in with Paul LaDuca. Paul, what are you seeing from these young horses in this maiden race?
Well, it's a difficult race to start off. The late pick 5 here at Churchill Downs here on a Friday, and 3 of the races are baby races. We have 2-year-old filly maiden special weight races, and then we have a maiden special weight for the Colts and Geldings in the last 2-year-olds. So you have to have your baby information on hand. In this race, right now, Black Forest is taking all the money. He's the horse in here, or she's the horse in here that has run the most, and her last race was very, very good. She ran a nice race, and I like that she's run against full fields. Now, she was behind Wonder Wheel. We know how talented she was. She's behind Bolts and Rainbows, and then Key of Life. Is the 4th start going to really dictate whether she's got second-itis or not? I think we'll find out today. Now, Nomadic Pride for Tom Amos. He had a first-time starter by Into Mischief. Got bet from 8-1 even money on Sunday and jogged. This horse is getting buried at the windows down to 2-1. Same old combination here of Edgar Morales and Tommy Amos. The one that's a little bit chilly on the board is the Brad Cox runner. He's going to have a lot to do with the say of this pick 5 because in the last he has a runner as well. And you never really know because, he had one yesterday that was a little bit chilly and one. He's saddling his horse today, Malibu Toast, but it's not really taking a ton of money on the board. I thought the sneak horse in here was the 8 on the outside. That horse should not be 10-1. I think that will come down a little bit. The 2 dirt races are okay in here. I do think the 6 is live, but I'm going to stick with the 2 Black Forest, the most experienced horse. I think that's run some winning races, just ran into some better horses.
All right, Paul, thank you. Black Forest with plenty of early speed as well. 2-1 right now, as is the number 6, Nomadic Pride, first-time starter for Tom Amos. That's the 5th at Churchill Downs. More on that in a moment. Back at Belmont at the Big A, we get ready for race number 4. That is, look, we saw the field as we take a look at the number 4, Actualize, who does take a drop in class for Charlie Baker. And this horse showed a lot of speed last time as well, off of a little bit of a freshening. The other one was going, the other top runners were going better, but this horse did show speed off of a freshening.
Yeah, he did. And when he runs his best races, he is forward. He puts himself in the game. Now, he did come off a layoff last time. I expected more from him last time. And I just didn't see the same kind of exuberance. Yeah, he showed speed, but was it the kind of speed he showed earlier in his career? Go back to his 3rd start when he was in front 22-145, and he was aggressive in the bridle. I didn't see that horse last time. Now, maybe he just needed to shake some ring rust off. I just have a hard time taking him at 2-1 when I have a lighter raced horse towards the outside that I like better and I think possesses more natural speed.
Well, for more on these horses on the track, let's go back to Maggie.
I think we all are on the same page and on the same horse here with upper level because the more I watched Actualize, who on paper I totally get can win, but actually the quick turnaround for this horse concerns me a bit. This is a horse that going back to last year in which, or I should say the beginning of this year, don't forget Charlie Baker did pick him up for 40, so he's dropping back into the level he was claimed at, but just had that big hind end, really strong and developed, and today he looks light, and it's as if his hind end is kind of wilted away a bit. And furthermore, Joel Rosario has kept him moving, and he has come out of it a little bit, but he just took quite a while to warm up here. So at a short price, it's just pushed me even more so onto upper level. But granted, Actualize has speed, but so does upper level. It could set up for somebody to come from off of it, Acacia.
All right, Maggie, thank you. Actualize currently 9-5. Maybe some questions as we take a look at upper level. And ironically enough, as Maggie said, I've actually been in the paddock for all 3 of his races so far. And this was a horse that was so tough to handle first time out. Back in the paddock, really acting up a lot after they put the tack on, even last time out, trying to rear up and throw his rider behind the gate. And in that debut, he faced St. Tappet and Golden Alchemist, who at the time seemed like horses with a tremendous amount of talent, and didn't think that he made a poor account of himself in that lone dirt start.
No, he didn't, and you can understand why they jumped to the turf, though. I mean, Lavender Sky certainly accomplished on the turf, and you could see the thought process behind it. I like him getting back to the dirt. I always saw a dirt horse. He kind of has that more relentless kind of put his head down and run through a brick wall style, as opposed to a horse that kind of quicken, which is what your best turf horses have the capability of.
And it just seems like mentally he's come along too. And for a young horse that's inexperienced, just making his 4th start now and his only 2nd start on dirt, to see that mental progression sometimes is even more valuable than any sort of big physical change.
Well, they go one of 2 ways, right? Either they get better and they settle in and they mature and they get kind of cool with everything, or they continue to become difficult to handle and hard-headed and nervous. He looks, to me, the best I've ever seen him look on the racetrack right now.
I want to remind everybody, too, Sunday morning from 9:30 to 10:30 a.m. Eastern, you can watch coverage on Fox Sports 2 of the Prix de l'Arc de Triomphe, France's premier race. In fact, one of the premier races in the world. Tune in on FS2. You can also head over to Naira Bets and get free pass performances from that race as well. Take a big opportunity to watch some terrific racehorses, as we'll get a chance to see coverage of the Arc Sunday morning. Back here today, race 4, Belmont at the Big A. Here's the number 2, Necromancer. Raced for $20,000 last time out. Was last early last time and kind of came up the inside. I thought it actually ran okay, finishing 2nd. This is a jump up in class, though.
Yeah, he ran well, and I definitely can't knock the race, but kind of something I alluded to earlier. When I'm looking at horses that have more starts and I'm leaning towards a horse with less starts, I'm always going to go to the horse with less starts. I just, if they're even close in my mind, I want the horse that has more upside, a horse that hasn't had as many excuses, if you will.
2-1 right now on the number 4, Actualized, co-favorite as well with upper level, the number 2. Necromancer currently 4-1 as we do get ready to kick off this pick 6, 200,000 in the pool already, and a fun opportunity, as Jonathan said. It's like you're playing with some free money, so there's nothing wrong with that. Hopefully you're taking part of the sequence. Good luck if you're playing. We always appreciate all of the support of our product here at Belmont at the Big A. We're about 4 minutes to post for the 5th race at Churchill Downs. That will be a 2-year-old filly race sprinting on the main track in that maiden special weight. We heard some notes from Paul Duca on that field, so stay tuned for that coming up momentarily as well. But horses approaching the starting gate for the 4th race, Belmont at the Big A. The number 1, Genesis 1, a first-time starter for David Jacobson, and hearing from Maggie, likely needs a starter too, and does come in here off that horses of racing age purchase, but it's a very strong pedigree as well. Perhaps an interesting one maybe to watch moving forward.
Yeah, as successful as David Jacobson's been over the years, it's usually with horses that have had established form, horses that he claims, horses that have been racing. I haven't seen quite the same from him with first-time starters. Now, that doesn't mean he can't win with first-time starters. It's just he kind of forged his reputation as a trainer that did it with horses that had already had foundation.
2-1 on the number 4, Actualized. Some questions about him, and it could be interesting as far as how the pace does shake out with upper level having some speed as well. It does seem like that horse has a little bit more blue sky going back to just his 2nd start on the main track. We get ready to kick off the pick 6 sequence here in the 4th at Belmont at the Big A. Send it up to the voice of New York Racing, John Embriel, with the call.
Waiting for Grand again, upper level, and Dorso Duro. They're in the gate. And they're off. Awkward beginning there for number 3, St. Hood for Brian, and he trails the field. Out first is Upper Level, but Upper Level quickly challenged here by Actualize down at the rail. Upper Level by a head. Actualize right there in second, and Grand again is a close third. Far outside is Dorso Duro in fourth. Then it's 7 lengths. Back to Necromancer in fifth, followed by Jennison 1 and St. Hood for Brian. The quarter went in 23 and 1/5 seconds. Upper Level is the leader midway on the turn with Dorso Duro on the outside. There goes Necromancer, who is gaining ground. Necromancer moving up now and takes second. Actualizes in third. With Dorso Duro now back running in fourth, and Grand again has dropped out of it. Passed there by St. Hood for Brian and Genesis 1. The field is in the stretch, and here comes Necromancer on the outside of Upper Level. Upper Level and Necromancer. The others are far back. It is Necromancer who has the lead. Upper Level down on the inside and racing in second. They come on for the finish, and it is graduation day for Necromancer and Javier Castellano aboard. Upper Level was second. St. Hood for Brian finished third.
Well, start number 10 was the lucky one for number 2, Necromancer. Tipped out and was closing strong, able to run down the pace setter Upper Level.
Picked him up about the 3.5, and I said, who's this moving with 2 armfuls of horse? And then he tipped out from behind horses, and it was Necromancer moving up in company. Good job by Bruce Savine, spotting that his horse was improving at the right time.
Race 5 at Churchill Downs. 2-year-old fillies moving towards the gate. Nomadic Pride, that first-time starter for Tom Amos. The half-sister to Grade 3 winner, run one-liner, Grade 1 place Provocateur. There's a nice pedigree on this one.
Yeah, nice pedigree and taking the money. Usually a heads up that a first-time starter's been training well, and we know one thing about Tom Amos. Knows how to get them ready.
Paul mentioned the number 2, Black Forest, a filly with some foundation. 3 seconds so far for Fausto Gutierrez. We'll see if she shows speed yet again. Race 5 from Churchill. Here's Travis Stone.
They're in the gate. And they're off. Black Forest comes blasting out of there, and Tell Me When with speed as well. And these two matching strides early, both keyed up. Tell Me When on the outside, Black Forest tugging at Martin Garcia. They are head and head for the lead. Malibu Toast comes on to grab third inside of Rocket City, who's out in fourth. Valiant Praise losing ground fifth. Nomadic Pride comes away sixth. Optimize Me to that one's inside seventh. 5 lengths back to Rhyme Money the trailer. And they went through that opening quarter in 22 seconds flat. Black Forest rests a narrow lead away. Tell Me When is keeping pace. They knock heads round the far turn. Malibu Toast comes off the rail and is coming on. And farther back, Nomadic Pride is finding her best stride, but she's forced to go wide. Rocket City cut the corner. Valiant Praise is there too. Top of the stretch, Tell Me When. Up for a short lead, Black Forest fights on. Malibu Toast hanging tough with them. These three across the track. Valiant Praise continues to rally. Now fourth and closing in quickly. Malibu Toast comes away with the lead. Tell Me When. Valiant Praise. These three to the wire. Tell Me When. A re-rally up the rail, got a good bob. I'm going to call it tight, but Tell Me When, look at it, got it. Malibu Toast was there. Valiant Praise was as well. Nomadic Pride late on the scene with Black Forest and Rocket City.
Tell Me When on the inside. You heard Paul earlier say that this horse should not be the price that she was for a very capable trainer in Tim Ham going back to the dirt. She was game on the rail and looked like she got up in time to get her nose down in the red cap.
Yeah, talk about battling for it. It looked like she was going to be third at one point and just refused to yield, just kept fighting for it. Got to give her a lot of credit, showed a lot of heart there.
Back at Belmont at the Big A, it was indeed graduation day for Necromancer, stepping up in class for Bruce Levine to kick off the pick 6 at 9-2. Hope that you had it and you're still alive after the first leg. We'll bring you prices and more after this break on America's Day at the Races.
Every hair, every muscle, every contour, every pulse. In the juvenile.
Essential quality have won.
In the Belmont.
Essential quality has won the Belmont Stakes.
Well named.
You're watching America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 2 and our regional networks. Glad to have you with us as we owe you some prices from both Belmont at the Big A and Churchill Downs. Here in New York, in race number 4, we kicked off the pick 6 with a little bit of an upset, 9-2 on the number 2 Necromancer. Javier Castellano with plenty of horse as he was able to run down the number 6 upper level.
Yeah, you could see early on going to the far turn that Javier had a lot of horse, tipped out in the clear, made Necromancer wait, turned for home, asked him for his best, and kicked on. Bruce Levine understood his horse warranted a confident jump in class. Necromancer paid $11.40.
Hope you had him in the first leg of the pick 6 with that carryover. Went over 200, well over 200,000 in that pool, which did kick off in that 4th race. And if you're out late, pick 5 comes up in this next race as we take a look at the field for race number 5, 6.5 furlongs on the main track. And St. Selby currently is 7-5 on the board. Plenty of speed coming out of a 3rd place finish in the John Morrissey. Back at Churchill Downs, race number 5 in the books for the 2-year-old Phillies. And it was a pretty game performance from the top 3 finishers. Eventually, the number 8, Tell Me When, who got some good notes from Paul. She was very resilient down inside for trainer Tim Ham.
Tell Me When, she didn't have enough. She kept coming back for more and just refused to lose. A very game performance by this daughter of midshipman at $22.76. Always find it odd.
I know, it's taking some getting used to for sure. 8-1-5 in the 5th at Churchill Downs. The next race at Churchill will be a 1.125 mile allowance race. A good one coming up in that next race is, you know what that means? It's time for us to say goodbye.
That was a sprint.
I know.
5.5 on the turf.
5.5 on the turf. We had the marathon 2 miles yesterday. Taking a look at the field for the 6th race at Churchill Downs. Again, going 1 1/8 miles on the main track for 3-year-olds and upward. Here's a look at the field. It's a good one coming up, so stay tuned. We're leaving you in very capable hands. Paula Duca and Maggie Wolfendale sticking around as Greg Wolf and Andy Serling coming up on the set to take you the rest of the way. Richie, we've got a big day to look forward to tomorrow. What greatest stakes race are you most excited for?
I think the Champagne. I'm always about the 2-year-olds, always, the future and seeing what the future holds. And I think we've got a good addition. Hopefully the weather cooperates with us.
Absolutely. Well, stay with us here for a lot more live racing to come on America's Day at the Races. Thanks for joining us. More after this break. Greg Wolf coming up on the desk. Gotta go catch my train. Time to head out. Live look at the A train coming over to the Big A. See you on the other side of this break on America's Day at the Races.
Warfront. On the racetrack, his accomplishments included this victory in the Vanderbilt at Saratoga.
It will be Warfront to win it by 2.5 lengths.
Now this son of Danzig ranks among the world's elite sires. With over 100 stakes winners, Warfront's progeny includes some of the world's most talented runners, both at home and abroad. Ranked #1 by percentage of lifetime stakes winners, graded stakes winners, and Grade 1 winners. Warfront, standing at Claiborne Farm.
If you're looking into racing partnerships, you should know they're not all the same. When you partner with Bond Racing Stables, you become a member of a growing family of racing enthusiasts, all guided by 3 generations of experience in thoroughbred breeding, training, and racing. Share in the excitement at Saratoga and Belmont Park, where we've graced the winner's circle with winners like Giacosa, who was bred, born, and raised here at our Song Hill Farm. Get more than just a partnership. Become a member of the Bond Racing family. 3 generations of thoroughbred excellence.
Stay fabulous. Resorts World.
Now more than ever, it's time to get with the program. When shopping for your next race prospect, consider that New York Reds start with an advantage. Our New York Reds run for serious green. At Saratoga Race Meet, New York bred maidens run for up to $88,000. New York bred allowance horses run for up to $100,000. And New York bred owners can collect awards of up to $20,000 per horse per race. So get back with the program. Seriously.
The head of the stretch, it's the Slew by 2. Then Exceller in second by 3.5. It's Phrasing, Wise, Phillip, and Great Contractor. In the stretch, Seattle Slew trying to hold on to a 3-length lead. Exceller drives to the inside, holding second by 6. Great Contractor is picking up some ground, but they've still got the Slew in front. He has 3 as they come to the wire.
Seattle Slew, 1978. Woodward. What a performance from the Triple Crown champion. As we get set for potentially more fireworks coming up this Saturday.
That race, Greg, because in that race he was able to set his own pace. And Exceller finished second there. And of course, they met in the Jockey Club Gold Cup. It was that polar opposite crazy race where the 2 runoffs caused Seattle Slew to go so fast. Not Seattle Slew's last win, though. Last win right here at the beautiful Big A.
And we're going to have, Woodward at the Big A.
Yeah.
On Saturday, and Life is Good, a 1-9 morning line favorite. Some notable Woodward winners. Still looks strange seeing Rachel Alexander's name up there beating older males as a 3-year-old filly back in 2009. Holy bull, easy goer. Look at that.
Let me ask you, is there a horse in there that's not a Hall of Famer? I don't know if Sword Dancer, he probably is in the Hall of Fame. I mean, obviously the others. Damascus beat 2 Hall of Famers in Dr. Fager and Buck Passer. Maybe the greatest, one of the greatest races ever run anywhere.
If Life is Good does not go on to win the Classic, what's his case for the Hall of Fame?
That's a really good question, Greg. I mean, he does have the win in the Breeders' Cup Mile, so I guess that helps. That's an interesting question. I don't know. I'd have to really think about it. It's probably a favorite to be in the Hall of Fame. Does that make sense?
You think so?
I don't know. It's hard. It's a great question.
First steps first. Obviously, huge favorite. Final start before the Breeders' Cup Classic in that showdown with Flightline. It does not look like anything is going to stand in his way tomorrow.
No, I think he's a much more likely winner of that race than Flightline is the Breeders' Cup Classic, despite what people think. You know, I understand people look at the small fields and these things, and I understand. But there are a lot of races to bet during the course of a day, a week, a month, a year. And I for one, like seeing horses like Life is Good running. And yeah, I'd love to see a 9-horse field where the favorite was 7-2 and we could bet and then hopefully cash.
Yeah.
Maybe I wish Life is Good had run against nobody and I lost money, but I think we're thrilled to see the good horses.
This card is terrific today. Late Pick 5 starts here coming up. Belmont at the Big A. We begin the Late Pick 5 sequence with a 6.5 furlong sprint. You're looking at Swift Sure, who is a little intriguing, but St. Selby, the question with him, he has the rail, he is quick, he's in great form. Is he going to get pressured? Can he get loose on the lead?
He's supposed to be loose. He's too fast for the likes of Senbei and Happy Farm. I thought the only horse that could beat him was the 2 Stage Left. I picked him because he has that fast race 2 back. But St. Selby's a lot of people's singles. I don't know about you, though, Greg. If I had played this pick 6, unfortunately I didn't, I'd already be dead. I could never have used the fourth winner.
I would be out as well. I like the Jimmy Jerkins horse a lot. Did not happen. Let's head downstairs. Maggie Wolfendale has more here on the 5th from Belmont at the Big A.
Greg, I feel like we all liked the Jimmy Jerkins horse in the last race, but let's take a look, though, at this field. You always got to turn the page in horse racing. As, yes, St. Selby, much to horse to beat, have absolutely no problems with him here in the paddock whatsoever. But let's take a look at a horse who could potentially be forward as well, and that is number 3 in here, Swift Sure. First off the claim for Horacio de Paz. This is the first time I'm seeing this horse. Was not in the paddock for his 2 Saratoga efforts. But he's very good looking. He's a very attractive horse. I love what I'm seeing from him from the physical sense of things. But he does add those front wraps for his first start here for Horacio. And 2, just watching his races, he feels like a horse that doesn't love to pass other horses, that he's best when he can control. And furthermore, he's quite chilly on the board at 9-1. But for overall, you could not ask a horse to look any better than what Swift Sure does. As we'll move on to number 4, Senbei. He comes out of a stake race at Monmouth in which they went very fast, and he did not have the pleasure of being able to control, which we did not see a great performance from him, as he is another one that feels as though he needs the control. But at least he's outside a St. Selby. We'll see what he can do with this post position. I really like the maturation that I've seen from this horse, mentally and physically. I was kind of under the impression that possibly when he came back as a 3-year-old that he wouldn't go on because he was such a precocious 2-year-old, and a lot of times that does happen with horses. They're good for that first year and then they can't really go on with it. Well, physically at least he has. He's gotten longer, he's gotten more athletic in his frame, and while he was a bad actor for several of his first starts, he's so nice and calm and collected here today. Really looks a picture for Christophe Clement. I just don't know what kind of trip he pulls. As Happy Farm, he has shown that he can sit and wait and pounce. He's a horse that does not have good feet. There really isn't much hoof wall whatsoever with him. But I did notice that Mike Maselli and his crew do put glue-ons on him, which this is the best I've seen his feet look. And the best I've seen him walk around a paddock. I don't love that he couldn't get past Greeley and Ben, but then again, Greeley and Ben is a win machine, Greg, as we did see Big Engine also come back to win. So I'm more on the positive end of the spectrum with Happy Farm, first off the claim.
4-1, there he is. He's been around for a while. He's won a lot of races, 12 wins, 11 seconds, over $700,000 in earnings for Happy Farm. See if he can maintain that form going to a new barn here.
Yeah, he's going to beat me. I get that he's got races that can win it. I don't really like him in this spot off the claim. It's interesting that Senbei's taking a lot of money, but I guess he figures too. He is stake-faced, but I know he won a race rating, but he was 3-5 that day running at Finger Lakes. And I just wonder if he's a better horse when he can get to the front end. And I also don't quite know if he's good enough. I think to be honest with you, he's the underlay here at 3-1.
I'm with you.
Yeah, I mean, I'm going to try the 2 to win. I'm going to bet a 1-2. I'm surprised that the 1 is 9-5 and not even money, aren't you? Or 6-5?
I have concerns that he might take some pressure, but I thought he was definitely the horse to beat. I like him a lot in here. As an outsider, I thought Swiftsure is a horse that could move up. And he's 8-1 right now. But I'm with you. I think the 4 is getting a little overbet. St. Selby, a lot to like. Can he break? You would expect he could under Kenner Carmouche. He'd get to the front and go gate to wire. Last time he went 6.5, he was dominant at Belmont. We'll be back.
Here comes Malathon. Here comes Clariere on the outside. They're coming to the finish, and it's going to be Clariere. Nest, much the best. She won by better than 10 lengths. Cody's Wish on the outside. Cody's Wish with the upset in the Fargo. Malathon grabs the lead in deep stretch, and Malathon has won the Personal Ensign Stakes.
Curling, the classic sire.
Back on America's Day of the Races on FS2, regional networks out in Southern California. Thanks for being with us on this Friday coverage from Belmont at the Big A and Churchill Downs as we see Riders Up. Wouldn't I do that well?
I really think that's in your future, Greg. I don't really to just do Riders Up once.
I would love to do it. It's on
You
my
know,
bucket
you
list.
work at the racetrack. You're sort of a big mocker. We might be able to make that happen.
Make it happen
There's a
for me.
10-claimer this winter with your name all over it, Greg.
This is stage left, and this was just a dominant win at Saratoga.
I guess the question sort of is where to come from, because it's somewhat dichotomous, but I'm going to hope that we see a similar performance. And to me, that was one of the only performances on the paper here that I think reasonably you could think you could beat St. Shelby.
Here's the speedster from the rail, St. Shelby for Rob Atras.
Obviously going to just come gunning out there, and if he runs any of his last 3 races, he's way the horse to beat.
Horse we just showed you, impressive at Saratoga. Eric Cancel back aboard.
I'm going to hope he can get away. Last time out, the inside got kind of good. Mexican Wonder Boy ran off. He was chasing outside. I'm hoping that this track is much fairer, as it seems to be playing that way.
Swiftsure off the claim, Horacio De Paz.
Yeah, De Paz's numbers off the claim not that good. Just 2 for 25 overall and 2 for 18 on the dirt. I thought he'd have to improve. These horses might be tougher.
The well-named Senbei. Trained by Christophe
You don't
Clement.
by any chance know who named this horse, do you?
Acacia Clement.
That's right. I've heard that. We'll see if he can be successful rating, because it's hard to see him getting a lead from St. Selby if that one breaks.
Synthesis. At 5-1, here is the 5 of Rad Ortiz Jr.
Yeah, I mean, he ran in some decent races in California. He'd have to run better, though, than he ran at Penn National last time out.
And Happy Farm, we talked about all his wins. He just missed by a neck, is an odds-on favorite at Saratoga.
I mean, he's sort of a remarkable horse with 23 firsts and seconds and 34 career starts, but I'm going to let him beat me in this race off the claim.
Big 5 pool, just shy of $240,000 and growing. No better time to go to Jonathan Kinchin and get his thoughts on how we play this sequence. JK.
Hello, Wolfie. Hello, Andy. I feel like this race, and I don't like to say this because it never happens, but I feel like the type of race that could potentially fall apart. St. Selby on the inside, very fast. Sinbei obviously has always shown a lot of speed. It just feels like there's a lot of speed in here. And I know it's sometimes it can be looked at as kind of a silly idea, but I've always felt like 6.5 dirt races fall apart more than any other race in racing because we run so many races at 6 furlongs. I just sometimes feel like the riders at 6.5, they just kind of treat it the same way. And Richie Migliori's even told me before that he never really thought about it that way. He just treated them all kind of the same, 6.5. I feel like the pace should be quick enough in here with some front runner types, and I'm going to go with the 2-stage left. I don't love this horse on paper, but I love the style for this race. I just feel like this horse will kind of take back, fall back away from there, should be able to save ground on the turn, and Eric's just got to time it right to try to run down these horses that I just feel like are probably better at 6 furlongs and have a lot of speed and a lot of other speed to deal with. Look, trust me, Stage left is not this closer that I absolutely love. I wish there was one in here that I could really, really lean on. I just feel like this horse is going to get the right trip against this group, who I feel like will be getting a little bit late around the 16th pole.
All right, Jonathan, thanks. Interesting take on this 6.5 furlong sprint. Last time St. Selby went 6.5, he obviously got loose on the lead.
Right.
And he dominated.
It'll be interesting to see because Senbei's in that spot where if he doesn't go, how is he going to run down St. Selby unless that one just fails to show up? But if he does go, he's got to deal with St. Selby. Interesting question. I just wonder if St. Selby, if Senbei's good enough. I think he's got to improve. I would have said he was, based on form in May, routine improvement, 3-year-old, could get his figs in the 90s. But his last race bothers me a little bit. To be fair, though, it was out of town, and maybe he'll run better in New York.
And look, just figure-wise, just being honest, he needs to move forward.
Yeah, he does.
With this
yep,
group.
He does.
The thing that pops out to me with Senbei, they worked him 3 furlongs, September 26th. So bullet drill, maybe trying to ensure that he shows that speed again, because that's how he's got to win, and that could hamper the one. Let's go down to Maggie.
I think that the one in here, St. Selby, is, at least by judging with warm-ups and just overall form, I think he's fastest of this group, but he does have to deal with the inside post position. Sometimes, you will catch them out and they'll break flat-footed, having had to stand in the gate for as long. But talking about the horse that Jonathan likes, and I get it, I kind of saw this race the same way, that it looks as though it's going to possibly heat up and melt down. Stage left looks to be the right one to take. And last time up at Saratoga, he was wired by Mexican Wonder Boy and the beaten favorite. Yes, I do feel as though that race 2 back, it's a little bit of an outlier in his form, but furthermore, I didn't love the way he was warming up in his last start. And maybe it was just a track or what have you. He just didn't look as good as what he does today. And I don't know, sometimes horses change from race to race. Sometimes they like certain tracks better than others, but just a better impression overall from stage left this time around. But Greg, I'm going to try with the horse that has shown that he doesn't need the lead to necessarily win and could be sitting just off of it to be able to make that first move. And that's number 6, Happy Farm. Like I said, looking better than what I've seen from him in the past. And as you pointed out, I love a horse who knows his way to the winner's circle.
Yeah, looking for number 13 in his career to get his picture taken. The 8-year-old, who still is in extremely sharp form, is stepping up off a defeat at 3-5, but he still ran a figure that puts him right in the mix with this group.
Yeah, I mean, I agree. And Greeley and Ben, as we know, is that incredibly prolific winning horse. But still, we'll see. It is a barn that has not been winning a lot of races lately off the claim, and that worries me a little bit, because it's a barn that can win a lot of races, but lately they've been a little bit cold.
Even money public believing St. Selby, this one here, is going to be gone and will not get beat. 4-for-7 record, 2-for-2 at Aqueduct. Let's take a look at him in action. This was back in the John Morrissey stakes race against New York Breds. Against, what do you think now?
Yeah, and Reggae Music Man sort of found his good form again and ran second at a huge, huge price. This race, to be honest with you, it worries me a little bit. I thought he should have won this day. No, he still ran a 90 buyer figure, but I still thought, you know, a little worried. Now, Rob Atras' horses weren't running as well, but a lot of these colder barns back at Saratoga, their horses have been running again back at Aqueduct. So, you know, Atras has been winning some races. He's already won a couple of races, and it feels like whatever was going on with, you know, these barns not winning as much, they're winning more at Aqueduct. Or Belmont at the Big A, excuse me.
Thank you. I
know, I want to see how upset you were by that.
2 in a row before that defeat, trying to win his third in his last 4 starts, and even money on the board as we get set for the late pick 5 sequence. 6.5 furlongs here in this allowance optional claiming field. Let's go upstairs. John Imbrial to kick things off.
And Happy Farm. Set for the start of race 5. And they're off. It is Swift Shore, St. Selby quickly moving up on the inside to take over the lead. St. Selby with a head in front. Swift Shore is right there. Happy Farm on the outside. A close-up third. Stage Left is next in fourth, followed by Zenbei and Synthesis up the backstretch. St. Selby, the favorite, leads by a half length, with Swift Shore running in second. Far outside is Synthesis, next in third through a quarter in 23 and 1/5 seconds. St. Selby is the leader here by a full length. Swift Shore and Synthesis, they're right together, second and third. Stage Left down on the inside in fourth, followed by Happy Farm. Now it's a big break back to Senbei, who trails the field in sixth. The leader is still St. Selby. St. Selby now by a little more than a length, with Swift Shore, Stage Left, and Synthesis all giving chase. Happy Farm will be widest of all into the stretch, the half in 46 and 2. Stage Left is rallying down at the rail. Stage Left with a narrow lead. Far outside, here comes Happy Farm, and here comes Synthesis, and Swift Shore is right there. Now a 16th to the finish. It is Happy Farm and Synthesis, and the two of them come on to the finish together, and it is a very tight finish. Was it Synthesis on the inside or Happy Farm on the outside? Another photo.
Photo finish to kick off this late pick 5. Synthesis, Arad Ortiz Jr., the 5, and the 6, Happy Farm with Dylan Davis, maybe the 5. What'd you think?
Feels like the 5 Synthesis got it done. We'll wait for the end here, and we'll watch it again right now. But, you know, this pick 6 was not easy going in. It just got a lot tougher. I mean, the first winner wasn't easy. A lot of people, I'm sure, worked. I mean, St. Selby was the shortest price in this card, so he was the biggest single. This horse wins, and it's interesting. This horse is 8-1, and I'm not saying I would have bet this horse. I didn't like this horse at all. I think this might be Jacobson's first start coming back. I was talking with Irad Ortiz earlier today just about how overbet a lot of the horses he rides, and he didn't disagree. But I think it might be his first in New York.
Oh, okay.
I'm not sure. He might have won a race in Saratoga. Think so?
I believe he did.
Yeah, you're probably right.
It has been posted, by the way. It is Synthesis, 8-1, 5-6, 3-2. We're back at Churchill, race 6. Let's check in with Paul Duca.
Yeah, guys, we got a mile and 1/8 optional claimer here at Churchill Downs. A very, very salty field. I'm going to start with the 5 in here in Roderick, because I think this is the horse that they're all going to have to catch. When you look at the outside horse in here, 11 Central for Paulo Lobo, I tell you what, I mean, the reason why he is the lowest in the will pays, he is a specimen of an animal. He is very, very big. He looks like he is going to get every bit of this mile and 1/8 distance. The issue is going to be here is that I don't think he's going to get to the front end. Roderick's just way faster. And you look at the 4 and the 6 in here, Clayton the Lionheart and Pikachu. Clayton the Lionheart ran his best race he's ever run in his last start. He's 0 for 13 over the main track here at Churchill Downs. I cannot take it 5-2. Pikachu put the blinkers on last time, and it worked. Lifetime best. At age 7, can this horse bounce back? It's incredible to me that the 2 Digital is 9-2. This horse has ran back-to-back good numbers, ran down the 7 on the square. I get it, got a pretty good trip that day, but might get a similar trip considering he's getting the inside and he's been wide most of the way. I think 9-2 on Digital is a generous price.
Paulie, I'm with you. I mean, this horse just paired up numbers on thoroughgraphs and looks like he's going to take a huge move forward. The problem is the distance. He went 1.1 miles twice in his career. It was early on, though, 4th and 5th starts of his career. Risen Star in the Oaklawn, his first 2 races in Stakes Company. So maybe you could forgive those, and maybe he can handle the distance. But it's a question mark at this point.
Yeah, I mean, you get 1.16 miles, and I think at 9-2 you're getting paid. To me, the 4 is the one I would bet against. It seemed as well as Phil Bauer's horses were running up in Saratoga, they aren't running necessarily as well when they've come down to Churchill. So I'm against Kate and Lionheart in here. I'm going to box 2-7.
Yeah, that was matching the best race he'd ever run in his career, the 4-horse that had come at Saratoga the year prior. We are set for the 6th start of the Pick 4. Let's go to Travis Stone.
In the gate. And they're off. And it's Roderick who races for the lead. 11 Central from the outside post is going to come on to challenge early. And indeed, these two hook up bias the first time. 11 Central short lead. Roderick keeping pace 1-2 to the turn. Pikachu tucks in behind to be third. Another 2 from there back to Digital, who's out racing 4th. Single file up top. Major General toward the rail 5th early. Clayton the Lionheart comes away 6th. The early trailer is Palazzi. That opening quarter was sharp. 23-1, and now they try and back down the pace as they turn to the backstretch run. 11 Central on top, reserved while there. Roderick, mild pressure, also on a hold in second. Pikachu tucked away toward the rail 3rd. Digital keeping pace with them 4th, only 2 lengths off the lead. Major General 2 lengths farther back in 5th. Clayton the Lionheart is joined at the back by Palazzi. They are 6 lengths behind an opening half in 47-4. So they're on to the far turn now. And 11 Central is trying to hold on to that lead. Roderick is right there, and these two continue their battle heading for the quarter pole. Digital looming to their outside 3rd. Pikachu down inside 4th. Major General set down for the dry 5th. Clayton the Lionheart with 6 lengths to make up. They're off the turn into the stretch. Roderick in between 11 Central. Here's Digital, and Digital has swept to the front decisively and opens up by 2. But with that, 11 Central's going to fight on. Roderick gives way. Final 16th. Digital trying to fend off the re-rally of 11 Central, who's re-rallying indeed. Maybe. 11 Central would not be denied. Digital's right there. Major General farther back. Clayton the Lionheart was 4th.
11 Central Digital, the 7, the 2. We've had a couple of photo finishes here, both at Belmont on the Big A and now here at Churchill. What do you think here?
Very game performance. It does feel like the 7 narrowly as Travis Stone went. As we go to the wire, this was a weird one. There were no head bobs, right? They were almost synchronized. And, I mean, very good ride by Corrales, getting the front, doing what he had to do in a quick first quarter, but backing it down. And I got to tell you, as I said before, I boxed 2-7 in the race. I was sort of praying the 7 could somehow hold second top of the stretch because your 2 Digital looked like a winner, but you were right. He couldn't finish at 1.1 miles. He ran a winning race, but he had the race won if it was 1 1/16 miles or even a mile.
Paolo Lobo, Gerardo Corrales, it looks like indeed the 7-11 Central does get this victory. Out-dueling a horse who finished ahead of him, but at 1 1/16 miles last time out.
Yeah, it just, I don't think it was, he didn't fall apart, but I think that move of his, because he didn't move too soon. He got a very, very good ride in this race. He simply didn't finish because he got there. I mean, he looked home, and he just couldn't quite get there.
Every chance to go by.
Yeah, absolutely.
And it is the 7.
Clayton the Lionheart is another horse that Bauer had that ran so well. Now, he did win the stake, played hard. She won that stake earlier and ran very, very well. But Clayton Lionheart also, he didn't have such good form. It feels like Bauer came to Saratoga on a mission, and some of these horses just are bouncing.
An outlier, that performance, right, from Clayton the Lionheart. 11 Central, out-dueling Digital for the victory here. Paolo Lobo, OXO Equine, and this horse now 3 for 6 in his career. We're going to take a timeout. We got a big 2-year-old prep coming up for the Breeders' Cup Juvenile. Gulfport, the Bashford Manor winner. And Andiamo Firenze, the brother to Firenze Fire, ready to square off on Saturday.
Yes, there's family. If we say La Troyenne, you'll get the picture. And of course, form. G1 this.
A breathtaking run.
G1 that.
Dig down deep to win it.
But take a long, steady look, and the word that most likely springs to mind is fantastic. Maxfield. Family. Form. Physique. Fantastic.
We take pride in what we do.
I'm an assistant trainer.
Carpenter.
I'm a peace officer.
I'm a jockey.
I'm a gardener.
I'm a groom. I love what I do.
We are New York Racing. New York Racing helps support my small business.
It's extremely important to the New York economy.
This is like a big family.
We are New York Horse Racing.
Eclipse champion Run Happy, the #1 second crop dirt sire of last year, is back and showing a new dimension with winners on turf, dirt, and all weather.
Tabalina's really shouldered all the responsibility. What a deserved victory. Most impressive. Tabaline by 3 1/4.
Somebody's Problem is on her way to winning the Prairie Meadows Debutante. Somebody's Problem by 2.5, 3.
Run Happy, price for value, and standing strong at Claiborne Farm.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Races. Thanks for being with us as we get set for a huge weekend coming up. And very good cards today, both at Churchill and at Belmont at the Big A. It's brought to you in part by Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual unusually well. 11 Central. He's now won 3 of his 6 career starts for Paolo Lobo at OXO Equine.
Yeah, he's gotten to be good form. He had lost to Digital last time, but that was a mile and a 16th. And in this one, they were able to secure the lead. And he was very game coming back in a mile and an 1/8 here. Good performance by both of these horses. You know, it's hard. You don't want to be too hard on Digital, and I think you and I agree on this. It's not that he didn't quite get the mile and 1/8, but he didn't get as effectively as he got a mile and a 16th. Because it feels like it was a mile and a 16th. He probably would have won.
So close. $7.66 for the victory, and that $2 exact at $28.58. Pick 3. Over $140 for $1. So that one in the books. Back to New York. Start of the late pick 5, second leg of the pick 6. That began with an upset at 9-2, I believe. Synthesis here at 8-1.
No, this is a very hard start to what is a very complicated pick 6 to begin with. They bet just under $218,000, which is very, very close to 5 times. It was 44 and change. I think 223 would have been 5 times. Not an easy horse to have. And when you look at this sequence and you think, where would people lean? Well, St. Selby's the biggest lean because I don't think anybody else is going to be even money in this sequence. Do you? I mean, this is a tough sequence.
I'm still trying to find him after he won, and I still can't make a case.
I guess, well, here's the argument, okay? I'll make it. I'm not saying you don't like St. Selby and you don't like Senbei at all. And then suddenly it's a much different race. Now, I didn't really like Senbei, but I thought St. Selby was the horse to beat. He finished last. They finished last, second last. I just think it's a situation where horses didn't show up. Now, we have seen outside closers do very well yesterday and now today on the main track. And we ran 6 dirt races yesterday. I didn't think the rail was bad yesterday. I'm beginning to wonder a little bit if it's bad because the way the 2 moved inside and then just completely and totally stopped makes you wonder a little bit, but maybe the 2 can't really run anymore and the whole thing was an illusion.
Time for our Spendthrift Farm 2-year-old race of the day coming up, and at 6 furlongs, outer turf, New York breds in a maiden special weight. The 2, Fancy Pants Juliana, second time out. Jeremiah Engelhart debuted Saratoga back late July and missed by a length 4.25, running third in that debut. 2-1 right now for start number 2. Coming back with Luis Saez back aboard. We'll have much more on this field when we come back. We're going to take a break. 14 minutes away from the 6th. Belmont at the Big A. It kicks off the late pick 4 on our Friday card. Stick with us. Plenty more coming up, including the feature at both Belmont at the Big A and Churchill.
It's 1,000 words fighting back, coming down to the finish. If a picture is worth 1,000 words, this is one stunning picture.
1,000 words just in front. 1,000 words wins the Robert B. Lewis.
Honor EP is full out now, second on the outside, and they're coming down to the line, and 1,000 words has done it.
Getting set for the late pick 4 coming up on this Friday card here in South Ozone Park, New York. It's brought to you in part by Naira Bets, where you can play all the action. Get signed up, started at nairabets.com. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. 6 on the outer turf in this New York-bred maiden special weight Spendthrift Farm 2-year-old race of the day.
And I thought this race was the one most likely to blow up the pick 6 because you got a horse like Sonia Nips, who's got turf pedigree, even the one outside of her. They're big prices, and it's not as though the 5-2 favorites, Fancy Pants Juliana, does a lot for you at 5-2 in this field.
There she is, favored, yep, at 5-2, as Andy mentioned, for start number 2 coming up. Let's go to Maggie.
Taking a look at horses that do come out of that common race back on July 28th. Now, not sure how strong that was, considering Souffle, the second place finisher that day, came back to run a poor 4th at 4-5. Last week, I think it was. So again, we'll take a look at a few of them, primarily your favorite, but still not sold on the fact that she is the likeliest winner. As we'll move on, as we'll take a look at number 2, Fancy Pants Juliana, I honestly wasn't that enthralled with her from the turf perspective because there is turf pedigree, to be fair, but she just doesn't strike you physically as one. And she was pretty sharp that day. And while she has settled since they've gotten the tack on her today, she came in here pretty washed out. So indicating, yes, that she'll have speed again, but no forward movement mentally from her, and she looks strong. Look, I'm just not in love with her chances here. As we'll take a look at one that I am a bit more enthralled with, and that's number 10, Munage Daydream. As she takes the blinkers off, as she didn't have much speed early on, then she kind of worked her way through the field. But to be fair, that day, it was listed on a course as firm, but it was raining. And so you wonder if it was a course that wasn't truly firm, that it was one where, yeah, it may have been firm on the bottom, but they could have been, kicking off the top of it, and it could have been fairly slippery, as she just looked as though she was hesitantly ridden. She's a beautiful physical. I have to give her one more try in here. And I think that she should or could show a bit more speed, just walking around here really nicely, displaying just a lovely stride to this filly by Candy Ride. Moving on to a first-time starter, that's Galatrana. She has a nice pedigree, but gets stormy. He does not strike early. Often. He's only 3% with his 2-year-old debuters, though this is a 3/4 sister to Fontana Freda, who's a 3-time turf sprint winner. And there's been some others in the pedigree, though the full sibling not great on the turf, not great at much, but did win dirt sprinting. She does come in here wearing a hood first time out, as well as blinkers. So hinting at the fact that maybe she might be a bit of a high-strung type in the mornings, but she's not displaying that, at least as of now, here in the paddock. But she truly does look like a turf sprinter physically. I'm just wondering, though, with some of these first-time starters, as well as horses that have run, they just look a bit more fit than she does. But it is true, she is taking some money here currently at 6-1. Then I'm a little intrigued by the pedigree on number 12, Mommy Joe Dreams, as she's by Freud. And while there isn't much immediate pedigree, the second dam, Plinking, I'm actually very familiar with, as my husband Tom trained many of her progeny, including stakes place runner Amazing Anne, who was also by Freud, and all of her best progeny were mostly sons and daughters of Freud. This gal has a massive turf hoof to her. Now, she's very small, very typey, and she honestly looks a lot like Amazing Anne did as a 2-year-old. So I appreciate that. When they look like a successful relative, then it usually leads to success on the racetrack. She's forward in here. She's incredibly fit. And I like the fact, Greg, that she showed speed in that debut, albeit on the dirt. But I think this is the right surface for her.
All right. Thank you, Maggie. Post parade coming up. We're approaching the 6-minute mark to post. 10-1 on the 12, and back to the one here, Bad Samaritan. Troubled beginning, debut for trainer Ray Handel, and that Saratoga debut at 5.5 back in late July.
The problem was, and also the air horse that gets fouled in there is the number 10 in this race, who got slammed by the number 9 coming in. But she broke very badly. The problem with Bad Samaritan, the reason I show this video, I was actually showing it to show me your heels, but I figured I'd show Bad Samaritan as well. Show me your heels scratched. Bad Samaritan does break poorly, but she never ran a step after that, and she was 35-1. So I just don't know if it really made any difference, but she did badly blow the break.
I could certainly zap something out of you, too, taking a
sure.
zinger from the gate.
Sure. But I'm not sure that it really means a lot because she didn't do any running. But you're right, but she was also a huge price in there. I thought the 10 who got bet in that race was also sort of slammed to start. And she's the logical one. I'm with Maggie. I think the 12 is very interesting in here. I also think Galatrona, the firster on number 4 with Rosario, is very interesting. So after 3 turf winners out of 5 to try, including Fontana Freda, who's been running so well for Jimmy Bond recently in turf sprints.
Few intriguing first-timers in here. I thought even the 3-2 Follow the Fed. There's some pedigree. Second dam. Actually crossed the wire first in 4 of her 5 on the turf. She got DQ'd in one of them.
Isn't it a little surprising that horse is not a Klarovich horse with that name? There is a Klarovich horse taking no money near the 9.
Here's the one. So Bad Samaritan, you saw that bad break, but still a big price second time out.
Yeah, a huge price if you want to throw the horse in, and lost all chance to start last time against the rail again.
No longer the favorite. Fancy Pants Juliana.
No, the 10 is favored near, and I get that. But she did run well enough first time, just didn't do a lot for me.
Philly, I was just talking about for Steve Asmussen debuting with Lescano.
You don't see Steve with a lot of first-time stars winning the turf, but you're right. This horse got plenty of turf pedigree.
Dan produced a grade 2 placed runner as well. Here's the 4, Galatrona, the Bond runner.
This horse has plenty of pedigree. Joel Rosario doesn't ride too often for Jimmy Bond. I guessed with this one in a race where I was doing a lot of guessing.
Dance with Me, Babe, 22-1, Kendra Carmouche.
Yeah, this one does not have any turf pedigree, except for War Dancer, but it's really more distance.
Sonia Nips, the dam got DQ'd out of a win at Belmont and what would have been a stakes win on the grass.
She was a nice turf sprinter, lost without you. She was a multiple winner. She was one horse that won on the turf. Not that good, but Klimt has had some success with first-timers.
Summer Nitro, big price, 40-1.
And this horse has a little turf pedigree as well if you want to throw in a bomb.
Bring the magic. First time out, Mike Maselli.
Yeah, we'll see. There really isn't much. The half to a turf winner, though, that did run a 75 buyer. The jury's out on Good Magic as a turf sire.
Good for Mike Luzzi, got a win the other day. Leadership, ability, Manny Franco aboard at 9-1.
It's not really any turf pedigree, but we have seen Chad Brown win with firsters with no turf pedigree, and it's a big price, especially for this barn.
Moon Age Daydream, Bowie fans will support. Blinkers coming off start number 2.
Yeah, this horse took money first time and did get banged pretty hard at the start. Probably affected the performance.
And you can make a case for the 11 here. Speed backed up after stumbling at the start. First time out, blinkers on.
Yeah, I agree. Did show some speed. I just thought there was other speed here and was 35-1 first time.
And Mommy Joe Dreams, Eric Cancel aboard.
I know this horse very interesting. Maggie talked about the second dam being good turf, showed speed first time out. I had this horse in the mix as well.
3 minutes to post. Late pick 4 starts here. Jonathan, what are we doing?
Well, I'm going to single on this first leg, and I'll talk a little bit about that after I give the ticket. But I'm going to single the 10, Moon Age Daydream. And then in the 3 legs after that, I'm going to be a little bit spreadier in those spots. 2, 4, 7 in the second leg. The 2, Make Mischief, trying the turf for the first time, who has some turf pedigree. The 4, Marvelous Mod, and the 7, Runaway Rumor. In the third leg, I thought this race was really tough. There's a lot of horses that had some fast speed figures on Beyer, some slow on time form, some fast. I wanted to spread in there 2, 3, 6, and 7. The 2 locally owned, the 3 Winterpool, the 6 Truculent, and the 7 235. And then to wrap it up, I wanted to use 4 horses in there, the 1, 3, 4, and 5, with the 5 Market Segmentation kind of being the press. If you want to come back with another ticket, maybe single that horse to try to pick up a little bit of extra value. But as far as race 6 is concerned, I'm kind of on the same mindset as Maggie. The 10 Moon Age Daydream takes the blinkers off, took money on debut at Saratoga. We all know in these maiden races, when you're taking money first time out, there's usually some type of indication that there is some ability. This horse can run well as a young horse. There was a half that won first time out, which I thought was interesting. The other thing to keep in mind, and the thing that really made me fall in love and single, is if you look back through the workout report, you'll see some horses' names that might be familiar. Alluring Angel, Georgie's Spirit, who are running in the Miss Grillo tomorrow. This horse has worked heads up with them and been very competitive with those stakes-type horses. Also worked with and outworked Highway Harmony, who was second in a maiden special weight up at Saratoga. This horse has a ton of talent, and it's very apparent to me, and I'm just hoping that it shows up here in about a minute and 30 seconds.
All right, JK, good luck. Good luck to everybody playing this pick 4. JK going to single the 10, Moon Age Daydream here. Start number 2, Jorge Abreu, Flavian Pratt. 2-1 right now. Difficult sequence. I thought, you know, everyone looks at different races, and there's that, sometimes it's more than one race that you struggle with. But this 8th race today at 1 1/8 on the main track, and Jonathan, I believe, used 4 in there.
He left out my top choice. I agree with 3 of his 4, though.
Your top choice being
the 5, but I agree with that. It's a wide open race.
I thought even Healing the 1 deserves. It's such a difficult race. Just a lot of horses are tough to trust in there.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with Jonathan. The last 1, 3, 4, 5 would be the 4 I would be comfortable with. The 1 and 5 being the most likely there. But I think it's. Listen, I said before, this Big 6 a very tough sequence, and I didn't even feel like we got to the 2 tougher races. I would have thought the first 2 races were probably the more logical types, and I didn't like either winner. So it's been a tough sequence already for me. I would be dead, that's for sure.
I want to throw in that Mott Runner in the last at a big price. There's a few other interesting ones there, too. Let's go back to Maggie.
Taking a look at a few other first-time starters. Number 3, Follow the Fed. Now, Central Banker is not a good influence when it comes to turf, but as Greg pointed out, there is plenty of turf pedigree on the bottom. Has a turf of very slack pasterns to this filly as well, who, of the first-time starters, honestly, is probably the most fit. Really strong behind the saddle. It has been very professional throughout. I think Of the firsters, she was the one I was most intrigued by, as another one that's a big price. Andy pointed out Sonia Nips has plenty of turf pedigree, looks that way, but it's so funny. She's small, and it doesn't help that Trevor McCarthy, who is a taller rider, albeit he can fold up quite nicely on one, gives the illusion that she's even smaller than what she is. But she also just looks as though maybe she'll need one just to strengthen. But look, she's an enormous price at 50 to 1 for lower profile connections that she's going to get overlooked here. Also talking about number 9, leadership ability. You heard Andy say it. She doesn't have much turf pedigree at all. She doesn't look turf, but when Chad does this, sometimes it's meaningful. Big, good-looking filly by Lauban. And she doesn't strike me as one that's going to be that quick, though. Again, that just leads me to believe, Greg, that I'm not sure if this is totally the right spot, but is well prepared and a decent-looking type.
Interesting race. We're 2 legs into this pick 6 already. Carryover was $44,000 coming in. And this is the kind of race where more chaos can happen. We have, I thought, every race remaining extremely difficult. There's a chance we could have a double carryover.
Oh, 100%. We're well on our way to one. And, you know, I understand Jonathan's thinking on the 10. I think one of his thinking also is, where am I going to take a shot in single? Because his races are so open and he's trying to put a ticket together. So I totally get it. But, I mean, this race, you've got 7 or 8 total unknowns. And it's not, and I don't disagree with the 10. I think he's the horse to beat of the ones that ran. But who the heck knows? There might be some okay horses sort of waiting in the wings. A lot of crazy things can happen in these races. You'll see some huge payoffs sometimes here. So I think this is a very treacherous race, and I think that Make Mischief and Marvelous Maud as the 2 favorites in the next race are hugely suspect. One of them's overbet because of connections in the rider and good trips, and Make Mischief's a good dirt horse, but turf pedigree or not, I don't know why that horse would be a turf horse. I think there's other horses like Runaway Rumor and Ice Princess, even Finest Work, who can win.
Yeah, Runaway Rumor overdue. Maybe today's her day.
Well, she finally showed that she can still run a little bit last time, right? She's just been so uncompetitive, and I thought she ran fine last time, and a repeat of that performance, I think, made her the horse to beat in here.
9-2 morning line for the New York bred.
I don't think she's going to be that big, do you? I thought she'd be vying for favoritism, personally.
There's the Chad Brown first-time starter leadership ability. The next to load, Moon Age Daydream, the favorite, 2 to 1 here. Abreu, Flavian Pratt, Public going with strong connections here to make the favorite, and ran a very good debut. Trouble to start as well.
Isn't it weird, though? There's a Klarovich first-time starter, and it's not the one named Follow the Fed.
Yeah, that is strange.
They're starting to steal the Klarovich names. I don't know if that's right.
6 horse stepping in. Well, our first favorite of this pick 6 sequence get a W here in leg number 3. Let's go to John Imbrial.
They're in the gate for race 6. And they're off. And from the outside, it is Slow Down Summer going for the lead. Moon Age Daydream came away racing in second. Follow the Fed is next in third as Fancy Pants Juliana gains at the rail. Mommy Joe Dreams far outside is in 6th. Leadership Ability next in 7th. Bad Samaritan moves up a spot now from 8th. And then it is Summer Nitro, who is next, followed by Galatrona. A break of 5 or 6 lengths back to Dance With Me Babe, Sonia Nips, and Bring the Magic. And the leader here is Slow Down Summer through a quarter in 22 seconds. Slow Down Summer getting away now to lead by 3 lengths. Fancy Pants Juliana comes through on the inside of Mommy Joe Dreams. And then it is Moon Age Daydream on the far outside as they come into the stretch. The half in 44 and 3. Slow Down Summer is the leader here with Moon Age Daydream ranging up on the outside. Leadership Ability is coming on late. Bad Samaritan looking for a way through. Fancy Pants Juliana is down at the rail. Here comes Moon Age Daydream up to take over the lead in deep stretch. And Moon Age Daydream is the winner over Slow Down Summer. And then Bad Samaritan and Fancy Pants and Juliana.
Moon Age Daydream start number 2 comes and gets this speed, who looked to be in real good position coming out of the turn.
Yeah, tough beat if you needed the 11. Slow down Summer. She really did run well in here, but good trip for the number 10. Moon Age Daydream, not the trouble at the start and gets it done. The first favorite to win so far in this sequence. Still, I imagine a horse like this, especially given the early results, this is no 2-to-1 shot in the pick 6. Because the people that are alive on spreads and probably use quite a few in here. So this thing is still going to be very tough to hit, and good luck if you're alive. And a good call by Jonathan singling this one in the pick 4.
Yeah, keep in mind, only halfway home, and the next 3 legs are all wide open. As we go back to Churchill Downs, maiden special weight 6-furlong sprint coming up. Let's check in with Paul.
Yeah, 2-year-old fillies here, Greg, and a big scratch of the 7, Saucy Secret. Considering I walked into the track today, it just shows you about track tips in here. I walked in today, and a guy comes up to me, and he happens to work here at Churchill Downs and goes, "I got a horse for you today." I said, "Okay, give it to me." He said, "Saucy Secret." The horse is scratched. So there you go for tips at the racetrack. But I did get a tip on this 3 in here, Stellar Lily. 15-1 all the way down right now to 4. I've been working guns a-blazing in the morning. This one will debut for Ron Moquette, filly by Speedster. You know, the outside filly in here, Queen of Chill for Brad Cox. These Bolt Dioros have been running out of their skin. In first time out, this horse gets an outside draw, tepid favorite in your will pays. Now the 7 in here for Jason Barkley is your other horse that's taking money in here. The 8 2-minute drill. It's just that Jason's horses have not fired here one bit at all, and that's the reason why this horse is 5-1. Now your favorite is the 4, Justifying. What to do with this horse? Obviously very well bred, a daughter of Justify out of Irish Blessing. Bullet Drill coming into this race, but was second choice first time out in Saratoga, and just, I know he ran into a loaded race, or she ran into a loaded race, but she just sort of collapsed. Can she get some fitness out of that? Take this field gate to wire? She's kind of the wild card horse to me. I do like the 9 in here for Brad Cox. I think this horse is primed and ready to go. And the 3 is taking money and actually look like a horse that's going to show a little bit of speed.
3's an interesting horse here. Worked 9 4/5 the 2-year-old sale. Has really not much pedigree to speak of, but the one decent foal from the dam, trained by Ron Moquette.
And that's significant money. There she is. Ricardo Santana Jr. will be aboard. 15-1 morning line, down to 4-1 right now. Well, actually, clicks down to 5-2, co-favorite.
Whoa.
It's a big jump.
Yeah, I think the morning line maker might want to, at some point, look at sales works, where horses work at 2-year-old sales, because this horse was never going to be a huge price with that kind of workout. And also Ricardo Santana riding the horse as well.
Yeah. You know, to the 4, Justifying. Not the favorite, but bet as one of the favorites in that debut. For Steve Asmussen, packed it in pretty early.
I agree. Now, chased the winner around. It was a Belmont horse. The second-place finisher, Padma, came back and improved 6 buyer points to win next time. The third horse came back to improve a lot, but that was on the turf, winning here for Chad Brown.
There she is, the gray, stepping in. Tyler Gaffalione aboard for start number 2. And the 8 should see speed again. She was well clear of the third-place finisher. Got beat a nose after showing speed at Ellis.
Lost to a 19-1 first-timer from Steve Asmussen last time. That's
Travis
rare.
Stone, the call. Here's race 7, Churchill.
They're off. 2-minute drill, and Miss Quest is there. Take shape, Justifying. Stellar Lily down toward the rail. Gavinera had to slam on the brakes there and is shuffled back to last. So down the backstretch run, Stellar Lily comes on through to take the lead. Justifying, sticking with that one. 2 lengths back, 2-minute drill. Up into third. Miss Quest is back into fourth now. A break of 2 lengths back. Queen of Chill comes on to grab fifth. Take shape losing ground 6. Gavinera's wide to the far turn 7th. Floating American Odalisque way to the outside. Those 2 10 lengths off the lead. Meanwhile, Stellar Lily tears through a quarter in 21 3/5 seconds. Leads by a length heading for the quarter pole. 2-minute drill, 3 wide, Justifying between them. These 3 across the track at the quarter pole. Stellar Lily cuts the corner, holds on to the lead. 2-minute drill is coming on now, and here she comes. A little bit green there, but she's in front by 2. Stellar Lily gives way, Justifying now second. Take shape is late on the scene, but too late to catch. 2-minute drill. 2-minute drill. Got him on the wire by 3 lengths in the end. Justifying was second, tight for third. Stellar Lily or Take Shape.
2-minute drill, tried to do it on the lead last time. This time comes from off the pace and start number 3 gets her win.
2 with experience, they ran 1-2. Stellar Lily, the first of Ron McQuet that took all that money, broke a little bit slow and rushed up, and that horse has too much speed for her own good. A lot of speed, stamina an issue at this point. I expect we'll be seeing her at Oaklawn at some point this winter.
21 and change.
Yeah, even with the fast run up, that's a quick quarter, especially if you don't break that sharply. She's quick. Ricardo couldn't get in her way, but she did lack stamina.
Jason Barkley, NBS Stable. Man, we had a feature on yesterday, Francisco Arrieta, who had such a big Oaklawn the last couple of years with the victory. With 2-minute drill here, filly by Union Rags. Former Belmont winner with a sprint win at 6 furlongs. We'll have the prices from this one when we come back. We're going to take a timeout. More coming up. Feature ahead at Churchill Downs, as well as the Hettinger at Belmont at the Big A.
Introducing a stallion, as top class as they come. In 22 career starts, he won or placed in 12 graded stakes, competing in 15 grade ones, earning over $1.7 million. His undisputed speed is evidenced by 7 100-plus Spire speed figures, a 3-time grade 1 winner, Raging Bull.
Who you betting on? How about an app created specifically for horse racing? Naira Bets. We specialize in thundering hooves, fist pumping, and boosting your bankroll with robust weekly promotions. And offer betting tips from actual horse racing experts. Bet all day and night, nationwide. Get the action and thrill of horse racing with Naira Bets.
City of Light, a multiple Grade 1 winner with $5.6 million in earnings. Winner of the Grade 1 Malibu, the Grade 1 Triple Bend, the Grade 1 Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile, posting a 110 buyer, and the Grade 1 Pegasus World Cup, posting a 112 buyer. The best son to date of leading stallion Quality Road. City of Light stands to continue his sire's legacy at Lane's End.
RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing, with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
You're watching America's Day at the Races on FS2, Valley Sports SoCal in San Diego. And we have our main events still to come, both at Belmont, the Big A, and at Churchill. Flavian Pratt, Jorge Abreu, Moon Age Daydream. Starting off the pick 4 with a victory here, nailing a big effort from this filly who was on the lead throughout until right about
right about just late enough.
And 12-1 with Jose Gomez, getting reeled in right here. So Moon Age Daydream, second time out. There she gets by, slow down Summer. Was quick with those blinkers, but winds up second. 10-11-1. 50-cent trifecta, over $106. You're able to put that together. The pick 3, so pick 6 carryover, $44,384 pick 3.
Yeah, what was the parlay? $11 into about 100. So that paid well over twice the parlay. And I wouldn't be surprised if that's the kind of odds you'd see in that pick 6.
Back at Churchill, 2-minute drill from off the pace to reel in a weakening Stellar Lily. First-time starter who took all that money. It was quick out of the gate, but not near enough late.
Agreed. The 3 is typical firster, right, that gets bet. Has a lot of speed, just lacks the stamina, and experience made the difference here, right?
2-minute drill. Francisco Arrieta for Barkley and MBS Stable. Again, Union Rags filly out of a game plan there. Mystical Plan. 9-2. Pays $11.70
wow,
for
that's
the
a
win.
big price on that horse.
Yeah.
I guess all the late money on the 3, drove the price down. That's what it really was. That's an amazing price on that horse. I bet that was that horse the morning line favorite? I mean, I might have made that horse the morning line favorite.
Second choice. Yeah.
Wow.
The favorite was the Asmussen runner.
Who ran second.
But form-wise,
It may have
looked
been
like the
favored.
horse to beat.
May have been favored, actually, I think.
John Hettinger coming up next on the turf here at Belmont at the Big A, named after former NYRA board member, horse advocate, who was also a great supporter of breeding and racing in the state, passed away back in September of 2008. Some questions in this race, like, can Make Mischief handle the grass? If she can, everyone else is probably running for second.
Yes, and she's not going to be 5-1. Marvelous Maud right now at 6-5 is about as ridiculous an underlay as you can find at the racetrack.
Chad Brown, Arad Ortiz Jr., short price. We'll be back with this 7th next.
When the thoroughbred world descends upon Lexington this November, there is one place you need to be. The place where history comes alive with every championship victory.
He's authentic indeed.
The place where the future is built with the fall of a gavel. The place that exists to be the heart of this industry. The center of it all. Home to the November breeding stock sale and 2022 Breeders' Cup. Keeneland.
Back on America's Day at the Races. Thanks for being with us. We have the John Hettinger coming up here, Belmont of the Big A, mile and an eighth on the turf. Fillies and mares 3 and up. We'll get more into that in just a moment. This weekend, of course, major weekend to qualify for the Breeders' Cup. And 2-year-olds looking to get into that juvenile. Grade 1 Champagne. No Forte in here. Hopeful winner from Saratoga. But there are some big names like Andiamo Frenze, Verifying, Gulfport. They're all showing up. Verifying, of course, the half-brother to Midnight Beezy.
Yeah, he won a race that got a big figure first time out, and I'm sure the figure works for the day. The problem is the second horse came back and ran 16 buyer points worse. Third horse came back and ran 12 worse. And unless this horse, in my opinion, improves with distance or with racing, I think he could be overbet in this race. I'm going to take a negative approach and bet against this one. We'll see if it works out that way.
Brad Cox, Joel Rosario will team up. And just looking at him, I mean, it looked like there was more in the tank.
Well, we'll see. I mean, I never know about that kind of stuff. And if he's favored in here, I'm going to go in another direction. I was going to play against him, but I could be wrong.
Steve, it was interesting hearing Steve Asmussen talk about Gulfport. He said he called him a special horse, and he's hoping he shows up and delivers that kind of performance tomorrow.
Yeah, I think it's time to stop acting like he's a special horse. I think Steve, he did run very well in his first 2 starts. I think he was a little fooled by his huge margin of victory over a subpar field at Churchill Downs. And the reality is, while he's a very nice horse, and he ran well at Saratoga, he failed in both tests. And yes, he had trouble in his Saratoga Special, but he wasn't winning that race. It would have been closer. And he had no excuse up in Saratoga. And I think you have to wonder, is he going to get better with distance? Now, I prefer him to Verifying, but I wonder if he's getting better with a mile.
Yeah, we will find out. Questions to be answered tomorrow. Mig was on with me yesterday. He questions Andiamo Frenzy going longer.
Oh, I don't like Andiamo Frenzy. I just didn't know if he was good enough. I like the number 2 horse, Top Recruit. Is that Top Recruit?
Yeah.
Listen, he beat the Tom Amos horse that came back to win the stake. Now, that horse did run 8 buyer points worse, but the 3rd horse ran 10 buyer points better his next start. The 4th horse, I think, 32 buyer points better. So there's a lot of reason to be optimistic, I think, about that horse.
Meanwhile, back at Belmont of the Big A, Hettinger coming up. There's Marvelous Mod for Chad Brown, 7-5 favorite. Let's go downstairs to Maggie.
Yes, and Andy and I were discussing this earlier before we came on air. Why? It just feels as though Marvelous Maud, as I am a big fan of her namesake, Maud Walsh, who used to work in our hospitality department here at Naira. I just feel as though she's gotten lucky, and I don't know how good she is. And I feel like the waters do get a bit deeper for her. Now, she is a horse that ultimately prefers a outside trip. And I'm not saying she's not going to get that here, John, in the middle of the field. But you watch the last race in which she did, or excuse me, race 2 back, in which she did just outfinish Finest Work. And Irad stayed ground with her early, and then when it was time to run, tipped her 4 wide, and she just came rolling, where as Finest Work had traffic problems and had to kind of stop and start a few times in the latter stages of that race. Now, she looks great here. I'm not going to take that away from her. She's dappled head to toe. I just felt as though there were just much more interesting propositions. And if you're on the positive end of the spectrum, as I am, with number 2, Make Mischief, her current price of 5-1 seems quite appealing, or 9-2, as she looks as though she could project to have quite a bit of early pace in here. We'll see what they do with Pure Bodhi as well as Ice Princess, but at least she's on the inside, and Dylan Davis, I think, would be in his best interest to be aggressive with her. But last time when she won the off the turf Yaddo, I remember marking down, or my notes are right here, I marked down that she would be very intriguing to get onto the turf. And then subsequently I asked Mark Cassie in the winning interview, now, were you entering her because the rain was in the forecast and he thought it might come off? And he said, absolutely not. I really want to see how she fares on the turf. So like I said, she has a turf hoof. There's turf pedigree. The one thing I will say about her today is they have opted to keep her in the saddling stall, which I think is the right call. She came in a bit edgy, a bit more edgier than what I've seen from her as of late. But when they keep her in the stall, for whatever reason, it calms her. And you see how beautifully she just walked out of there. So I'm glad they did that with her, because she was teetering on the brink of being a little bit over the top. As we'll take a look at number 3 in here, Classic Colors. Speaking of post-race winning interviews, caught up with Christophe Clement yesterday after he won one of the featured races, and I asked him about Classic coming back, but he said, don't forget about Classic Colors. He said, yeah, she looks a little slow on paper, but she is thriving right now, and I could not agree with him more, as she kind of had some traffic troubles early on, and then later in that last race in which she faced Transient, who would come back to win with an 85 buyer in her last start here at the Big A. And Greg, if I were purely picking horses upon appearances, Classic Colors would be my selection.
Wow. Okay. Thank you, Maggie. So 9-1. Christophe Clement says she is thriving. Gets the Beauty Pageant Award from Maggie, and right now 9-1 on the 3.
She's cutting back in distance. I didn't think she was quite good enough, but it's not that Marvelous Maud can't win, but she is one of a slew of horses that can win. It's that if you gamble on horses like this at 7-5, you will lose over the long term.
Here's the other Clement runner from the rail, 7-year-old mare.
Getting older, but at times she runs races good enough to compete, and she's a big price.
And she's coming out of grade 3 as well. Make Mischief turf debut coming up.
I don't have a problem if you want to gamble on her at 9-2. I think she's going to be closer to 5-2 by post time. Best horse in the race, turf pedigree, but I'm going to be skeptical that she runs this well on the turf.
The thriving filly from Clermont, Classic Colors.
Let's see what happens. Big price. Good stuff for Maggie.
Marvelous Mod. She won 2 in a row and then tried Grade 2 Company and was overmatched.
I don't understand how you think 6-5, and it's a good distance too far last time, but this is a massive underlay.
Vienna Code, huge price. Eric Cancel rides.
There will be a pick 6 carryover if she wins.
I would agree. Ice Princess, she was actually second in this race last year.
She's my top choice. She's been unlucky in turf races. She should have won this race last year. Now, this race may be more competitive, but she's going to go up from her 6-1. I think she's value.
Yeah, Clip Teals at the start of this race last year just barely missed. Runaway Rumor, she has run some big races in her career.
Second choice in the doubles and a long shot in the board. Something's going to give. I think the odds are going to change dramatically in this race.
Rated stakes place in the past. Pure Bodie. Gate to wire win last start.
Tough to make a case for him. Excuse me. There's Finest Work.
And Finest Work. There's the 8, excuse me, Pure Bodie.
They did him another way around. Pure Bodie. She may be forward in this race, but I don't think she's good enough to win.
Finest Work, that race, I went back to the Marvelous Mod race back. I didn't see a lot of problems in that race from her. Did you?
In the
Marvelous Mod race?
Which race?
2 back?
Finest Work? No, well, it's not that she had problems. It's that she got caught trying to move inside of horses.
Red cap.
I think she had overall a decent trip, but I think trying to work your way through traffic when it gets tight is a little tougher than getting that clean outside run. I don't think this is a bad trip, but I'd rather get that clean outside run that Marvelous Maud got. But I don't think it's a bad trip.
But it says steadied in there. I didn't see it.
I think probably more held up because she was a little bit reticent to go through that spot.
And
I don't think
she
a bad
had
trip.
room to run. Marvelous Maud just outfooted her.
She did, but she was making that clean run on the outside after saving ground much of the race, and I'd rather do that. I don't think that I think Marvelous Maud's a more likely winner than Finest Work, but I think 9-1
it's crazy.
It's just a ridiculous discrepancy in price. That's all.
Yeah, totally agree. 6 minutes away from the 7th. Let's go back to JK.
Yeah, look, I like the 2 Make Mischief for a few reasons. One is this horse has been running, or has run in the past, some kind of higher 90 numbers from a Beyer speed figure standpoint. No one else in this race really runs those on the turf. Now, she's never run on the turf, but there is a pedigree to suggest that she should like the turf. She's had 4 siblings try the turf. All 4 have won. It's still a big question if she's going to like it or if she's going to move up on the grass, but there's a lot of evidence that suggests she could move up on the grass, and if she can find those higher 90 numbers, those mid 90 numbers, with her tactical speed, she's going to be right there towards the end. And NHC champion Paul Matisse, one of the greatest handicappers ever, he taught me that horses that are tough enough to run on the dirt, that when they try the turf, if they can handle it, they're a lot harder to defeat than the other turf horses because they have that next level of toughness. It's something I've always kept in mind, and Make Mischief feels like that type of horse that could have that toughness. The 7 Runaway Rumor is another one that just, I've always liked this horse. I've always felt like she's almost good enough to run against Open Company and to be very competitive, but she just isn't always up to the task. But when she gets with the New York bred, she's always right there in the mix, and I think she could take a step forward off of her race on September 3rd, where I thought she ran pretty well, trying to close into a fast pace, but she kind of moved into that, and I'm hoping that she'll run a little bit better here. My official pick will be the 2 Make Mischief, but I like the 7 as well.
Yeah, I think all of us in agreement that is too big a number on the 7 Runaway Rumor.
Yeah, the odds are very strange here. I'm very surprised. Looking at doubles, hardly much discrepancy between the 4 and 7, yet they're betting the race as though it's a one-horse race, and it's not. It's not even close. And the thing that was good about this performance by Runaway Rumor was not only finishing second to a talented horse like Vigilante's Way, who was heavily favored at 1-2 in that race. She finally showed up with a competitive effort this year. While her figures had been solid, it had been more because she was in good races. She hadn't done any running in those races, but at least she showed some competitiveness. Flighty Lady, who finished third, is an OK Peter Brandt, Chad Brown horse. So this was a good effort and shows, because last year she was a very, very good horse, and she makes sense. I think a horse like Make Mischief, if she were 5-2 or 2-1, would be a terrible bet in this race. I have no problem betting her at 4-1 because she isn't being overbet based on her dirt form. And she has enough turf pedigree to suggest that she can handle the grass. And if she's even a couple lengths worse on the grass, she'll probably win this race because she's a very, very good dirt horse. I don't normally like horses like this because they're overbet, but at 4-1, I wouldn't argue with anybody betting her here. And in my opinion, the board is completely skewed because they're acting like it's Marvelous Maud, and somebody's going to have to tell me, looking at her PPs, what makes her 7-5 in this race. Other than Chad Brown and Irad Ortiz riding her.
That's a big part of it.
Like
right?
I said, I talked to Irad about this earlier, and I said, you must look up at the board sometimes. And he laughed. And I said, you must see your favorite on horses. And the horse in the first race today was 6-5. I mean, should never have been favored. Should have been third choice, the horse that ran 1-2. There's nothing Irad can do about that. It's the curse of success. And you factor in Chad Brown and Irad, and it's the perfect recipe for massively overbet, win or lose.
3-2 favor right now, the 4 Marvelous Maud. 2 minutes away from the Hettinger. Let's go back to Maggie.
Taking a look at the other Christophe Clement trainee in here, and that is Classic Lady, who in this series of New York bred filly races on the turf, she was just narrowly beaten last time we saw her back in May. Now, she tried Parks in a grade 3 last time out, but Parks is almost a course like Kentucky Downs. I was actually talking with trainer John Service when I was down there last weekend, I should say, and he was joking that, yeah, people say if you can handle Parks, you can handle Kentucky Downs or anywhere for that matter. And watching the race, it really looked as though she didn't love the course. It's a course that maybe doesn't get as much attention as our courses do here in New York. So less of that kind of carpet-like feel and ride to it as we have here at Aqueduct. And Classic Lady, she looks sensational. A horse that I've seen in the past get kind of revved up and a little bit nervous prior to races. That wasn't the case today. And she's a huge price right now at 13-1. You know, I don't know what trip is necessarily best, or as we saw her 2 back set the pace. That's not going to happen. But Greg, her wins have come when she has sat right off of it. And I think she could be doing that here.
We will see. Yes, she's a huge double her morning line. You have Rosario for Clement coming out of a grade 3. Last time she was in against New York bred, she almost won.
I wasn't a huge fan. I thought she'd be like 4-1 or 5-1 here. She's 13-1, and I think you're supposed to do something and bet against the 2 and 4 here and hope the chips fall in the right way. I just feel like there's too many inviting prices on the board. I like the 6 here, Ice Princess, who's run better on the grass than it appears, and her recent form is okay. I don't know if she's quite good enough, but she's 8-1. I just think there's a lot of appealing prices if you want to go against 2 and 4.
Some other numbers that I do peek at, the 8 was a player in here who's 38-1.
Her I don't like. She'll be a pick 6 carryover too.
Going to be leading the way in here, though?
Probably, but Make Mischief's not slow. She's got to go, right? I mean, you would think if she handles
we don't know.
Who knows what
dirt
she's
speed does not always translate to
No,
turf
it
speed.
doesn't. But if she's a turf horse, it's supposed to translate. But I don't disagree. And the 8 could be in front. I still don't think it'll matter, but maybe. It's a mile and an eighth.
John Hettinger, mile and an eighth here in the 7th, 8-5 favorite. There she is, Marvelous Maud, stepping in for Chad Brown, Irad Ortiz Jr., and those Michael Dub Silks.
Will she be marvelous?
We will find out. Let's go upstairs. John Imbrial with the call.
Waiting now on the final horse, number 9, Finest Work, to move in and complete the field. And we are set for race 7. Stall doors open there on number 5, Vienna Code. Once again closed, once again set for the start. And they're off. Make Mischief, Pure Bodie on the outside, along with Finest Work, and now Vienna Code comes on through as they straighten away now with Vienna Code and Make Mischief right together. Pure Bodie in 3rd with Classic Lady down on the inside in 4th. And Finest Work runs in 5th, followed by the favorite Marvelous Maud in 6th. Runaway Rumor is in 7th. Classic Colors down on the inside in 8th. And Ice Princess is the trailer in 9th as the field heads into the clubhouse turn in the opening quarter mile over the firm turf in 23 2/5 seconds. And so it is Vienna Code who has the lead here by a length. Make Mischief has moved to the outside, running in 2nd with Classic Lady down at the rail. And then it is Pure Bodie, big long shot in fourth, 3.5 off the lead. It's another 4 lengths, back to Finest Work in fifth. Marvelous Maud in sixth position here, about 9 lengths from the lead. Then comes Classic Colors, followed by Runaway Rumor, and the gray Ice Princess continues to trail. The half mile in 48 1/5 seconds. So it is still big long shot. Vienna Code in front by 3/4 of a length. Make Mischief now getting closer on the outside with Classic Lady down at the rail. Pure Bodie is alongside. Finest Work being asked for more and gaining ground on the far outside. And now Marvelous Maud is in gear as the field comes off the turn and enters the stretch. 3/4 went in 1:12 4. Make Mischief. Here's Finest Work driving up on the outside. Classic Lady down towards the rail. Then Pure Bodie, Runaway Rumor on the far outside, along with Marvelous Maud. But it is Finest Work who has the lead here as they come on for the finish. Marvelous Maud, one last try. Finest Work is the winner here at odds of 8-1 under jockey Manny Franco.
Finest Work turning the tables on Marvelous Maud when they met back on July 30th at Saratoga.
Well, we talked about this. It's absurd that this horse was 8-1 and Marvelous Maud was 9-5 in here. They had run very similar races, and for her to be that big a price, she was a massive overlay in here. Marvelous Maud ran fine. She just wasn't able to make a move in time to be effective. Both she and Runaway Rumor, and believe me, I wish Runaway Rumor had won or run second in here. They both ran fine, but they also both tried to move too late. They were kind of picking up the pieces after Finest Work basically had the race won. Make Mischief ran fine, and here she's a talented horse, but she's not really a turf horse. She's a dirt horse.
8-4-7-2, yeah, 8-1 on Finest Work, who battled Marvelous Maud down the stretch when they met 2 starts back, only got beat a length.
I don't think we could have made it clear in the show. It's not a question of whether or not you even liked Finest Work in this race. It's a question of discussing value, and I don't know how anybody can look at that race and say you're not better off taking 8-1 on Finest Work than you are taking 8-5 on Marvelous Maud. It doesn't matter where she finished. She was the value play, at least in that case. Now, maybe you didn't like either one of them, and that's also fine. But at 8-1 on this horse, she was just an overlay, and the 4 was an underlay.
One of the biggest Thorograph numbers coming in off that last start, too. She'd won 3 of her last 4 races coming in.
No,
8-1.
She was a very usable horse in this race, but there's nothing sexy about her, right? No Chad Brown, no Irad Ortiz, and she doesn't show all the wins, though she has won a lot of races lately. She's won 3 of her last 4. I don't get it.
Back to Churchill, mile and an eighth coming up here in the 8th. It's an allowance optional claiming race. Favorite, wow, Search Engine for Tom Amoss.
That horse a little slow.
8-1 morning line. Let's get Paul LaDuca's take.
Yeah, guys, right now, currently the favorite is Search Engine. And I think the public is thinking there's not a lot of speed in this race, and there really isn't. So is Tom Amoss's horse going to get to the front end and get this mile and an eighth? Now, when you look at some of the other horses in here that are taking money, you see the 4 Decision Maker. I just don't get it at 5-2 as your co-second choice or co-favorite in here. I get it, the best numbers, but this horse comes from way back, way downtown. He runs his races upside down, and he needs pace to run into. I don't see where it comes from. The 5 Search Engine does have some lick. It's not like it's blazing lick. When you look at some of the other runners in here, Alejandro, the 3, another horse that comes from off the pace, is going to have to maybe stick to the rail. And that brings me back to the 2, Scarlet Fusion. I am completely surprised that this horse is not the favorite. We just watched a race a couple races ago where Digital and 11 Central just ran 1-2 away from the group. Scarlet Fusion was right behind them. Now, I know that he got a good trip that day. His start after, between that last start where he did not run well, he broke bad and sort of got put behind the 8 ball. With no other pace in here, I think this race could lay 5-2, and the 2's going to get first jump. And 3-1 to me sounds very generous. You can have all the 3-1 you want on the 4.
Comes from the clouds. Yeah, for Thomas Van Berg, the 4 Decision Maker. 3-1 right now.
I agree with everything Paul said, except I still think 3-1 on the 4 decision maker is a fair price. I don't disagree with him. The race does not appear to have a lot of pace on paper. I just don't think Search Engine is good enough to win this race. And I think taking 3-1 on decision maker overcomes the fact that he has a big pace disadvantage. Though I agree with all of Paul's conceptual ways of talking about the race. I just think we disagree. I think the 4 is a better bet at 3-1 than he does.
Yeah, that is significant money on the 5. Ooh. Pace advantage or not, really needs to step forward from a figure standpoint. Favoritism now goes back to the 4 decision maker, so betting public not worried about the fact he's going to have to come from so far out of it, where being close, being toward the inside has been very good at Churchill Downs.
Yes, it has. It's been a theme for a lot of the races we've covered for the last few years, wouldn't you say?
Yes. So from that standpoint, Florent Giroux going to have to work out a trip here. Could be up against it. Favorite becomes the 2 Scarlet Fusion. Joe Sharp, one Paulie had mentioned. Travis Stone with a call. Here's the feature from Churchill Downs.
In the gate. And they're off. Decision makers stumbled a bit coming out of there. Uninvited guest for the inside post with Scarlet Fusion. And Search Engine comes up on their outside. Uninvited guest. Down inside will lead the way to the opening turn. Scarlet Fusion angled outside to try and back off and back down that early pace. Those two go 1-2 nonetheless. Search Engine comes on to be third. Alejandro finds a cozy spot down inside 4th. American Hero moves up into 5th. Decision Maker reserved while 6th. And Common Bond is at the back in 7th, but only 5 lengths off the lead as they hit the backstretch run. The opening quarter, a controlled 23 and 4/5 seconds. Uninvited guest showing the way. Scarlet Fusion, mild pressure, if that. These two sharing the lead. Search Engine in the clear, up into 3rd. Alejandro right in behind the leaders, 4th and only 2 lengths off the lead. Decision Maker has been keyed up throughout and has advanced up into 5th, only 2 lengths off the lead. American Hero and Common Bond at the back. So they're on the far turn now. Cadence begins to quicken. Scarlet Fusion ratcheting up the pressure on Uninvited Guest and grabs the lead midway round the far turn. So it's Scarlet Fusion in front. Search Engine set down for the drive. Down inside, Uninvited Guest. Decision Maker continues to make steady progress, and it's cut loose now, and Common Bond is on the scene. They're off the turn. Scarlet Fusion digging in on a 2-length lead. Decision Maker in between. Search Engine fights on down to the final 16th. Scarlet Fusion, here's Decision Maker on through to the front. Decision Maker works out a perfect trip to win it by 2.5. Search Engine was 2nd, Scarlet Fusion was 3rd, and Common Bond was 4th.
That's a nice job from Florent Giroux with his horse. Decision Maker gets the win.
Yeah, I mean, that was the thing. I think Florent understood very clearly that there wasn't a lot of pace in paper, and he took advantage of the fact that they weren't moving up front to get position, and this was an excellent ride, and he rode the best horse and got the money, and he mitigated any pace disadvantage that this horse had at all. So a very nice job by Florent, and a good win for Decision Maker and Thomas Van Berg.
For Grit to Glory Racing, 8th win, 32 career starts, 4th win this year from 8 tries.
And those silks look very similar to the old Christiana stable silks that the mighty Gopher Wand ran, with those gold and purple silks. I wonder if Paulie noticed that as well. Very similar. It was reminiscent watching that horse. I had memories of some glory days of that barn. Some good horses over the years.
So Decision Maker, the win. Will be back with the prices there in a moment. Meanwhile, back to Belmont at the Big A. John B. Hettinger. And finest work, Manny Franco, George Weaver turning the tables on Marvelous Mod. Let's head downstairs to Maggie.
Here with Manny Franco, winning rider aboard Finest Work, who takes the John Hettinger in a bit of an upset. Manny, 8-1 seemed like a big price on her. First time aboard her, though, for George Weaver. You worked out such a nice trip. You were the one to make the first move and the one to hold off the late challenge.
Yeah, that was the plan. You know, the main thing we heard was to get him to relax in the beginning, because today they stretched him out 1.5 miles. And that was the main concern, trying to get him to relax, and she did pretty well. I just keep my pad, you know, in the middle of the track, and when I made my move, she was there for me the whole way.
Now, Manny, when riding the turf, is it, on this turf course, especially on the inner turf, how much of a premium is it to save ground?
It's a big key because it's tight turns, and every single horse that is in inside got the advantage of the outside horses. But sometimes you have to have lucky to get through, and sometimes when you're outside, you got the first.
Finest work, $18.80. Way too big a price with his form coming in. If you liked him, though, you get rewarded in here in that pick 3. $330 if you are alive in this pick 6 with 2 legs remaining. We are rooting you home because it is going to be fantastic.
You and I were talking about it just now on the set off camera. Where would you hone in on this race? I mean, even if you think like we do, like the 1 and 5 are logical in the last, 3 and 4 are backups. I mean, you're still somewhere like 4 or 5 by 2 or 4 by 4, and you got to get there in this sequence.
Got to be thin, the tickets that are alive.
If you are alive, we're rooting for you because you've done some great work just to get here, and it's not getting easier. This is a very interesting race coming up.
Yeah, this 8th race, it is a puzzle. Mile and an 1/8, 2 turns, main track, 40,000 claiming race. We'll dive in deeper when we come back from this short timeout here on America's Day at the Races. And of course, Todd Pletcher gearing up for a huge weekend. One more prep. It's grade 1 prep in the Woodward before he moves on to that date with Flightline. Life is Good, Whitney winner. Looking to go back-to-back in grade 1s.
The return of Sunday Silence.
Sunday Silence surges to the front. It's Yoshida in front. Yoshida takes charge at the top of the stretch, and Yoshida wins the Turf Classic.
Here comes Yoshida, storming home in the center with Gunnevera. Yoshida! Yoshida has won the Woodward.
The perfect balance. Yoshida.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than America'sBestRacing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. America'sBestRacing.net is a sport for you. Live it, love it, bet it.
Eclipse champion Run Happy, the #1 second crop dirt sire of last year, is back and showing a new dimension with winners on turf, dirt, and all weather.
Tabalina's really shouldered all the responsibility. What a deserved victory. Most impressive. Tabalina by 3 1/4.
Somebody's Problem is on her way to winning the Prairie Meadows Debutante. Somebody's Problem by 2.5 3.
Run Happy, price for value, and standing strong at Claiborne Farm.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.TV today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Back at America's Day at the Races with a huge weekend with Breeders' Cup implications coming up. Many will stamp their ticket to Lexington this weekend. Woodward, Life is Good, his final stop before the Classic. Grade 1 Woodward coming off that Whitney win. He was dominant that day, and he's expected to be even more dominant against this group.
I'm singling him to pick 5, Greg. I don't care what you say. I don't care what you say. He is my single in that pick 5. I'm happy to see him run. I feel like we're lucky that we've seen him run 5 times here. That race against Jackie's Warrior in the Alan Jerkins was a race of a lifetime, and he's a really, really tremendous racehorse. He's going to, all things unless something unfortunate happens, he's going to win the Woodward, and he'll head in the Breeders' Cup as if not necessarily the winner, potential thorn in the side of Flightline. Flightline is the horse to beat, but Flightline's not excited about the idea of this horse being in there because at the very least, he's got speed and he's got stamina. I'm not saying Flightline's not the better horse.
Okay.
I'm just saying, let me put it this way. Do you think Flightline's Connections would like him to run or not run?
I don't think it matters.
Really?
We will find out.
I
We'll
disagree.
find out.
I disagree.
And before you hand this race to Life is Good, Uriah St. Louis is in here. Mr. Upset Special himself. I'd love that he's showing up in this race.
I love that he shows up, takes a shot.
For monster upsets, this would maybe be the biggest of them all, even though price-wise it wouldn't be. Knocking off this horse would be.
Yeah, well,
for the upsets he's
this
pulled
horse
off.
is going to lose if something unfortunate happens. The likelihood of him showing up and running his race and losing, in my opinion, is close to zero.
So this is the group looking at the Classic and the juggernaut that is Flightline. Olympiad got back on track with that Jockey Club Gold Cup win. Epicenter looking to train up to the Classic off that Travers win. Country Grammar going to see back in action, I believe, this weekend. Taba, could he be an X-Factor? I mean, he obviously, going into the Derby, had the quickest numbers of any 3-year-old, was asked to do too much too soon. Now he's gotten some time to catch up.
I assume he's going to run as a 4-year-old Taba, and I think there's a chance that Taba turns into a very, very, very big talent next year. And I'm not saying that couldn't happen with Epicenter as well, because I think he's extremely talented. And I think the scenario, and I agree that Flightline's the horse to beat, obviously, in the Breeders' Cup Classic. Only a fool would suggest he isn't. But I think the prospect of him dealing with a horse like Life is Good, who's not going to just concede a 3/8 pole, and fighting him with the horses like Taba and Epicenter and even Olympiad behind him, particularly the improving 3-year-olds, I think it could get a little bit interesting. I'm not saying I'm against Flightline, but I think it's a more competitive potential scenario. But Life is Good running in that race has a lot to do with it. If he doesn't run, they're not beating Flightline because they'll never be able to deal with him on the front end.
Let's get them all there first.
Yeah.
Let's see what happens tomorrow. Obviously, 1 to 9, he's going to be even shorter than that, I would think.
Could be 2:10.
Life is Good. He's an incredible talent. And he's exceptionally fast. He does it with ease. He's got the rail tomorrow, and for him, that is not a problem at all. Just break clean, and the race should be over, you would think.
Yeah, and it feels like you don't want to be inside on this dirt course right now, but I don't think Irad's going to stick him right down on the rail. I think he'll route run him and get him out in the middle of the racetrack like he normally does.
This race, you could spend weeks on it.
Yeah, I mean, this is a race where I literally didn't make a final picks for this race. I think it's around midnight last night. I just, in fact, I hadn't even realized I hadn't made my final picks. And I picked American Tattoo because I thought he was controlling speed. But if I'm Luis Saez and I'm the speed, I'm keeping him out in the middle of the racetrack. I don't want to go anywhere near the inside.
Well, winner pool when he was with Chad Brown. One of his biggest moments, probably his biggest moment. They came here at Aqueduct at 1 mile and 1/8. He's in a new barn now, though. He's with David Duggan. Kendrick Carmouche will be aboard. He is the current favorite. We'll have a post break coming up. Back on America's Day at the races. We have the 8th at Belmont at the Big A coming up next. A $40,000 claiming race. 2 turns, mile and an eighth. And you can make a case for just about everybody lining up in this field, including this guy right here, locally owned. He returned in a huge way to one of the bigger races he has ever run, in that race at Saratoga.
And Antonio Arriaga has very good numbers off of the claim with dirt routers particularly. And I know he's a drop down. He ran cheaper last time, but he's run against a lot better. I think he's a major player here at a generous 4-1, or a fair 4-1, I should say.
You want to look at the 5 here, this American Tattoo. Norm Cassie, Luis Saez. You would think they're going to try and be aggressive with this horse. We start with Healing, though. And his dirt races have been pretty good. His last race in the slop, he earned a figure that fits.
No, I don't disagree. I thought others were a little bit better. He's more of a turf horse, but he's run okay on the dirt.
Here is locally owned, 6-year-old with a new barn now.
The horse, and Maggie and I talked about this quite a bit. It struggles to put back-to-back races, but I still think he's a major contender.
Winterpool, his biggest moment came here at Aqueduct, as we mentioned.
I'm a fan of David Duggan, who claimed this horse. He's 5 for 23 off the claim on the dirt, 312 ROI over the last 5 years.
American Tattoo, Norm Cassie, Luis Saez team up.
I like him, but I'm worried that he's going to drop over the inside and maybe get the wrong trip on the front end. He's supposed to be clear on the front.
0 for 5 at a mile and an eighth as well. Is this horse trying to pressure him at all?
Truculent, he can try a little bit. I don't think he's as fast, but he could be the second fastest horse in the race. Sale's kind of not that aggressive a rider. Probably looks to stalk.
235. Steve Sarris second off the claim with Dylan Davis.
I thought his last race was concerning. He really didn't run well in that field. Better horses or not, but he's got races that make him a player.
Yeah, it's a drop down in class for him today. And then Grump's Little Tots, he's a 2-time winner at a mile and an eighth.
He is, but I thought his recent form wasn't good enough. I preferred others.
7 minutes from the 8th coming up, but I like the appearance from the 5 here. Here's American Tattoo. 7-2 on the board. Let's take a look at him. Back at Keeneland, April 29th. This was 2 back. He returned off this layoff to run September 5th.
Yeah, I mean, I show this race because he ran a race clear in the lead, and he looked to be the speed in here, and especially helped by the scratch of Pioneer Spirit. And he ran very well, and he came off the layoff last time, against Tougher, but he chased Bal Harbor, who looked like the same stakes horse he used to be years ago, and I don't think his last effort's that bad, considering he was coming off of, a 4+ month layoff in there, trying to get a mile and an eighth in the slop, and I thought a very different situation today. You have to imagine that Norm Cassie and Luis Saez's plan is to try to wire the field, but they're going to have to stay off the inside, because at least from what I've seen, the rail I don't think was as bad yesterday, even though we saw some outside movers, saw enough horses run okay towards the inside. Maybe I'll reevaluate it. But from what I've seen so far today, it really doesn't feel like you want to be inside.
You're not concerned about his record at the distance?
I'd have to look at those races. I mean, he's run an 87 Beyer. His second to Trident Hint back at Churchill in June of 21 is good enough to win this race. So, no, I look more at, how they ran than where they necessarily finished.
Looks like he is warming up very sharp. 4-1 right now. As we take a look here at locally owned, 6-year-old who was a 6-time winner. His form was declining the last couple of starts, and all of a sudden he woke up in a big way with a class drop at Saratoga last start.
Yeah, and the class drop may have done it, but he still ran well, and he has run big figures in the past, and I think Antonio Arriaga, I'm never surprised when he wins, especially off the claim. So I just think he's a player in here. Am I right to bet him at 3-1? No, I'm not right to bet anybody in this race at 3 or 4-1, even like the 5. I'm worried about some things. I picked the race 5-2-3. I probably would have used 5-2-3-7 and a pick 6 that would have blown out of the water a long time ago.
And, just a few moments ago, he was 4-1. He's down to 5-2 favoritism right now. Arad Ortiz Jr. will be aboard. We'll see if he can repeat that magic from Saratoga back on August 25th.
Nobody should be 5-2 in this race.
No.
And it's, once again, it's the defaulting to IRAD factor, right? It's just, I don't know who's going to win. Who's IRAD riding? And listen, I think he's a major player here, but I think this is way too short a price on him. It's a very, very confusing race.
When you look at locally on the 2 and Winterpool the 3, where do you see more upside?
Oh, that's a good question. I don't know. Do 6-year-olds and 5-year-olds have a lot of upside? I think that's the question you have to ask yourself. I think the concern with locally owned is that he's not the most consistent of performers. You look at his races, right? He runs a decent race and he follows it up by a mediocre race. So how reliable is he to run back to his last effort? I think that might be the biggest concern with him.
So you just answered my question.
So I guess it's the 3. Well, I think it's the other way around. I think the 2 may regret. The 2 may be more likely to regress than the 3. How's that?
Okay.
You know, I don't know. You know, it's interesting. You can ask all these questions, and I think they're fair questions. I think at the end of the day, you can make cases for most of the horses in this race. I don't like Healing. You think he's dangerous in this race. I don't particularly like Grump's Little Tot. The public, he's drifted to 7-1, but he's not a huge price.
I actually like the 7 quite a bit.
Yeah, do not worry about his last race a
Absolutely.
little bit.
I worry about everybody in this race not showing their best. It's hard to trust anyone in this field.
Right. That's the other thing. I don't trust anybody here. If there was somebody I felt reliable, like, I don't know if American Tattoo can really 1 second off a layoff. Locally owned, unreliable. Winter Pool is an ex-Chad Brown horse. Are we really excited about him constantly moving into different barns? Do we really feel confident he's going to hold that form? I'm not. I think he's very logical here, and I get why people like him. I will say one thing. At 5-1, I think the 7 is a decent play.
Okay.
His price is very fair. And I don't believe in this stuff. Is he a better 1-turn horse? See, I don't think he is. I think the fact is that most of the time he's been running in races, they've been 1-turn, Belmont when he's run longer, or Wild at Aqueduct. He hasn't been in those situations, and I don't think his second 2 back is a bad race at all. He just ran to a horse that ran a huge race.
2 minutes away from a puzzling 8th here at Belmont at the Big A. Several coming off huge efforts last time out, but their form had been in decline, like locally owned. Winter Pool, when he was running those big races, he was in one of the best barns on the planet.
Right.
That's not the case anymore, but he's now the favorite, Winter Pool, at 5-2.
Yeah, I'm not going to be surprised if he wins, but I'm not betting anybody at 5-2 in this race. At least the 5 is 4-1, the 7's 9-2, so you're getting paid a little bit if they win. And I think those prices are relatively fair. It's hard. It's the old thing. Neither one of us are going to be shocked when the 2 or 3 win this race, but neither one of us wants to bet that horse at 5-2. Horses will win, and we may be right that they're underlays. They may still win. If Marvelous Maud had won that race in a 4-horse photo in the last race, she still would have been underlaid 8-5.
Yeah. Making their way to the gate, and American Tattoo, your selection, so you're getting 4-1 on a 7-year-old who has potential to move forward. Slight drop, second off a layoff. I love the way he looked.
If I talked to Luis Saez and he said to me, Andy, don't worry, I'm not going anywhere inside the 4 path with him, I'd bet him at 4-1, but I'm not confident that he's not going to lead and dropping over the inside. If that happens, good luck to him.
Meanwhile, here is Healing at 11-1. Jose Gomez, second off the claim for this barn. Mitchell Friedman. He has been, I won't say primarily a turf horse, but of late he's been primarily a turf horse.
He's a multiple winner in the dirt. The problem is those dirt races are slower, and his bigger figure was and also ran in a sloppy race at Saratoga. But listen, was his latest race. And he's 11-1 if you like him.
Locally owned.
2-1 in the 3.
Steps in, and yeah, Winter Pool the favorite. There he is, 2-1. Kendrick Carmouche, David Duggan.
Good luck if you're alive in the pick 6. That's all I got to say.
Third barn, his last 3 starts, Winter Pool. But he's never been worse than third at a mile and an 1/8. 2 wins as well. Let's go upstairs. John Imbrial with the 8th from Belmont at the Big A.
They're in the gate. And they're off. Oh, a stumbling beginning for number 1, Healing, and he trails. There goes American Tattoo out for the lead. Truculence on the outside, and locally owned is down at the rail. Then comes 235, who's running in a 4th. It's a break of 3 lengths. Back to Winter Pool, who is down on the inside of Grump's Little Tots. And after that awkward start, Healing trails the field in 7th. It is American Tattoo who takes the field now onto the backstretch after a quarter in 24 and 3. American Tattoo by a length. Truculent on the outside, second by a half length. Locally Owned is down at the rail with 2:35 sitting in fourth, a little more than 3 lengths from the lead. Winter Pool and Grump's Little Tots, those two are together, and Healing is at the back, midway up the back stretch. With American Tattoo still in front, the lead is 3/4 of a length. Truculent remains in second. The half mile was 50 and 1/5 seconds. 2:35 and Locally Owned, they race as a team, third and fourth. Winter Pool and Grump's Little Tots, those two are right together. Healing is the trailer. They go for the far turn. American Tattoo by a half length as Truculent inches closer now on the outside. 2:35 is gaining now from third. Locally Owned is in behind horses and will need some racing room in fourth as Winter Pool now makes a move from fifth. The field is coming for the top of the stretch. 3 of them across, American Tattoo and Truculent. And on the outside, here is 2:35. 2:35 now to the front. Truculent battles on. Locally Owned is coming on next. Then Winter Pool. American Tattoo has dropped out of it. There's a 16th to the finish. It's 2:35 and Locally Owned giving chase. They come on for the finish. 2:35 is the winner here by a length and a half. And then comes Locally Owned, Truculent, and Winter Pool.
2:35, Dylan Davis, Steve Klaseris. This is the 12th win of this 8-year-old's career.
Yeah, he was a very logical horse that got a very good ride and good trip, staying towards the outside, making that first move. He was able to hold off Locally Owned, who actually did run well. He also got a good ride from Irad. He was simply second best today. And we talked about it before, that at least if you liked him, he was a square enough price. The 2 and 3 were probably underlays at shorter prices. Fair price on a horse that rebounded from his last race and got it done. Very logical type. And obviously the 5 wasn't winning this race, but dropping over the rail like that was not the right move, but also not a surprising move either.
9-2 on your winner in a very difficult race to try and narrow things down in here. 7-2-6-3. And another upset in the pick 6.
Well, yeah, I mean, another horse that wasn't easy. I'm going to be very interested to see what some of these payouts are. I'm sure there'll be horses not covered. The question is who, if any, are.
2:35. We got to see him twice this summer. Saratoga. Second and a fifth. Big drop in class from allowance optional 62 to 40 today, and gets the win here at 9-2. Well, the price is coming up in a moment, and get to the nightcap shortly. Back at Churchill Downs. Saw Decision Maker take that 8th, and we move into race 9 here to close out their Friday card. Maiden claiming race, 7/8 of a mile for 2-year-olds.
Yeah, I deciphered the 3 choices right now, the 3, 5, and 8. And I even had the 9 in there. It was also the 5th choice, so I didn't.
There's a Dale Roman's first-time starter.
Yeah, $15,000. The first fall from this dam did no running at all.
Some quick works at Keeneland for King Me.
Yeah, not taking any money, not for me.
Start number 3 and a drop down in class for Steve Asmussen. How did he do that?
Yeah, seemed like a somewhat logical horse. Has run well enough. We'll see. One of the players.
Don't Let Go. The 4, there he is at 15-1.
First fall from a dam that wasn't that bad, not getting bet.
Michelle Lovell trains. Gabriel Saez aboard. Fight Fiercely. It's the 3-1 favorite right now for Eddie Keneally, dropping in for a tag for the first time.
Yeah, I would tend to bet against this horse, who has now lost 3 straight races at short prices. I'd look to go with somebody else.
Yacht Rock for Norm Cassie, son of Caravaggio, who was a multiple Group 1 winner sprinting on the grass.
Very odd to see this horse on the dirt, huh? It's a completely European turf pedigree. So I wonder what Norm is thinking. Maybe he wants to give him a race. There's no turf racing now at Churchill until we get to Keeneland.
Day Trade, dam-produced homebrew. We saw him on the Bourbon Trail last weekend.
3 of the 5 foals from this dam were pretty good. A little tepid in the board, though, at 3-1.
Mark Cassie with a Bolt Doro second-time starter.
This is where I would go. Mark Cassie's got a very good record going turf to dirt with maidens. There's all dirt pedigree. Makes me think he was given this horse one the first time out. I like Bolt above.
And Mamba Forever, January 26, 2020. Remember, I was sitting at breakfast, got the call. I thought it was a joke.
I remember
that he passed away and had to go cover it on the news.
Referring to Kobe Bryant, I remember I was here, and somebody texted me and said Kobe Bryant died. And I was by the racing office, and I think they were doing the draw.
I didn't believe
it. And
it.
I said, am I the only one? Anybody here think like, and everybody looked at me like I was out of my mind. And I was hoping we were. Yeah, that was awful, huh?
13-1, Mamba forever. Let's go to Paulie.
Yeah, and get to the outside horse, Mamba Forever for Kenny McPeak. Blinkers will go on that colt by West Coast. I'm along with Andy here. I think the 9 is the sneak horse. But let's get to the 2 horses that they're betting in here, and that is the 3. How did he do that? And you know, when you look at this horse's first start, he lost to Armin. Armin was a well-bet first-time starter that day that got the job done. The 5, Fight Fiercely, did beat the 3 first time out. But then obviously Steve Asmussen horses improved second time out, and you know he ran okay as Son of Good Magic. You know when these horses are in for a maiden claiming for 150,000, and this horse sold for 190,000. This is basically a maiden special weight race unless somebody really thinks they find something special. Now the 5, Fight Fiercely, we have seen earlier in the meet and maybe in the last meet that racing experience has been the key, but of the last couple days or so, it seems like the horses that have run have struggled a little bit, and this is a horse that I'm kind of with Andy at 3-1. I would not endorse. The 8 in here, Day Trade, it's just really tough with these Brad Cox runners. You guys talk about Chad Brown and Irad Ortiz. Florent Giroux and Brad Cox are the exact same version here at Churchill Downs. People just default, and they end up being the lowest pick 3s and the lowest pick 4s because they just go towards the connections. And this horse is a tiny bit chilly on the board. I landed on the 9, just like Andy did in here. Bolt Above, you know, a horse that is bred for the dirt, taking some money, has that bullet drill way back at Ellis Park in July before they brought this horse up to Saratoga. I think back on his home track, this horse could be a very, very big threat at 4-1. I thought this horse would be 6 or 7-1, so maybe at 4-1 tells you that this horse can be very, very live.
All right, Paulie, thank you. Yes, second-time starter by Bolt Doro, who has been a sensation as a first-crop sire. He's tops among earners. First crop sires.
Yeah, I want him because the Brad Cox firster isn't getting bet that strongly. I think Brad, could be wrong, but I feel like I looked up a stat in the past that Brad does not have good numbers with 7 furlong 2-year-old dirt first-time starters. I guess the 3 is somewhat logical. I don't want the 5. That horse has had too many chances. So I bet the 9 to win. I'm going to box a little 3-5, 3-9 in the exacta.
Bolt Above, the one Paulie was just talking about last before he came back to us here. So second time out for Marcassi. He's got Tyler Gaffleone. And minorly brushed that gate. That was turf debut. Dirt now for start number 2 and has had several works over the dirt, including a gate drill that makes you pay attention at Ellis. It was a bullet work. I know it was all the way back in July, but obviously showed ability on the dirt.
This is a move we've seen Marcassi make.
Favored
turf
now.
to dirt. Wow. Late money coming in. Must be me and Paulie burying people.
4 stepping in as the biggest price on the board. Yeah, 2-1. There's Day Trade. Brad Cox, first timer. Son of Street Sense. Mentioned the Dan produced Homebrew. Was that stakes winner on Saturday. The Bourbontaire also produced a grade 2 winner named Airstrike.
Oh, yeah, like 3 of the foals in this dam were solid runners.
Let's go to Travis Stone.
They're in the gate. And they're off. Bolt Above and Yacht Rock, those 2 fastest out of their Day Trade with some early speed as well. As they race up the chute, how did he do that? It's not far behind either. So they cross over. Bolt Above, far outside. At the rail, King Me. How did he do that in between with Yacht Rock? And those 4 mix it up down the backstretch run. Day Trade comes on to grab 5th. Boudin toward the inside 6th. Mamba Forever in behind that first flight 7th. It's a tight pack up top suddenly. 2 lengths from there back to Fight Fiercely. And 8 lengths back to Don't Let Go the trailer. Heading for the far turn, the opening quarter in 23-1. King Me, how did he do that? And Yacht Rock, the 3 of them continue to spar on the front end. Bolt Above is wide on the far turn, but moving up nonetheless. Boudin is right in the thick of it. So too Day Trade. Mamba Forever, Fight Fiercely is catching up. Has to angle outside of King Me, who's tiring at the quarter pole. And it's Yacht Rock who comes on. How did he do that? Responds to the challenge, though. How did he do that? Is back in front. Yacht Rock is there. Boudin's been switched out. 1 furlong to go. How did he do that? Clear by 2. Yacht Rock gives way. Boudin is there. They're coming down to the finish. How did he do that? Did by 5. Boudin was second. Fight Fiercely from Nowhere grabbed third. Yacht Rock and Mamba Forever.
Jackie's Warrior Silks on how did he do that for Steve Asmussen, the Robesons who own him, and Ricardo Santana Jr.
Like a recurrent theme, horses coming back down on the inside there, and decisive winner from how did he do that. Felt like our 9-bolt Love was sitting chilly on the turn, but had absolutely nothing in the stretch. Horses can't run it at all, and this is an easy winner for Steve Asmussen, and nice to see him and Ricardo Santana teaming up for wins together again.
Yep, teamed up with Echo Zulu in that Dogwood last weekend. She's on to the Breeders' Cup Filly and Mare Sprint. And how did he do that? Third time the charm with his son of the former 2-year-old champ, Good Magic. Well, prices from this one to close out this card at Churchill. When we come back, still have the nightcap ahead. Belmont at the Big A, and we'll talk this weekend, the Kentucky Derby winner back at home at Churchill Downs, where he took the Derby as the second biggest long shot in the history of the race, facing older company this Saturday in the Lucas Classic.
Eclipse champion Blaine ranks among the nation's top sires at a fraction of the price. His recent top runners include these standout performers. With success on the track and success in the ring, this proven son of Arch annually ranks among America's top value sires. Blaine, standing at Claiborne Farm.
The Fasig-Tipton Mid-Atlantic Fall Yearling Sale, offering a catalog of more than 500 yearlings from many of the sport's most lucrative state-bred programs. Among America's top yearling sales by percentage of 2-year-old winners, with recent stars like Leave No Trace, winner of the Grade 1 Spinaway Stakes, plus over 85 stakes wins or placings this year. Mid-Atlantic Fall Yearlings, Monday and Tuesday, October 3rd and 4th in Timonium, Maryland. Where will you be?
Spun to Run. In the Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile, he defeated a loaded field that included multiple Grade 1 winners Omaha Beach and Improbable. His brilliant speed figures were among the fastest of any 3-year-old at a mile or more. And he hails from the legendary Danzig sire line. Multiple graded stakes winner, millionaire, Breeders' Cup champion, Spun to Run, standing at Gainesway.
They come together from every corner of the globe. In pursuit of the one reward that sets the special few apart. The title of World Champion. Don't miss racing's ultimate coronation. The Breeders' Cup World Championships at Keeneland. Tickets on sale now.
Back with you on America's Day at the Races on FS2. Regional Networks out in Southern California program brought to you in part by Hillendale at Alapa. Nightcap, Churchill Downs. Familiar connections here. Same owners at Jackie's Warrior, Kirk and Judy Robeson. Steve Asmussen, Ricardo Santana Jr. And how did he do that? Start number 3, he breaks his maiden.
Yeah, he was a fair price in this race. He had run a good figure last time out. He was very game between horses dueling. Looked like the 7 had the best of him, but he drew off to a very convincing victory. Much the best.
Do you expect to see these Selks in the winner's circle after the Breeders' Cup Sprint?
Oh, that's a good question. I don't know. Is Jack Christopher running there? That could be a pretty good matchup. I don't know. You know, the Breeders' Cup is hard. I really try not to have a lot of strong opinions about it until I get the PPs, because I don't even know who's running, right? I think Jack Christopher would give Jackie's Warrior all he could handle in there.
Are they leaning sprint over
I
mile?
don't know, but I would imagine they prefer to run 1 turn to 2 turn.
$10.32. How did he do that? Mood and Fight Fiercely. 315 trifecta, $306 for a $2 play. Pick 6, 20-cent pick 6, just over $1,100. And the 50-cent pick 5. Yes, they got the 50-cent pick 5 on there now, $2,122.
All right. Nice. So the pick 6 didn't even pay that much more. Was it a very, I wonder if it was a short price in the first leg, right?
It's going to pay big today in New York, as is the pick 5. We'll get to that coming up in a moment with this finale coming up in New York. But first, Derby winner back at the site of his best 2 moments of his career. One stands out more than the other. That Derby, first Saturday in May. And he validated that win, as you've said, and many others as well, with this good effort, just missing third in the Travers.
Right. I think his Travers really answered the hopes of his connections that he could be the kind of horse that he showed when he won the Derby. Because up to that point, he's a one-hit wonder. And you like to think the horses that win the Derby aren't one-hit wonders. Well, I don't think he is. I mean, he hit the wire together with Cyberknife and Zandon. 2 horses that, I mean, they're already really good horses. They've won 3 Grade 1s between them. But in a lot of years, they'd have been the best 3-year-olds in the country. This is just a very, very good year with horses like Taba and Epicenter around. It's not a great year to be a good 3-year-old. You got to be a very good 3-year-old.
What do you make of the older competition he's going to tackle here?
I think they're probably better.
Art Collector, Happy Saver, Hot Rod Charlie.
I don't like Art Collector. I don't think he's been as good this year as he was last year. I'm going to go against Art Collector in there. I am a big Hot Rod Charlie fan. And I also think Happy Saver's always going to get a piece. Whether or not he can win, we'll see. But I will say one thing about Rich Strike. He's got more upside than those horses. You look at his last race, and probably not a horse I would bet on, but not a horse that I would utterly dismiss, especially after his effort in the Travers.
Ran a bigger figure, at least last time out, buyer-wise, than any of those 3 older horses I just mentioned.
Yeah, and I mean, the other thing is, you saw how well Zandon ran the Pennsylvania Derby. You saw Cyberknife ran well with some trouble in that race. So they backed that race up as a very good race. And, you know, who knows? So far, consistency has been a bit of a problem. On the other hand, 1.5 miles in the Belmont, I'm not going to hold performances against horses in there. And as well as he ran the Travers, I think there are reasons to be optimistic about him. And whether I bet him or not, I'm kind of rooting for him. I enjoyed the time I spent with the connections, both at Belmont and at Saratoga, and he's turning into kind of a neat and likable horse.
It's been a great story,
yeah.
No question. Second biggest long shot in the history of the Derby. How could he not? And to come back and prove, yeah, as you said, he's not a one-hit wonder. Now, can he get back to that kind of performance? He's at the right racetrack to do it.
And the other thing about horses like him is that they capture attention. The Kentucky Derby is a race everybody knows about. So people will know about Rich Strike. And I think if Rich Strike continues to run well, he'll be a little bit of a story wherever he runs, in a similar way the way Funny Side was. And that's a good thing for the game.
You know, according to his trainer, we heard from him, this is going to be the race that determines Clark or Classic.
Yeah.
So we'll see how he runs, and even if he does win, maybe he'll still go to the Clark, but we will find out.
And one thing we've learned from Eric Reed, he's realistic. And a lot of trainers aren't realistic about their owners.
Is he? Should he have been in the Derby?
Well, that was insane. That was insane. But other than that, he's been very realistic with the horse.
And he wound up winning it.
Right.
Finale at Belmont of the Big 8. Going to close it out, 1/16 on the turf, first allowance condition race. Diamond Hands is favored right here.
Didn't you think they should be favored?
No.
Oh, I thought she'd be favored over the 5.
Okay.
They were the 2.
Wow.
Do you think market segmentation, it's all over for the running?
I thought it was a wide open race.
Okay, I did not.
Chad Brown's got 2 in here. Salima the 4. Market segmentation the 5. We'll be back.
And Lost Ark. Big, powerful strides. Puts them away in the sapling.
And Forte and the 2 of them are right together. It is Forte to grab the lead now from Belfort. It is Forte in front. Forte on to victory here in the Grade 1 hopeful.
Back with you on America's Day at the Races as we get set for the finale on this Friday card here at Belmont at the Big A. Going to close out on the turf at a mile and a 16th in this first allowance condition race, and favoritism now shifting to Christophe Clement's Parnac, the 3, which will have Joel Rosario aboard.
She ran okay last time. I prefer Diamond Hands and market segmentation, but I'm not going to knock Parnac's race last time. I thought she ran fine.
There are 6 horses that could result in a pick 6 carryover. The 2, the 7, and the 9 through 12 all result in this pick 6 carryover today, not getting hit, becoming a double carryover into Saturday.
Yeah, I'm trying to think.
Of those,
okay,
who do you believe? I thought certainly the 10 had a chance.
Yes, I would agree with that. I think the 10 fifth. I mean, 11's a total unknown, so I suppose it's possible. But 10 and 11 would be the 2. Okay. Like 11, 6-1. I know that Rob Falcone went with a European who actually came back and won a stake as well. Might run the Virginia Oaks.
Here's Diamond Hand, 7-2, Todd Pletcher.
My problem with her is that she rode a gold rail last time out for the vast majority of the race, but I do think it was a decent field, and I think she's a major player.
Naysay is going to stretch out for Belmont.
Yeah, Belmont's number stretching out, not strong, 11% with 125 starters on the turf.
Gets Lescano, a little interesting. Parnac is the favorite right now.
Yeah, ran a credible race last time out with overall pretty good trip. Thought meaning maybe some tougher horses today.
Chad Brown stablemates right next door to each other. Here's Salima.
Yeah, it's probably the value of the contenders in here. She was 3-1 last time against Parnac and had an impossible 3-wide trip.
Stablemate for Klarovich. Margit Segmentation won the debut at Aqueduct last year.
Good trip or not last time, she ran extremely well as a 2-year-old. And Chad Brown's numbers, and we'll show a stat for layoffs, are sensational.
This filly just went by, has figures that are some of the best of anybody in the field.
Not for me. Okay, Dave Donk, though.
Thoroughgraph-wise. Chironi, 34-1, Dylan Davis.
She looked like a very promising horse early in her career. It was just not panned out.
I'm intrigued by this 8.
Switches back to Belmont. Had her before. Not for me, but you like her more than I do. Her last 2 races aren't bad, though.
Here's Novala, Kent Sweezy.
One of the ones that's not covered in the pick 6. Did lose to Finest Work in her last start.
A couple of big numbers from Ensemble at Keeneland, Saratoga, and then did not show up last start.
Yeah, I'm not sure why she's 24-1 in this race. I mean, it seems like she's got more credentials than that. She finished behind the Great Marvelous Maud and Finest Work 2 back.
State's debut musical romance, Rob Falcone.
Dorsa's European form's atrocious, but there must be some story that she's 6-1.
And Rombeek on the outside for Bobby Robato.
Yeah, I mean, she's obviously a wild long shot in here that would cause a carryover in both the pick 5 and pick 6.
So here's one of the Chad Brown runners. Market Segmentation only started, was a win. It was December 4th of last year. We have not seen her since. Here is that race.
Yeah, this was a big carryover in the pick 6, a double carryover, a huge, maybe even a triple carryover in Cigar Mile Day. And this horse was far and away the biggest price in the sequence, which is amazing for a Chad Brown Klarovich stable horse that won for fun. Now, got a very, very good trip and good ride, but she also absolutely dominated the field. Like she could be a good horse. I found this stat for Chad Brown. 180 days to 360 days, 6 to 12 month layoff, and I think that fits for this horse who's coming off basically a 10-month layoff. In turf routes, he is 67 for, I'm sorry, off a win, he's 18 for 53, 34% with a 216 ROI. He's 29% overall in that with horses off those layoffs and turf routes. Remarkable numbers. His horses come back off layoffs ready to run.
Go to the bench more.
Well, what they do, well, I think it's one of those misnomers. People always say second off a layoff will be better. I think with Chad Brown, when they don't run well off layoffs, you're supposed to be a little bit worried because he just has them ready. He's not wasting starts.
So does that make you think, look, it was a troubled trip for Salima. Does that apply there or no?
I think it does. You know what's interesting? Chad Brown actually intimated to me that she might need a race last time she ran because I was talking about her, and he thought he had another horse in the race that we both thought would run a little better. She didn't run particularly well at all. She didn't have a good trip in there. I don't know. That's a good question. I also think her trip gave her absolutely no chance. She is too slow based on that Tampa race, but we've seen a lot of horses, especially for this barn, that ran well at Tampa. Ran a race at Tampa, get much faster with time. I think she's the overlay in here.
You saw Luis Saez. There he is on the 1, adjusting that equipment as he gets settled in the saddle. This is Diamond Hands back at Saratoga, trying to go gate to wire for the win and would just get caught.
Yeah, probably hurt herself by drifting off the rail, and the horse came up the rail, beat her. That horse never left the rail, but she did spend about 85% of the time in the rail, and this is during that gold rail period on the inner. Now, the horse that beat her ran 2 buyer points lower, but she did run a solid 3rd in our Pebbles, and she didn't have the best trips that day, so I think it only enhanced Diamond Hands. She's a very generous 7-2. I'm surprised that Parnack is favored over the 1 and 5. You seem less surprised than me.
I think she's, look, Christophe Clement, this has been a tough meet for him. I think primed to take a step forward here. I thought she was a major player, but I thought to make anybody 3-1 in here was a little short.
Okay.
I saw this race a lot more wide open than most did. And you narrowed it down about 4?
Yeah, I would have used the 4 that Jonathan had in his pick 4. The 1, 3, 4, and 5. I thought they were the 4 that were extremely
I thought they were the most
likely to win.
logical.
Yeah.
Completely agree. I thought 6, 8, and 10 were the other 3 I thought deserved a look.
The 10 will create a carryover, and I did have her picked 5th, so I'm not going to really argue with that. I think the horse to try to get at the number is probably the 4, Salima. She might not be good enough, but I want to, she was 3-1 last time against Parnack. She was a shorter price than Parnack. And while Parnack ran much better, Parnack had a very good trip that day. She had an atrocious trip. So I could give Salima a bit of a pass for her last race, and I think she'll run a lot better today.
Parnack, big chance to move forward, and we're going to see potentially the best from her. She's been very consistent, too. Obviously, that was in Germany, those 2 wins. Move forward, though, start number 2 here. And this barn's going to get going at some point.
I don't think Christophe Clement's going to remain cold the rest of his career. No. I could be wrong. I've been wrong before, but I think he's going to win some races. She can win this race. I'm not against her. I picked her 3rd. I just would prefer the others at similar or better prices. That's all.
2, 7, 9, 10, 11, 12 all result in a double pick 6 carryover into Saturday, which, of course, you can play with Naira Bets. Get signed up, started. Match 200, that code to use for new members.
And I want to say it's close to 160,000 the carryover if that happens.
Okay.
But we do wish everybody the best of luck if you're alive. And the 7 and 12, 2 big prices, 43-1 and 72-1, they would create a pick 5 carryover.
Don't see that a lot.
Late pick 5 for people that have to ask that every time, even though it's early goes to early, late goes to late. They never go from one to the other, ever.
So finale to close out Diamond Hands. Obviously, Saez, speed, rail.
She's going.
It's got to be go.
She's going. I think
Can't anyone go with her?
No, but I think Irad Ortiz has to look to go a little bit and get position behind her. Out of sight could be a bit forward in this race. Your horse, the 10, could be a bit forward in this race. I would think they'll look to go there, and I think we'll see how it plays out. I don't think Rosario's going to be that far back with Parnack. Intention plays such a big role in it.
5-2 now on Parnack. So solid favorite in a race with 2 Chad Brown 3-year-old fillies who have both shown promise on the grass. There's one of them, Salima. Won the debut. Tampa, troubled trip coming back at Saratoga.
She's probably the overlay in there at 9-1.
That's a big number. And we see often when he has 2 in, it's the bigger number that comes in. Here's his other runner. Only start was a win. It was last year at this racetrack. Nightcap from Belmont at the Big A. Let's go upstairs to John Embrial.
And the rider is off, number 12, Rambeek, behind the gate. Rambeek goes in riderless, and Jose Gomez will now get back up. And we're set for race 9. And they're off. Rambeek from the extreme outside. From mid-pack, it is a market segmentation. And down at the rail, it's Diamond Hands and Naysay. And Naysay's a little headstrong there. Diamond Hands narrowly. Naysay runs in second. Out of Sight is in third with a market segmentation in fourth. And then comes Chironi, who's in fifth, followed by Salima in sixth. Musical Romance runs in seventh. On the outside is Rambeek next in eighth. Parnak down at the rail is running in ninth. And then we come back to Unruly Julie. And at the back, Novala and Ensemble. They're on the back stretch, the quarter 23-1. Diamond Hands is the leader with Naysay and Out of Sight right together second and third. They've got a length and a half on market segmentation, who is in fourth position here, almost 4 lengths from the lead. Then the gray Chironi in fifth, followed by Musical Romance, who's 3 wide. Rambeek widest of all. Then towards the rail is Salima, followed next by Unruly Julie, Parnak, and then Novala and Ensemble at the back. The half and 48-2, and they're still all chasing Diamond Hands, who has the lead here. Diamond Hands by a half length. Out of Sight on the outside in second. Market segmentation has now made her way up into third as they come off the turn and enter the stretch. And it is Diamond Hands challenged here by market segmentation as Salima now dives to the inside. Salima, market segmentation. Diamond Hands is now back running in third. As they come through the stretch, it is market segmentation and Salima. Salima down at the rail, and Salima takes over the lead. And Salima is the winner. Market segmentation was second. Diamond Hands faded to third.
Salima 9-1 off that trouble trip. Saratoga won her debut. Bounces back in a big way.
You look at the way the rides that both the first and second finishers got, both Chad Brown horses, they're both exceptional rides. Irad got the exact same position with market segmentation got last time. He did nothing wrong, he did everything right. He angled out. Down on the inside, Pratt got that inside position, held it, stayed inside, and she outgained market segmentation. I'm going to just say they both ran really well. They both got good rides. They both ran well, and we talked about it before. This was the horse that was the overlay in the race, to be 9-1 in here. She was 3-1 last time. She had a trouble trip, and she was 3 times the price of Parnak, who was a longer price than her last time. Once again, value.
What happens when you get 2 from the same barn in here, and one's taking all that attention? She just got forgotten in here.
Yeah.
And look at Arad trying to make things tight. And
can't blame
she
him.
does not cower, does she, Salima? Not to be intimidated.
This was an excellent effort by both these horses. 142 flat. They came the last 16th and under 5. These horses were running.
9-1 end to the card here on a day where we saw a lot of prices come in. We will have the results of what transpired. Pick 6, pick 5 when we come back from a short timeout. Chad Brown 1-2 to close out this card. 4-5-1 and 86-1 on the 12 for your superfecta. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
War Dancer, now the leading third crop turf sire in North America, with performers like Woodbine Turf Sprint winner Niagara Skyline.
And Niagara Skyline going on a much-deserved champion of the Woodbine Turf Sprint Series.
Royal Dancer, wire to wire on the Aqueduct Turf.
And Royal Dancer gives Junior Alvarado his 3rd win today.
And undefeated 2-year-old stakes winner War Saichi.
War Saichi asserted her authority. She has not relinquished the lead.
Now with 48 wins in 2022 and over $4.5 million in progeny earnings, War Dancer is a sire on fire.
This season at Oaklawn, we've got more of everything. More of the top thoroughbreds in the world. More days of live racing. And the largest purses in our history. All at a completely reimagined Oaklawn. Come be a part of this historic season at Arkansas's only casino resort.
Eclipse champion Run Happy, the #1 second crop dirt sire of last year, is back and showing a new dimension with winners on turf, dirt, and all weather.
Tabalina's really shouldered all the responsibility. What a deserved victory. Most impressive. Tabaline by 3 1/4.
Somebody's Problem is on her way to winning the Prairie Meadows debutante. Somebody's Problem by 2.5, 3.
Run Happy, price for value, and standing strong at Claiborne Farm.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Back on America's Day of the Races on FS2, Bally Sports, SoCal, and San Diego are card in the books. Here in South Ozone Park at Belmont at the Big A, Chad Brown 1-2 to close it out.
Yeah, I mean, they both ran very well. This comes up a pretty quick race, doesn't it? They put a lot of distance between themselves and the second and the third horse and the others here. Excellent rides, excellent trips. Irad rode perfectly in market segmentation. Flavian Pratt perfectly as well. You know, these are two really great riders riding, I think, at the top of their game. And the trainer who just has them ready. And once again, you got to sometimes look past what looks obvious. And while this horse didn't run well last time, she had a viable excuse with that wide trip. So not surprised that she ran a lot better today.
And I love Irad coming down to make things tight on a stablemate. You're walking a fine line there.
Irad is doing what he can to win. He's not concerned with who. I mean, look, he did it. He actually wasn't. I was going to say it was Happy Saver on the outside. It wasn't a Todd Pletcher horse on the inside.
Yeah, life is good and Happy Saver. Yeah.
Irad wants to win. He can be a little bit aggressive sometimes. I was teasing him about something a little bit earlier today, but he gets the job done.
Shortest price in the pick six that returns $56,463. Moon Age Daydream went off favorite. That was the only favorite that won on this card. This pick six, I should say.
It was a very, very tricky sequence in every way, and it was. I could have had the late pick four on a big spread. To be fair, I'm not. You know, I guess if I used the Jonathan method of singling the 10, there's a good chance I could have hit it. I wouldn't have done that, so I don't think I would have hit it. I wouldn't have for a lot of money. But congratulations.
Well done. If you put that together, that is sharp handicapping. Tremendous weekend ahead, particularly tomorrow. With all these races with Breeders' Cup implications on the line. Miss Grillo is one of them. And Be Your Best has been very good the two starts we've seen her.
No question about it. And, you know, we're hoping the weather doesn't not. If this, you have to leave this horse racing the turf if you can. It's a win and you're in for the Breeders' Cup, and it's an important race for these horses to try to get into the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies turf. Now, Be Your Best is already in. She's got the stakes win up in Saratoga. And you see her beating Idea Generation. The Klarovich horse, her major foe in this race, is a Klarovich horse that she beat in her debut, albeit with that one having a less than terrific trip that day. But there's no way you can knock this filly. She's been terrific in her first two starts, and she's a deserving favorite.
So we'll see if she can make it perfect 3 for 3 to start her career. Free look for Chad Brown. Gonna get another crack at her after she came back and broke her maiden. And then that Jorge Abreu filly stretching out, Alluring Angel, interesting as well.
Jorge Abreu is 1 for 45, stretching out from sprints to routes in the turf over the last 5 years. And that only winner is Runaway Rumor and ran today. But I don't disagree. Both his horses are dangerous. And the one who comes from Ducky Downs, and I bet the horse that won the last race, that horse was lucky. Because if she had an Alluring Angel, if she hadn't gotten left, she would have won.
It's going to be a fun Saturday. Got the Grade 1 Woodward as well. Life is Good looking to go back-to-back in Grade 1s. And what most believe is going to be a paid workout in here in a Grade 1. When's the last time you saw 1 to 9 in a Grade 1?
Rachel Alexandra paid $210 and the Mother Goose. Whether or not I've seen it since then, I don't know. What did Flightline pay in the Pacific Classic? It was 1 to 5, I think, right?
1 to 5.
It's a good question. I don't know if I've seen it since Rachel.
There's some better competition in that race, too. It speaks a little bit to.
Oh, no, I'm not. You know the horse that ran behind Rachel? She's in a 3-horse field. She paid $210. They both went on to win. Well, Flashing won 2 Grade 1s. She won 2 Grade 1s, the MIG. Last Grade 1 winner for the MIG when she won the Gazelle, but she also won the Test. And Malibu Prayer was also in there. She won Chaluki, a Grade 2 or something, by the end of the year. So she may have made it look like a joke, but they were not jokers behind her.
Life is Good. He's a serious racehorse as well. He is a supreme talent. Final start for him before this group he likely will line up against after winning last year's Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile. Notably, Flight Line off that, I mean, every race from him has been sensational. But the Pacific Classic was otherworldly good.
And these are some pretty good horses in there. And Flight Line is a deserving heavy favorite based on his last race. And his last race, you know, a lot of us, I watched it sitting at the bar at Hamlet and Ghost while I was having dinner. He ran around 9 o'clock or so. And it was just one of those things where you're just, I'm sure you were in a similar situation. Your jaw just dropped watching it.
Couldn't believe what I was seeing.
It was.
And those were Dubai World Cup winner was behind him.
No, that was incredible. It was one of those races that you had to sort of watch it again. It was really jaw-dropping, and you want to appreciate horses like that, and we appreciate Life is Good, and we're glad that he's running here. I understand why people don't want to run against him. I'm still happy to see Life is Good running.
It's going to be fun. Grade 1 Woodward tomorrow. He will be an overwhelming favorite, one of several races with horses eyeing that first weekend in November in the Breeders' Cup.
I'm going.
Hope you join us on Saturday. Coverage begins, by the way, 12:30 Eastern tomorrow start time. Check your local listings on Fox. You don't want to miss all that we have for you tomorrow, including Life is Good in that Woodward. Finest work, turning the tables on Marvelous Mod. One of the upsets in this massive pick six we had today for trainer George Weaver. Manny Franco aboard for the victory. Meanwhile, Churchill Downs, pace-wise, looked like the way the track's been playing too, might be up against it. Not the case for Decision Maker. He overcomes it and picks up the 8th win of his career. Life is Good. Looking to go back-to-back off that Grade 1 Whitney win and collect another Grade 1 in the Woodward tomorrow. We'll see you at 12:30.